Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the Water Gardens, a couple sat together who hadn't seen each other in several years. Malario broke the silence, asking softly, "How is your gout?" "It's better," replied Prince Doran, his usually composed demeanor now laced with discomfort. Their separation hadn't been due to a lack of affection, but rather Malario's strong disagreement with sending their young son away to be fostered. Doran had recently received Viserys' great announcement, but it was Malario who provided him with a more detailed account. The night, the Dothraki, the dragons, and the Emperor title. Less than 2 years ago, Doran had thought Viserys would struggle just to take Tyrosh. Now, he couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. Regret hung heavily over him. He regretted not keeping a closer watch on Arianne, allowing a bastard to take her virginity. Doran prayed Malario wouldn't ask about it, for he truly wouldn't know how to explain. "Do you think Viserys will still honor the original marriage contract?" Malario asked, unaware that Viserys already knew of Arianne's situation. Doran decided to keep this a secret for as long as he could. He and we have signed a new marriage contract, Doran admitted. A new marriage contract? Malario's voice held a note of surprise. By new marriage, Doran meant that Viserys' heir would marry into House Martell, but Viserys himself would not. He had Tyene, the Red Viper's daughter, bring the new marriage contract to Malario. "When was this marriage contract signed?" she asked. Less than 2 years ago." Doran regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Less than 2 years ago, Viserys had only just conquered Tyrosh at that time. Could he have foreseen his rise to power, even then? Or was he already planning the hatching of the dragons? Even if that were true, another problem remained. Breaking off the engagement right after conquering Tyrosh seemed like an attempt to cast aside the one who had helped you. Were the men of House Martell all so soft that they could accept such a slight? Tell me, what was the reason Viserys gave for breaking off the engagement? Malario pressed. Prince Doran couldn't find the words. It felt as if his vocal cords had vanished. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Just then, a sudden cry of surprise came from outside. "Mother!" Malario turned to see Arianne, and mother and daughter immediately embraced tightly. Arianne was her firstborn, and when Malario had left Sunspear, she had done so under cover of night while Arianne slept. Now, after 5 or 6 long years, they were finally reunited. "Mother, I've missed you so much," Arianne whispered. "Arianne, my Arianne," Malario responded, holding her daughter as if she never wanted to let go. After what seemed like an eternity, the mother and daughter finally sat down together. "You've grown taller," Malario observed. "Yes, mother," Arianne replied softly. Watching the intimate reunion between the two, Doran let out a silent sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster. "Mother, I heard you just returned from the disputed lands?" "Yes, but it's now called the Hopeful Lands." "Hopeful Lands," Arianne repeated, surprised. A silver-haired figure appeared in Arianne's vision. "So did you see Viserys? How is he doing?" "I heard that some time ago, Viserys fought the Dothraki." Arianne's words left both her parents at a loss for what to say. How could they tell her that Viserys had become an emperor? It would only upset her more. "1. Malario finally said. "Viserys defeated the Horse Lord, and now the danger in the Hopeful Lands has been lifted." Arianne nodded, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "Okay, if you have any more questions, we can talk about them tonight, when we sleep together, all right?" Malario added, gently rubbing her daughter's hair. "All right. Okay." Arianne smiled happily. Once Arianne had walked away, Malario turned to Doran, her eyes narrowing. "Our daughter is no longer a virgin, is she?" Doran was taken aback. How could she know just by looking? "Viserys broke off the engagement because of this, didn't he?" she pressed. Doran's mouth twitched, but he still didn't say a word. "Doran, you're not a good father." Doran tried to respond, but the words caught in his throat. Malario didn't wait for him to finish. From the perspective of a lord, From the perspective of the Prince of Dorne, Doran had made all the right moves. But as a father, he had failed to consider Arianne's needs, and now they were all paying the price. Before leaving, Malario handed Doran a letter Viserys had asked her to give him. When Doran opened the envelope, 7 shiny objects of different colors spilled out, some landing in his lap, others on the floor. Tyene quickly retrieved those that had fallen and handed them to him. For a moment, Doran didn't recognize what they were, but soon realization dawned on him. "Dragon scales," he exclaimed, running his fingers over the scales, which felt like something between stone and metal. Any lingering doubts about the return of dragons vanished. He then took the letter out of the envelope. The demands inside were similar to those made on Highgarden. The first was the same. Dorne was to send troops, as Robert had requested. The second was to gather as much grain as possible. But Viserys wasn't forcing them to choose sides, at least not yet. After all, Dorne was not the same as Highgarden. Their loyalties were intertwined, yet distinct. If Viserys wanted to influence Dorne, he had more than one way to do it. In his letter, Viserys simply informed them that he wouldn't be attacking Westeros anytime soon. The second point, as Doran had already learned from the Red Viper, was related to Viserys' preparations for the Long Night. Dorne had been stockpiling grain for a long time, so this demand wasn't particularly surprising. As Doran examined the 7-colored dragon scales in his hands, a deep sense of regret washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder if things would have been different had he been honest with Viserys about Arianne. Might they still have been able to negotiate a better outcome? At that moment, Manfrey entered the Water Gardens. "Prince, the lady has returned?" he asked. "Yes," Doran nodded, handing Viserys' letter to Manfrey and showing him the dragon scales. "These are the dragon scales," he added, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and regret. Manfrey glanced at Doran's expression and immediately sensed that the meeting between Doran and Malario had not gone well. He could guess the underlying reason, but knew better than to involve himself in such personal matters. "Prince, how many troops should we provide to Robert?" Manfrey asked, carefully steering the conversation back to practical matters. 5,000. If we get the other houses to contribute, we can muster 10,000 men, Doran replied, though his tone was somewhat resigned. The weight of past decisions and their consequences bore down on him. All of this, he mused bitterly, stemmed from Robert's rebellion. If it hadn't been for that, my house might have produced a queen. "But Prince," Manfrey began, sensing the tension in Doran's words and trying to navigate the delicate situation. Several cavalrymen in red armor patrolled the area, their red and yellow banners hanging limp in the still air. By a stream, an elderly nobleman with striking green eyes and a shaved head was busy dismembering a doe. Though his head was bald, his golden beard flowed down his cheeks, lending him a commanding presence. Despite his age, he moved with the vitality of a much younger man. A finely crafted arrow was lodged in the doe's head, skillfully placed so as not to damage the hide. The nobleman, sleeves rolled up, wielded a sharp cleaver with practiced ease. He expertly sliced open the belly of the doe, removing the entrails and setting them aside, before delicately inserting the blade between the hide and the muscles. With a sound like fabric tearing, the bright red muscles, still quivering, were exposed to the air. This nobleman, despite his years, handled the task as if it were a work of art. His blade moved fluidly through sinew and bone, carving the venison into neat chunks. A wooden basin at his feet collected the blood, which rippled suddenly as the sound of hooves approached. A younger man, somewhat portly, dismounted from his horse and approached. He bore a resemblance to the elder nobleman, revealing him to be Kevan Lannister, the younger brother and right-hand man of Tywin Lannister, Warden of the West and Lord of Casterly Rock. Tywin, the elder, nodded toward an envelope held down by a smooth, rounded stone. Kevan picked it up, his expression shifting from surprise to seriousness as he read the contents. Finally, he looked back at his brother. "Is this true? He really hatched a dragon?" "It came from the Citadel, delivered by a white raven," Tywin replied, tossing the cleaver into a basin of clear water beside him. Noticing Kevin's unease, he added in a low voice, "Don't panic. It takes at least 10 years for a dragon to reach full size, and many dragons have died in Westeros before. Should we attack now?" Kevin asked. "Yes, and we must strike quickly," Tywin affirmed, wiping his hands clean. He had already calculated that within 4 to 5 months, they could muster an army of over 100,000 men, rallying his vassals. In that time, the dragons would still be small, perhaps the size of peacocks or ostriches. A single arrow could kill one, and 3 or 5 would be more than enough to ensure it. This might be the only opportunity for the Iron Throne to act decisively. If they failed, the kingdom's internal structure would collapse, and while other houses might manage to survive, the Lannisters and Baratheons would be caught in an inescapable crisis. For Tywin, even if it meant shedding the last drop of Lannister blood and spending the last gold coin in Casterly Rock's treasury, it was worth the risk. However, he soon discovered that his wealth had its limits when it came to buying iron, blood, or grain. The price of grain had soared, though still within Tywin's means. But when it came to recruiting sellswords and mercenaries, he encountered an unexpected hurdle. The mercenaries were demanding exorbitant fees, claiming they were risking their lives against a dragon lord and demanding 5 times their usual rate. The most chilling reason for their hesitation was a rumor they had heard. Viserys had declared that while he would accept the surrender of ordinary soldiers, he would execute any mercenaries. Mercenaries were no fools. This cold warning deterred many from taking Tywin's gold. Those who were willing to fight were either gamblers or desperate men with nothing to lose. The situation in the Westerlands was dire, but things were no better in King's Landing. Not only had the Iron Bank refused to extend further credit to the Iron Throne, but it had also demanded immediate repayment of its existing debts. This unexpected blow sent Littlefinger into a state of panic. Noho Dimitis, the manager at the Iron Bank responsible for the Iron Throne's accounts, had always handled Littlefinger's loans. Noho's beard was meticulously braided into a long, thin plait, resembling a quill stuck to his chin. It appeared stiff, as if supported from within, much like his unwavering stance. Lord Peter, the Iron Bank, would normally be happy to lend to the Iron Throne, but as you know, we cannot afford to take such risks at this time. Lord Noho, are you really concerned about the rebel? With all due respect, even if he does have dragons, they're nowhere near the size of the Black Dread. King Robert has countless soldiers, and his battleships can block the narrow sea. How could Viserys possibly be a match for him? Littlefinger didn't believe his own words. He was desperate. 2 million gold dragons were needed for military expenses, and without them, his ambitions would be in jeopardy. Even if he personally led his employees into battle, there was no way he could come up with that kind of money. Noho didn't bother to argue. The Iron Bank wasn't foolish. In the original storyline, when the bank sensed the Iron Throne's precarious position, they swiftly chose to settle their debts and cut ties with the Baratheons. This time, they were pressured by Viserys himself to make a similar decision. After Roth left, Viserys sent an emissary to Braavos with 2 tasks: to return the magical masks borrowed from the Faceless Men and to apply pressure on the Iron Bank. The Iron Bank had a long-standing principle. When 2 forces vie for control, they could both borrow from the bank. However, when one side emerged victorious, they would be required to repay the loser's debts as well as their own. If the victor refused, the bank would continue to fund the opposition until the new ruler was either financially crippled or overthrown. "No one defaults on the Iron Bank" was more than just a motto, it was a threat. Viserys made it clear to the Iron Bank that Robert's previous loans would not be honored under his rule, and if they dared to continue financing Robert, they would not only be denied recognition, but also be considered enemies of his regime. Faced with Viserys' growing military might and the increasing power of his 7 dragons, the Iron Bank decided to sever its ties with the Iron Throne. "I'm truly sorry, Lord Peter, but it's all about the keyholders," Noho said, referring to the Iron Bank's equivalent of a board of directors or shareholders meeting. No matter how powerful the Iron Bank was, it was, at its core, a financial institution. and it knew well enough when to back the king and when to cut ties with a losing hand. Cago led 4,000 men deep into the Dothraki holy city of Vis Dothrak and successfully eliminated the last remnants of the Dothraki forces. Now, the Golden Company governs Vis Dothrak, a crucial trading hub linking two continents, poised to generate massive tax revenues. Viserys, of course, would never relinquish control of such a valuable asset. Vis Dothrak is a breathtaking place, nestled between the mother of mountains and the womb of the world, with natural beauty that is both awe-inspiring and strategic. Controlling this city meant controlling a significant portion of the Dothraki Sea. Cunnington stood beneath the newly upgraded Triumphal Arch, ready to greet Cago and the returning officers. This triumphant return not only ensured that the Dothraki would remain a diminished force for the next 50 years, but also brought back a bounty of gold, silver, and supplies, enough loot to rival 10 years of Tyrash's tax revenue. The value of the sheep, horses, and furs they brought back was incalculable. As Cago looked around at the nobles and commoners who had gathered to greet him, he felt a swell of pride. Clad in armor that marked him as one of their own, not as a Dothraki warrior, but as a hero, he was celebrated by all. Behind him marched officers and soldiers of Dothraki origin, who now wore their new allegiance with pride. For them, there was no shame in being a Dothraki traitor. In fact, serving a dragon lord was the greatest honor they could imagine. Cago had also brought back a number of clever Dothraki boys, the youngest just 6 or 7 years old, the oldest around 10. These children shared a common trait. They were all of mixed blood. None of them were pure Dothraki. Their mothers hailed from the free cities, Lazarene, Slaver's Bay, or even Westeros. These children would be raised under Viserys' watchful eye before returning to the Great Grass Sea to become the new Khals, ruling the vast plains in his name. Cago himself would become a Khal, as Viserys had promised. Among these children was a boy named Losier, about 11 or 12 years old. At first, he resisted wearing the clothing that had once been scornfully called milkman clothes. But once he saw himself in the mirror, he quickly abandoned the rough Dothraki attire. He was even more thrilled when he saw the massive ship that had come to pick them up. Losier had never seen such a large, man-made object before. When he arrived in Tyrosh, the towering black city walls left an even deeper impression on him. The bustling city streets filled him with awe and a reluctance to ever return to the Great Grass Sea. He had heard that the Khal who ruled this city was young, younger and stronger than Drogo. Losier was determined to make a good impression on this new Khal. As Cago led the group of Dothraki children through the Triumphal Arch, the sound of hooves trampling scattered flower petals filled the air. The newly upgraded arch, carved from marble, was adorned with 7 dragons of different colors, each dragon displaying a unique posture, some gazing down with disdain, others proudly spreading their wings. Above the arch, a flag bearing the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen billowed in the wind, signaling the dawn of a new era. Cago found himself contemplating the future, imagining the day when he would have a family of his own. Though his 2 sons were still infants nursing at their mother's breast, the thought of designing a family emblem had begun to take root in his mind. After all, he was already 40 years old. While he remained in excellent health, Cago knew that in another decade, age would begin to catch up with him, and he needed to plan ahead. Despite his ambitions, Cago didn't envision himself ruling the entire Great Grass Sea, especially after seeing Drogo's head mounted in a glass case on the palace doorpost, a stark reminder of the fate that could befall even the mightiest of Khals. He absent-mindedly touched the curved sword at his waist, a weapon that had once belonged to Viserys but had been borrowed from him indefinitely. Dismounting from his horse, Cago approached Cunnington, knelt on one knee, and presented 3 trophies taken from defeated foes, symbols of his victory. Not long ago, these men had been sub-chiefs under the now-vanquished Khals. Now, they claimed the title of Khal themselves, a testament to Viserys' decisive victory and consolidation of power. Cago, congratulations on eliminating a formidable enemy, for his grace, Connington said, acknowledging the feat. "My loyalty belongs to his grace," Cago responded with unwavering devotion. After a brief exchange, Cago was invited to join Connington in a chariot. The young half-blood Dothraki boys he had brought with him also climbed into the chariot, heading toward the grand palace of Tyrosh. For these boys, the palace was a marvel, a world unlike anything they had ever known. The flat, paved roads, the towering buildings, the fountains, and the lush gardens all seemed like scenes from a fairy tale. They were awestruck and a little overwhelmed by the grandeur of it all. Suddenly, two young dragons, one black and one green, flew overhead. Although they were only the size of goats, the sight of these mythical creatures frightened the boys, causing some of them to cry out in fear. "Stop crying," Lozier, one of the older boys, whispered harshly to a younger child. He didn't want to draw attention or get involved with any trouble. The boys were soon led by Connington and Cago into the recently restored throne room. Cago knelt on one knee before Viserys and Dany, while the half-blood boys knelt on both knees, their heads bowed in respect. "Your Grace, the great grass sea is yours," Cago declared. "Well done, Cago." "Rise," Viserys replied, stepping down from the throne alongside Dany. He placed a double-horse gold crown and an imperial seal in Cago's hands. "From this day forward, you are the call of the Dothraki Sea in the east." Viserys had divided the vast Dothraki Sea into three distinct regions: the eastern Dothraki Sea, the central Dothraki Sea, and the western Dothraki Sea, with the latter being the closest to the free cities. The children before him would one day grow to rule the central and western regions, which, though smaller, held strategic importance due to their proximity to the free cities. Cago will always protect the Targaryens, Cago vowed, his voice firm with conviction. Lozier, observing everything with wide eyes, couldn't help but dream of the day when he would be named to call himself. His attention was momentarily distracted as he caught sight of Dany standing next to Viserys. She was the most beautiful and pure person he had ever seen, radiating a presence that made people want to be near her and show her respect. After rewarding Cago, Viserys turned his attention to the boys. "From now on, we will be your foster parents. I will teach you martial arts and knowledge, and when you grow up, you must govern your fiefdoms well and protect the common people." Lozier and the other boys immediately knelt, pledging their eternal loyalty to Viserys and Dany. They felt a mixture of awe and fear, but they were determined to prove themselves worthy. Viserys, suddenly responsible for so many young children, decided to ensure their health by taking them to a reputable healer. However, when one of the boys became overwhelmed with fear and began to whimper, Viserys tried to calm him by gently covering his mouth with his hand. The armies from the Stormlands, Crownlands, and Riverlands have already set out for King's Landing, but those from the Westerlands, the North, and Dorne are still on their way. It will take another month or so for them to fully assemble. Viserys had trained a messenger raven using blood magic, enabling him to stay informed about events in Westeros. "Their pace is indeed slow," he mused. "It has been 3 or 4 months since my major announcement, and yet the army has not fully gathered. One of the key reasons for this is the trick he played on Robert from afar. Food prices had spiked. Mercenaries were refusing to be recruited. The loyalty of the lords was wavering. Without moving a single soldier, Viserys had managed to sow the seeds of collapse in the 7 kingdoms. Have the chains I had forged been delivered?" "Yes, Prince. The 5 chains, each weighing 2,000 pounds, have been received by Ronan," replied the attendant. Ronan was the pirate Viserys had encountered by chance. After pledging his loyalty, Viserys took him in as a pawn, positioning him strategically in King's Landing. Armed with an almost endless supply of soap and cigarettes, Ronan quickly became a popular figure in the capital. He was also contracted to oversee the construction of the port at Blackwater Rush. Viserys had grand plans. He aimed to reenact the Battle of the Blackwater Rush. At the right moment, Ronan would build the Winch Tower at Blackwater Rush, just as Tyrion had once ordered Stannis' fleet to be trapped in the original conflict. This time, however, it would be Robert's fleet that met its demise before even leaving the harbor. I think the look on that fat stag's face when he sees his fleet engulfed in flames will be priceless, Viserys mused. But he wasn't about to leave the task entirely in the hands of a pirate. He had other allies on the ground, including the Red Viper, who would help keep an eye on things. We need more wildfire. Send additional alchemists to King's Landing, Viserys commanded. Understanding the challenges of transporting wildfire, he had already drafted half of the Lycene Alchemists Guild to secretly manufacture it within the capital. Once Robert's fleet was destroyed, Viserys was confident that they wouldn't be able to assemble another one quickly, leading to inevitable internal unrest. But Viserys' ambitions went beyond merely reconquering Westeros. He sought to centralize power, dismantling the alliance of Stag, Falcon, Wolf, and Fish piece by piece, stripping power away from the lords. After I've obliterated Robert's fleet, I'll capitalize on the Iron Throne's inability to strike back and pay a visit to Slaver's Bay, he thought. The warlocks who call themselves the Undoing Ones are the last threat. Once they're dealt with, I can turn my focus to the Night King. Westeros, King's Landing. Transporting thousands of pounds of chains into the Blackwater Rush is no easy task, especially with Ned Stark keeping a watchful eye. To safeguard the warships, he had stationed a considerable number of gold cloaks around the Blackwater. Anyone entering or leaving the southern gate of King's Landing, known as the Muddy Gate, had to pass through at least 3 checkpoints. For added security, King's Landing had even temporarily cut off trade with the Free Cities. After all, those cities were now loyal to Viserys, and continuing business with them would be seen as collaborating with the enemy. Additionally, warships now lined both sides of the Blackwater, turning the once spacious channel into a crowded passage. Merchant ships struggled to navigate through the cramped waters. "Ronan, you brat, what's this ship carrying?" A man from the north, whose very appearance would make Viserys hesitate, halted the vessel Ronan was managing. The man was Jory Castle, captain of Ned Stark's garrison at Winterfell. To the Stark children, Jory was like another uncle. He had journeyed south with Ned and should have perished in a skirmish with Jaime Lannister. But due to Viserys' machinations, that clash never took place. Not only had Jory survived, but Ned had also entrusted him with overseeing all the ships entering and leaving the harbor. "Lord Jory," Ronan greeted, recognizing the man immediately. His excellent memory allowed him to recall the faces and preferences of nearly every noble in King's Landing. Viserys, in particular, had been enough to put Ronan on edge. As soon as he reached Jory, he pulled out a whole box of cigarettes from his coat. "Something from the Free Cities, my lord," he said, lighting one for Jory. Seeing Jory's eyes linger on the box, Ronan didn't hesitate to hand it over entirely. "There's some soap in there as well. Are you running low on what I gave you last time? I'll send more." Jory was Ned's trusted man, upright and loyal. But the North was a place of scarcity, lacking in almost everything. Even Sansa's favorite lemon cakes were a rare treat. Since arriving in King's Landing, Jory had been amazed by the city's wealth and abundance. His men often visited brothels, though he himself remained restrained, perhaps due to the limited temptations. Under the influence of Ronan's charm and bribes, Jory soon realized that this smooth-talking fellow seemed trustworthy, generous, and simply fond of doing a little business. What harm was there in that? And Jory, a man of the North, wouldn't just admit to being out of soap, let alone stockpile it for the return journey. Seeing no reason to distrust Ronan, Jory relented and prepared to let the ship pass into the Blackwater. As he did, Ronan let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Jory. I'll get you some good stuff later. There seems to be a new batch of high-quality cigarettes that have become popular in the Free Cities. Thank you in advance." Jory patted Ronan on the shoulder and laughed, ready to wave him off. Just as Ronan was about to leave, Jory suddenly called out, "Wait. What is it, Lord Jory?" Ronan swallowed, a little nervously. "Why is your draft line so deep?" Jory asked, pointing at Ronan's ship. "How can not be deep? There are thousands of pounds of iron chains inside." Ronan thought. "I'm sorry, my lord. I have to go up and take a look," Jory declared. Lord Jory! Lord Jory! Ronan didn't dare to stop him and could only follow him step by step. Jory knew that these merchants would not be honest, but when he entered the cabin with a torch, what he saw was indeed sacks and sacks of grain. Lord Jory! Ronan hurriedly followed behind him. Lord Jory, I know that King Robert has ordered that no grain be hoarded, but there are so many people under my command who need to eat. I really can't do without stocking up some grain. Seeing that Jory was about to say something else, Ronan quickly took out 2 fingers' worth of golden bars from his bosom. Lord Jory, this is just a ship of grain. Please consider this my fine. Jory hesitated. This was a ship of grain, and by his estimation, it contained 2,000 to 3,000 caddies of it. It would last for only a month or so, and it didn't seem to have any impact on the grain prices in King's Landing. So, with the promise that this would not happen again, Jory decided to let the matter slide, and in doing so probably caused the destruction of Robert's fleet. King Robert had not visited a brothel in over 3 months, a personal record since he had seized the Iron Throne. His current swordsmanship could be described in 2 words, painful and weak. In those months, Robert had begun dieting and devoted time every day to practicing his skills as king. He had the best resources at his disposal, including the Kingsguard as his sparring partners. Shrewdly, Robert chose Jaime as his primary opponent. To Jaime, Robert's movements were slow and clumsy. His strength was still formidable, but his speed and consistency were severely lacking. All of this was due to his bloated body. With a loud clang, their swords clashed, reverberating through the training yard. Damn it, Robert cursed, his wrist trembling from the impact, a stark reminder of his long absence from battle. I'm sorry, Your Grace, Jaime began to apologize, but Robert cut him off. None of your business. Robert growled, knowing that in moments of weakness, he could not afford to appear vulnerable. He waved his hand, signaling for a break. The guards quickly brought over a special wide chair, so large it took 2 men to lift it. Robert collapsed into it, sweat pouring down his face like rain. A handmaiden rushed forward with a warm towel to wipe it away. Damn fools. Can't they get some ice water? Robert grumbled, his body radiating heat. He craved a glass of ice mead. No ice water. The stern voice belonged to Ned. Jaime bowed and stepped aside at the sight of him. Stand away. Robert barked, irritation flaring. The Kingsguard were supposed to be his most trusted men, yet here he was, dismissing Jaime as if he were an inconvenience. Yes, Your Grace, Jaime replied, retreating from the lists. Ned, sit down, Robert said, motioning to the chair beside him. Ned took a seat in a normal-sized chair and looked at his old friend. You can't drink ice water. You'll get sick. As a northerner, Ned knew well that after strenuous exercise, one had to allow their body temperature to drop gradually, especially in colder climates. During their recent meetings, Ned had noticed that Robert had indeed lost some weight, but years of indulgence had left their mark. 10 years of excess couldn't be undone in just a few months. At that moment, Robert stared at the cotton towel in his hands. Ned wondered if he was imagining it, but he saw something in his fearless friend's eyes, worry and fear. You know what, Ned? Robert said suddenly. I went to the base of the Red Keep the other day, and Balerian Skull is really damn big. Ned remained silent, watching as Robert continued talking, almost to himself. I remember seeing a dragon skeleton when I was young, but it didn't seem as massive as it does now. Ned glanced up at the crowned stag banner hanging from the battlements. With no wind to lift it, the banner drooped lifelessly. But I bet I could shoot down that boy's dragon with a single arrow now. A newly hatched dragon can't be bigger than a kitten, right? It's only been a few months, so... Robert's voice trailed off as his eyes caught sight of a black cat crouching on the wall. The cat was old, about 2 feet long, and Robert recognized it. Pointing at the creature, he said, I bet those dragon cubs of his are only as big as that black cat. Ned followed Robert's gaze and noticed the cat was missing an ear, which reminded him of some rumors. He quickly dismissed them as nonsense. After all, how could a cat live that long? Almost 200,000 troops. Robert's tone shifted his voice taking on a self-reassuring edge. "Ned, I've never led such a large army before, but I think we can at least capture the Stepstones without any trouble. It's ridiculous that the dragon-spawn brat dares to call himself emperor." Robert seemed to be trying to bolster his own confidence, emphasizing 200,000, as if the number alone could steady his nerves. Suddenly, he stood up and grabbed his pointed battle hammer from beside him, the very hammer with which he had killed Rhaegar. Although Robert hadn't wielded it in years, the servants had kept it polished to a shine. "Targaryens, I've killed plenty of them before, haha. I wonder how much the boy looks like Rhaegar. I heard he's even a champion." Robert laughed, but it was a hollow sound tinged with old memories. From the moment Ned arrived, Robert had been talking to himself, lost in his thoughts. Wasn't Rhaegar a champion too? These brothers are exactly the same. Robert swung his hammer, as if he were back on the battlefield at the Trident. "Your Grace, who should command the fleet this time?" Ned asked, trying to bring Robert back to the matter at hand. "You decide that," Robert replied dismissively. "Just don't let that old fool Tywin have it." Despite everything, Robert still didn't fully trust Tywin, even though he was one of the few men he should rely on. Ned knew that Robert was only fit to be a figurehead at this point. Asking him to do anything more was beyond his capacity. The best outcome for the War of the Stepstones would be to capture the islands and kill the last two Targaryens. That would secure Robert's rule once and for all. A less favorable outcome would be if they failed to eliminate Viserys and Daenerys, but managed to take Tyrosh, which would at least buy them some time to stabilize the situation internally. The worst outcome, however, would be a defeat. If that happened, the Seven Kingdoms would fracture beyond imagination. Dorne and Highgarden would be the first to break with the Iron Throne, followed by unrest within the other 5 kingdoms. Vassals would begin to defy the king's commands, and some might even openly side with Viserys. If it came to that, none of the Baratheons, Aarons, Tullis, Starks, or Lannisters would escape unscathed. The Tower of the Hand. Arriving here, Ned remembered that Viserys had once beheaded many people and built a tower with their heads. Pushing these grim thoughts aside, Ned left Robert and headed back to the Tower of the Hand. The tower had a large hall, used exclusively for meetings between the Hand and his advisors. In the center stood a long table that could seat more than 20 people. As Ned approached the Tower of the Hand, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lord Peter. Littlefinger had recently been scolded by Robert for the kingdom's mounting debts. But with few trustworthy allies at hand, Ned had little choice but to keep him in his service, despite his misgivings. Littlefinger was no longer the cunning manipulator he once was, yet he still held a position of influence. "Lord Hand, Lady Catelyn is here," Littlefinger said, his voice smooth, but his eyes wary. "You stupid eunuch, I want information about the Dragonspawn's bastard." Ned met with his wife. "So what? They've done far more outrageous things than that. Where do you think their 5 children came from?" Robert roared, his anger directed at Varys. Varys, unfazed by Robert's outburst, assured the king that he would intensify surveillance on Tyrosh. In reality, his network was already working tirelessly, gathering intelligence from every corner. When Varys had rushed to inform Robert about Ned's meeting with Catelyn, it was at the request of Viserys, relayed through young Connington. Although Robert still trusted Ned, Varys had no qualms about planting seeds of doubt. Meanwhile, in the room arranged by Littlefinger, Ned and Catelyn reunited. "How could you arrest Tyrion at a time like this?" Ned asked, his voice strained. Not long after Ned had arrived in King's Landing, Catelyn had sought out Littlefinger to confirm the ownership of a dagger. She returned to Winterfell just in time to encounter Tyrion and, as planned, arrested him to face trial. Soon after, she received Viserys' great announcement, followed by Ned's order to summon the bannermen to defend the realm. Now, the North's army was marching south under Robb's command, and Catelyn had reached King's Landing ahead of them. The news of Tyrion's capture hadn't yet reached the capital, and Jaime hadn't yet taken his revenge on Ned. But he couldn't act now. Attacking the hand of the king right now would be treason. Ned and Robert had recently clashed over whether to send an assassin to kill Daenerys, resulting in Ned resigning as Hand of the King. With a major war looming, Ned knew he needed to take the initiative and clear the air with Jaime. Otherwise, their tensions could jeopardize the coming conflict. The situation weighed heavily on Ned. Like Robert, he held a deep mistrust of the Lannisters. But what troubled him even more was the realization that his wife had been keeping another significant secret from him. "You said Viserys people came to you in private?" Ned's reaction left Catelyn momentarily speechless, her own confusion mirroring his. "Who else knows about this?" he pressed. "Little Peter," Catelyn admitted weakly. Despite the tension, Ned felt a small sense of relief. At least Littlefinger could still be trusted, for now. "What did Viserys man want with you?" Ned asked. "He claimed that Viserys has a way to heal Bran's wounds." "How is that possible? Maester Luwin has tried everything, and—" Ned trailed off, the weight of the situation hanging in the air. A gust of wind swept through the room, filling the silence. Viserys' envoy said that Viserys healed Prince Doran's pain. "Doran has already aligned himself with the Targaryens?" Ned asked, alarmed. But it seemed as if they were both missing the real point. "Fine, what else did he say?" Ned asked, though he had already begun to accept that Dorne might not stand with the Iron Throne. After all, Elia had died at the hands of the Mountain. The Martells would never forget that. If Lyanna had suffered the same fate, how could Ned ever forgive? But he couldn't condemn House Martell based solely on the word of an envoy. The envoy said that once Viserys retakes the Iron Throne, he won't harm a single Stark, as long as we return Winterfell. "This is impossible. My lady, you know that Robert and I—" "This is impossible," Ned said, shaking his head. He had known, even before she approached him, that he could never agree to such terms. "And, my lady, Bran is too gravely injured for anyone to—" Viserys' envoy is lying. "I think he can heal Bran," Catelyn insisted. "The envoy showed me a red potion. And look, my hand has been healed by it." Only then did Ned notice that the deep wound in Catelyn's palm, one that had cut down to the bone, had turned into a mere red mark. It looked as if not even a scar would remain. "This—" Ned ran his thumb over Catelyn's palm, astonished. The intimacy of the moment made Littlefinger, standing in the doorway, visibly uncomfortable. He had no idea what had happened to Catelyn's hand, and she had not shown him the potion. Catelyn had kept the potion a secret. Even after testing it on herself, she had saved the remaining potion for Robb. Though her wound no longer needed bandaging, she continued to wear a bandage, hiding the potion's effects. When it came to her children, Catelyn was shrewd. She knew the potion must be of great value, so she kept it hidden. As Ned marveled at the miracle before him, a deep conflict stirred within him. The solution to Bran's treatment was now within reach, but it may also be his own choices that lead his son to this fate of being bedridden for the rest of his life. Ned realized another troubling possibility. Viserys might be far more powerful than they had anticipated. This offer from Viserys was undoubtedly an olive branch, but what should he do with it? Could he simply throw it away? How could he betray Robert, his king, his brother-in-arms, and the man who had entrusted him with his honor? The thought made his cheeks burn with shame. Ned's mind was in turmoil, and Catelyn could see the hopelessness and pain in his eyes. She reached out, gently touching his face. Viserys' envoy also said that Sansa must be his consort, she whispered. Consort. The word sounded foreign to Ned, unfamiliar in this context. But he pushed aside the request for a moment. Did he say what he would do if we sided with Robert? Catelyn shook her head. The envoy only mentioned that Viserys would be happy to see the future ruler of the North remain a Stark. Ned's heart skipped a beat at the promise. If the Targaryens were not overthrown and Viserys took the throne, perhaps he could be a just ruler. Viserys also said that he doesn't want to see the Seven Kingdoms torn apart. He wouldn't lead his army against Robert unless it was absolutely necessary, Catelyn added. But Ned was skeptical. If there's no war, how does he plan to reclaim the Iron Throne? He wondered. Ned, we might be able to convince Robert to give the Iron Throne back to the Targaryens, Catelyn suggested, not realizing how absurd her words sounded. Even Littlefinger, eavesdropping outside, stifled a laugh. The idea was impossible. Even if Robert himself considered giving up the throne, the loyal advisors and warriors who had fought alongside him would never allow it. Handing over the throne to Viserys would be like placing a sword at their own throats. And besides, surrender was not in Robert's character. If he was going to die, it wouldn't be without a fight. Ardrian Celtigar was a vassal of Dragonstone, much like House Valerion, serving as a Targaryen vassal since the time of Valyria. The Celtigars had come to Westeros with the Targaryens before the doom of Valyria. After Robert Baratheon ascended the throne, he granted Dragonstone to Stannis, making the Celtigars advisors to the Second Stag. In the original timeline, Ardrian, also known as Old Ardrian, did not take kindly to serving Stannis. His disdain only grew after Stannis abandoned the faith of the Seven in favor of the Lord of Light. The feeling was mutual. Stannis found Ardrian to be a tedious vassal, likening him to an employee with no vision. When the boss proposes a grand project, Ardrian cares little for the bigger picture and focuses solely on whether it will bring enough investment to secure his own interests and power. As was Stannis prepared to challenge Renly for the Iron Throne, Ardrian incessantly questioned how many lords in the Stormland supported Stannis, how many soldiers they could muster, and how many men would follow. This constant nagging irritated Stannis to the point where he could barely stand to see him. Now, Ardrian sat before his fireplace, a deep frown etched on his face. He had little faith that Robert would emerge victorious. Yet, as Stannis' advisor, he was obligated to send ships and soldiers. To him, this was a complete waste of resources, and the thought left him bitter. The large living room was dimly lit, with only 4 candles casting flickering shadows. Grumbling to his son Arsen, he muttered, 7 gods, that's 7 dragons. Maybe the 7 sent those dragons to help Prince Viserys. Robert is determined to march to his death, but why must he drag us down with him? Arsen, who was no longer young, had long grown accustomed to his father's grumbling. But father, we've already sworn our loyalty to Stannis. If we waver now, we'll be in for it. What are you talking about? How dare you say that? Ardrian snapped, stung by his son's words. I'm just trying to save Claw Isle. Ardrian glared at his son, clearly displeased. What about the ships for Stannis? 13 ships in total, including our red crab. Ready, too. Ardrian cut him off, anger flaring. 13 ships? Isn't that all we have? He spread one hand, holding up 5 fingers before reconsidering. Add the red crab, and that makes 6 ships in total. Young Ar nodded, indicating that he would go back and make the arrangements. Just then, Ardrian's attendant rushed in to report. My lord, a man claiming to be Jorah Mormont wishes to see you. Mormont. Ardrian furrowed his brow, the name sounding familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Arsen, after a moment of thought, suddenly exclaimed in alarm, Father, it's Mormont from Bear Island. I've heard that he now serves Viserys. Jorah had come on Viserys' orders to take the lead. When he was on Bear Island, he had heard tales of the wealth of House Celtigar. It was said that Claw Isle, due to its strategic location, was brimming with Myrish rugs, Volantine glass, countless rubies, and all manner of gold and silver treasures. Struggling to support his extravagant wife, Jorah had often wished that Bear Island could trade places with Ardrian's Claw Isle. However, when Jorah arrived at Claw Isle with great expectations, he was disappointed to find that the castle was not as opulent as he had imagined. As he entered Ardrian's living room, he noticed the floor was indeed covered with Myrish carpets, but they were worn and frayed. The Volantine glass installed in the windows seemed dull and lacked the clarity he had seen in Lys. Jorah suddenly realized that he was no longer the naive rural lord from Bear Island. Viserys had gifted him the lavish Traegar mansion, and he had grown accustomed to such luxury. The thought of leaving it behind was now somewhat distasteful to him. Thanks to this grace, he mused, what Jorah had once done reluctantly for Viserys and Braavos, he now did willingly. Not only had he amassed a considerable fortune, but his wife, who had once run off with another man, had returned to him. Although Viserys had advised him to let go of Lyness, Jorah stubbornly refused. Ardrian, eager to make a favorable impression, didn't wait for Yura to even cross the threshold of his living room. He rushed out to greet him, as if afraid the man might flee before they could speak. Ser Mormont, Ser Celtigar. The two men exchanged bows, and then Ardrian, unable to contain his curiosity, asked eagerly, Ser Mormont, you are here on behalf of Prince Viserys, aren't you? Yura was a bit taken aback by Ardrian's enthusiasm and bluntness. He thought to himself, your current lord is Stannis, yet here you are, eager to curry favor with Viserys. Despite his thoughts, Yura needed to ensure that Ardrian's loyalty remained with the Targaryens. Claw could become a crucial springboard for Viserys, whether for the imminent fire in the Blackwater Rush or future endeavors to exert influence over Westeros. Without hesitation, Yura confirmed that he was indeed representing Viserys. Ardrian was overjoyed, and his son, Arson, standing nearby, was equally surprised. I have also received Prince Viserys' great announcement, Ardrian said, barely able to hide his excitement. When will the prince launch his attack on Westeros? After all, Robert's forces had already begun gathering troops and warships, preparing to strike at the Stepstones archipelago. Ardrian was anxious not to lose his investment. If Viserys could reclaim the Iron Throne soon, Claw could be preserved. Ser Celtigar, you should address him as his grace, Yura corrected sharply. Ardrian quickly apologized, and Yura, satisfied with the correction, didn't press the matter further. His grace will not be attacking Westeros just yet, Yura informed him. Then Ardrian began, his voice tinged with concern. His grace is already making arrangements to destroy Robert's fleet, Yura interrupted, and his grace himself is preparing to come. His grace is coming. Ardrian was startled. It's time to renew your allegiance, Ser Celtigar. Yura expected the old man to be elated at the chance to serve the Targaryens once more, but instead, Ardrian hesitated. But Ser Mormont, I'm too close to Dragonstone. I'm afraid. Ardrian trailed off. His grace is not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Yura retorted, growing impatient. He began to suspect that Ardrian could not be trusted and contemplated leaving at once to report this hesitation to Viserys. His body tensed as if ready to rise from his seat at any moment. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Arson quickly interjected, Ser Mormont, my father is only concerned for his grace's safety, not unwilling to serve him. As the saying goes, no one knows a man better than his own son, and the reverse is also true. Arson understood his father's nature. Ardrian wanted to have it both ways. He believed Viserys would eventually triumph, but defecting now felt premature and risky. They needed to keep Mormont on side. Otherwise, House Celtigar might remain stuck on Claw indefinitely. They still harbored ambitions of expanding their influence across the entire Crabclaw Peninsula. So Ser Celtigar is willing to pledge allegiance to the Targaryens, after all. A young, commanding voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. A silver-haired young man stood before them, sword in hand. Your Grace, Ardrian began, but before he could say more, he noticed Yura had already dropped to one knee. Since Viserys had already chosen Claw Isle as a strategic springboard, Ardrian's decision was rendered irrelevant. After Yura's arrival, Viserys swiftly took control of Claw Isle with just a few hundred men. His dragon's soul ability, having undergone 2 mutations after Skin Changer, faced some limitations due to distance. Commanding the dragons from too far away could result in a delay, which, though not significant, was still concerning. After all, these were dragons infused with his own blood. Losing even one, or seeing it injured, would be devastating. However, this wasn't the primary reason for Viserys' presence on Claw Isle. He had come to personally select the most strategic location for a future landing. After much deliberation, he determined that Cracklaw Point was the ideal choice. In the original timeline, Aegon led the Golden Company into the Stormlands and captured Storm's End. But that was in Westeros after the War of the Five Kings, when Storm's End was poorly defended and the surrounding lords were weakened. The current situation was different. Now, The Stormlands were brimming with soldiers and resources, making it a difficult and bloody place to land. Other options like Gulltown and the Vale were also unappealing. Although Gulltown had remained loyal to the crown during the War of the Usurper, the Vale's mountainous terrain made a sea-based assault nearly impossible, risking entrapment. As for King's Landing, Viserys knew Robert would heavily fortify it as soon as he learned of their approach. Ultimately, Viserys decided to land on the Crabclaw Peninsula and march directly toward Harrenhal. With his formidable army, he could block the Neck to the north, join forces with the Reach to attack King's Landing to the south, strike at the Riverlands to the west, and contain the Vale's forces at the Bloody Gate to the east. The key advantage was that the inhabitants of Cracklaw Point had long prided themselves on being loyal subjects of the Dragonlord. They had even sent troops to support Rhaegar in the final moments of the War of the Usurper, giving Viserys a strong local base of support. Before mobilizing his forces to reclaim the Iron Throne, Viserys knew it was essential to hold a secret meeting with the lords of Cracklaw Point. As he observed the stunned expressions on the faces of Ardrian and his son, Viserys leaned slightly to the side. The Yellow Dragon, the Red Dragon, and the Green Dragon, three majestic creatures, entered the hall one after the other. They sniffed the air and watched their surroundings warily. Given their rapid growth, Viserys estimated that in 2 years, they would barely fit within the room. At the sight of the calf-sized dragons, Arsene let out a terrified scream and fainted. Viserys hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Young Ar, unable to help his father, quickly fell to his knees. When Ardrian finally opened his eyes, he found Viserys seated in his place while he lay in his son's arms. "Your Grace." This time, Ardrian didn't hesitate for a moment. He scrambled to his knees at Viserys' feet, his voice hoarse with emotion, nearly cracking under the strain. Viserys stood and helped him to his feet. "Ser Celtigar, you may once again stand under the banner of the three-headed dragon," Viserys declared. When Ardrian rose to his feet, his expression was one of exaggerated sorrow. His brows furrowed deeply into a figure-8 shape, the corners of his mouth turned down, and his eyes squinted as if he were trying to iron out the wrinkles on his face. In reality, he was attempting to muster a few tears to demonstrate his loyalty. However, age had taken its toll. Not only had his prostate begun to fail him, but even his tear ducts seemed to have ceased functioning properly. The result was the odd expression he now wore. "It's all right, Ser Celtigar," Viserys reassured him gently. "You have been a faithful advisor to the Targaryens, and I understand your feelings." At this stage, Viserys knew better than to demand absolute loyalty from anyone. The notion of absolute loyalty was a rare commodity in Westeros. After helping Ardrian to his feet, Viserys took his seat at the head of the table. Ardrian sat in the secondary seat, while Arsene and Yura remained standing. Both father and son had met first Targaryen's son, Rhaegar, before, and they couldn't help but notice how much Viserys resembled him. After sizing up the young Targaryen prince, they stole furtive glances at the three dragons prowling the hall. The sound of claws scraping against the floor echoed through the dimly lit room. The dragon's claws, glinting faintly in the low light, appeared to be nearly half a foot long, almost as deadly as daggers. The largest of the three, the yellow dragon, was drawing closer and closer to Arsene, who grew increasingly anxious, his desire to scream barely contained. But with Viserys nearby, he could only grit his teeth and endure. The yellow dragon eventually stopped beside Viserys, nudging its head against his hand, seeking affection. Viserys, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, began to stroke the dragon's head, which was about the size of a rugby ball. The yellow dragon was the fastest growing of the three, and two small horns had already begun to sprout from its head, which felt warm to the touch. The young dragon seemed content, closing its eyes as Viserys petted it. At one point, it scratched its neck with a claw, causing a few golden scales to fall to the ground. The dragon was growing so rapidly that it was constantly shedding scales. Ardrian's eyes immediately flicked to the scales on the floor, and his foot instinctively moved slightly in their direction. Dragon scales. Those must be worth a fortune, he thought, his mind racing. At least 10, if not 30 gold dragons per scale. Maybe even hundreds. He almost couldn't resist the urge to pocket the scales. But his attention quickly shifted as Viserys revealed his plans. The old man's greed was soon overtaken by shock at what he heard, leaving him no longer concerned about the valuable scales on the floor. "Your Grace, isn't this a bit dangerous?" Ardrian asked hesitantly. "What's there to fear?" Viserys replied with a dismissive wave. "You're only transporting me to the Blackwater Rush. I'll be wearing a hat, and no one will recognize me anyway." Yura had long been aware of Viserys' plans and was unfazed by them. He knew that his king had a penchant for caution, but also harbored a taste for risk. Yura had accompanied Viserys on nearly all of his ventures, starting with the daring raid on the pirate stronghold at Orange Shore Bay. Ardrian and his son considered Viserys' words and realized there was little real danger. Since Viserys had decided not to bring the dragons, the risk of exposure was even lower. Cracklaw Point was riddled with valleys where the young dragons could be safely hidden until they were needed. The next morning, Viserys and Yura boarded Ardrian's ship, the Red Crab, and set sail for King's Landing. Meanwhile, in the capital, Robert had placed the Red Viper under close watch. Although the prince's movements weren't entirely restricted, he wasn't permitted to stray far from the city, especially not with his 2 bastard daughters. Yet, the Red Viper was unbothered by these limitations. His greatest desire at the moment was to finally witness a dragon in the flesh. After a glance at the gold cloaks still loitering outside his residence, he decided to catch some sleep. As Viserys' ship neared King's Landing, less than an hour away, he decided to enter the Red Viper's dreams for the first time. The dream unfolded in the Red Viper's chambers, with a prostitute sprawled across his bed. Viserys appeared before him and asked, "So, how have you been?" "Getting used to King's Landing. It's tolerable, though King's Landing stinks," the Red Viper replied with a smirk. "Get over it." "What else?" "I've noticed that my magical abilities haven't progressed," the Red Viper complained. "I want to learn water magic." He spat in frustration, adding that after more than 2 years, he could barely manage to light candles. Unlike Viserys, he couldn't conjure animals out of flames. "Don't worry," Viserys assured him. "I'll transfer you to another specialty when I have time." "Transfer me?" the Red Viper echoed, puzzled. Viserys didn't elaborate. Instead, he informed the Red Viper that he would soon be arriving in King's Landing and needed him to check on Ronan's progress. With that, Viserys exited the Red Viper's dream. The Red Viper awoke abruptly, his heart racing. "Viserys! Viserys!" he muttered, still disoriented. Did he really enter my dream? He believed it. Reflecting on the letter Viserys had sent him earlier, he realized that what had once seemed unbelievable now felt entirely possible. Suddenly, he recalled with a start that he had forgotten to ask Viserys if he had truly hatched a dragon. Perhaps, in the next dream, Viserys could show it to him. Due to their proximity, both the Royal Fleet and the Dragonstone Fleet were anchored near the Mud Gate, one in King's Landing and the other not far off on Dragonstone. The more distant fleet of the Arbor, belonging to House Redwine, was stationed closer to the mouth of the estuary. The Arbor fleet, after all, was connected to the family of the Old Rose. Inevitably, there would be collateral damage, but it was a necessary sacrifice. As for the fleet from Casterly Rock, it still hadn't arrived, as it had to sail nearly halfway around Westeros to reach King's Landing. Viserys decided to wait until their fleet was in position before initiating his plan. To ensure Robert's fleet would be completely engulfed in flames, Ronan had his men secretly place wildfire in every few warships. When the time came, the entire Blackwater Rush would ignite like a string of firecrackers. The iron chains blocking the river only needed to hold for half an hour to ensure that every warship got its share of destruction. Although some ordinary soldiers would still be on the warships at that time, they would inevitably suffer, but Viserys calculated that this would impact only about 1,000 men. This loss was minor compared to the original Battle of the Blackwater, where Stannis brought 20,000 to 30,000 men and managed to save only 2,000. Led by Ronan, Viserys and his men rode to the location of the Winch Tower. The banks of the Blackwater Rush were crowded with all manner of warships, their sails raised, creating two ribbons of color along the river. With masts standing in tight rows and hulls almost touching, Viserys could barely see the shore through this wall of ships. It was as if the water level of the Blackwater Rush had suddenly dropped, and the warships on both sides of the riverbank now resembled massive, oddly shaped dikes. The river was lined with what seemed like thousands of ships, their banners filling the sky, a visual testament to the presence of most of Westeros' largest fleets. This sight made Viserys feel a pang of regret. All these ships could have been his. "Your Grace, we've arrived," Ronan said, bringing Viserys' attention back to the present as they reached the northern end of the Blackwater Rush. When they arrived, Viserys spotted a low lighthouse in the distance. Ronan's men were stationed around it, greeting him as he approached. "You go about your business. I need to have a word with this lord," Ronan said, dismissing the others before turning to Viserys. "Your Grace, this may look like a lighthouse, but it's actually a disguise," Ronan explained, pulling aside some weeds to reveal an iron chain as thick as a man's arm, buried in the mud. While Tyrion had openly built his winch tower, Ronan had to construct his in secret, obtaining approval by claiming the lighthouse would help guide ships. Beneath the lighthouse, a massive winch lay hidden, its true purpose concealed. When Viserys was ready to set the fleet ablaze, all it would take was a pull of the chain to trap the warships in the Blackwater Rush, leaving them to burn and suffer devastating losses. Suddenly, without warning, Viserys unsheathed his sword. The sharp gleam of the blade made Ronan's knees buckle, and he fell to the ground, thinking Viserys was about to kill him to keep the secret. "Your Grace?" Ronan's mouth went dry, and his throat tightened so much that he could barely speak. "Ronan, kneel on one knee to receive your knighthood," Viserys reminded him. "On one knee? An award." Ronan's fear quickly turned to elation as he realized Viserys wasn't going to kill him. He lowered his head, taking in his surroundings, then straightened up, ready to receive the honor. Viserys placed his steel sword on Ronan's shoulder and proclaimed, "Ronan, from this day forward, you are Lord Ronan. As for your fiefdom, I will allocate it after the war is won." A lord. Ronan felt as if a wave of thick, sweet nectar had surged through his heart, leaving him in pure bliss. "My loyalty will always belong to your Grace." After Ronan stood, Viserys motioned to Yora, who handed him a seal with a gold top and an obsidian base, a symbol of his new status. Ronan was eager to inspect the seal more closely, but knew he needed to restrain himself. It all felt like a dream. He had started as a bastard in the slums, never daring to hope for more. Thanks to Viserys, he had risen from pirate to noble, a transformation he could have never imagined. And now, in his 20s, a promising future lay ahead of him. Viserys had chosen to bestow rewards before the battle because this was no ordinary conflict. If Robert retained his fleet, it could lead to a massive naval battle with countless casualties. Every life spared now meant one more soldier to fight against the coming darkness of the long night. At this point, Ronan spoke up with a suggestion. "Your Grace, the southern bank of the Blackwater Rush is home to the barracks of the Stormlands and the Reach, while the northern bank houses those of the Riverlands and the Westerlands. If you'd like to take a closer look, I have the connections to get us in." With his excellent social skills and Viserys' support, Ronan had quickly gained access to the Lord's barracks, even in relatively central areas. Although some vendors and prostitutes managed to get close to the barracks, they remained on the outskirts. Ronan, however, had the privilege of striking up conversations with some of the lords themselves. Viserys considered the offer and decided it was a good opportunity to gauge the attitudes of Westeros' rank-and-file soldiers toward the war. "Your Grace, which barracks should we visit first?" Ronan asked. "The Westerlands, of course," Viserys responded. He was eager to see the morale among the core strength that had rebelled against him. House Lannister was known for its love of scarlet, and their camps were a sea of crimson lion banners. Even the soldiers' armor was painted scarlet. Tywin Lannister had perfected the strategy of strong branches, weak trunk, with the Lannister army alone comprising two-thirds of the forces in the Westerlands. Casterly Rock was the dominant power in the region and rightfully held the title of Warden of the West. When the officer in charge of the guard saw that it was Ronan who had arrived, he hurried over with a smile. Barracks food wasn't known for its quality, but Ronan, being a local, often managed to procure some finer goods, including rare items like cigarettes. With a major battle looming, everyone was eager for a moment of relaxation. Lord Ronan. Lord Hill, Ronan greeted, recognizing the man guarding the barracks gate. The guard was a bastard from Silver Hill, and in the Westerlands, all bastards bore the surname Hill. Ronan almost finished shaking the officer's hand when he discreetly slipped a box of cigarettes into the man's palm. The exchange was so seamless that Viserys couldn't help but admire the effortless grace in Ronan's movements. Lord Ronan, any chance you could get us some spices? We've been eating nothing but fish lately, and I'm about ready to throw up, the guard complained. No problem. I'll take a walk inside and see what the men need, Ronan replied with a chuckle. Sure, but you can't stay long today. Lord Kevin is expected before afternoon. Viserys' ears perked up at the mention of Kevin Lannister, Tywin's younger brother and trusted right-hand man. The thought of assassinating Kevin crossed his mind, but he dismissed it just as quickly. As he had resolved earlier, Viserys sought not just the Iron Throne, but total dominance. To truly command the loyalty of the other lords, he needed to overwhelm them with undeniable power, not resort to underhanded tactics like assassination. Besides, he didn't want to set a precedent that might erode the moral standards of the Seven Kingdoms. A kingdom plagued by such treachery would be difficult to rule. Ronan led Viserys on a tour of the Westerlands camp, and Viserys found himself impressed. Tywin's camp was every bit as formidable as one would expect from the Warden of the West, whose authority had been forged in war. Thanks to Tywin's excellent logistics, the soldiers' morale remained stable, despite the uncertainty surrounding the conflict. Moreover, rumors circulated through the camp. Viserys dragons are still small, nothing more than oversized birds. Killing one won't be any harder than hunting a pheasant. We've got over 1,000 warships. There's no way we can lose. After observing the soldiers, Viserys was curious about the attitudes of the lords. Ronan continued to guide him, leading the group deeper into the camp until they arrived at the tent of one of the lords. The banner outside depicted 6 shells arranged in a circle on a sandy beach. Just then, a young woman approached Ronan. She seemed out of place among the rough soldiers. A camp prostitute, perhaps? Lord Ronan, she called out. Viserys was momentarily surprised. If there were a woman in the barracks, she was most likely a camp follower. But this girl looked different. She appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, carried herself with dignity despite her plain clothes, and didn't seem like that kind of woman. Lady Westerling. Ronan greeted her, his eyes lighting up with interest. The usually confident and smooth-talking Ronan suddenly seemed a bit nervous. Viserys immediately understood. Ronan clearly liked this girl. Wait, Westerling? Jane Westerling? Isn't she Robb Stark's wife? Viserys thought, glancing at the banner with the 6 shells. He realized this was the camp of House Westerling from the crag. Ronan, who had hoped to converse with Jane for a while, suddenly remembered Viserys' presence and became more formal, awkwardly reigning in his excitement. Lady Westerling, I've come to see what the soldiers might need so I can prepare some supplies, Ronan said, his voice a bit strained. Oh, have you found out? Jane asked with genuine interest. Well, mostly, Ronan stammered, clearly flustered. Lord Ronan, I'd like to buy some Moonshadow soap from you again, Jane said, pulling a few copper stars from the small bag she carried. Normally, such a paltry sum wouldn't even earn a glance, let alone buy soap, but it seemed Ronan had previously sold soap to Jane at this price. Now, with Viserys standing beside her, Ronan was acutely aware that if the prince discovered he was using company resources to flirt, he might lose the knighthood he'd just been awarded. Well, Lady Westerling, Moonshadow is, a bit out of stock at the moment. Ronan stammered, his voice low. Viserys couldn't help but chuckle. Out of stock? Hardly. So he spoke up, his voice carrying, My lady, Do you know what Moonlight Shadow actually costs? Nobles usually pay 2 or 3 gold dragons for a piece. 2 or 3 gold dragons. Jane gasped, incredulous. Viserys knew that the crag wasn't a wealthy place. The Lord of the Crag had even sold off parts of his fiefdom. Although Jane could probably afford 2 or 3 gold dragons, the realization that she had been spending so freely on soap made her feel a pang of guilt. Sir Ronan, is this true? Jane asked, her voice tinged with concern. Ronan, knowing he couldn't lie in front of Viserys, could only nod helplessly. It's over. Your Grace is going to strip me of my title, he thought miserably. I'm really sorry, Lord Ronan. I'll make up the difference, Jane said quickly, then turned to Viserys, sensing his authority. And you, my lord, please don't blame Lord Ronan. He is a good man. At this, Viserys stepped forward, taking charge of the situation. In truth, this isn't such a serious matter, he said, his tone reassuring. But I would like to ask Lady Jane a few questions, and I hope you'll answer honestly. Of course, Jane replied, leaning forward slightly, her sincerity evident. She didn't seem to notice, or perhaps didn't mind, that Viserys knew her name. The people behind us are considering whether to continue doing business with King's Landing, Viserys explained. As you know, the Iron Throne now faces the Targaryens, who command 7 dragons. I'd like to know, what do the lords of Westeros think of this war? Jane paused, considering the question. Although she was a woman, she was the daughter of a lord and had grown up surrounded by political discussions. She had heard much and understood more than most would expect. My lord, my father, and many others don't think highly of King Robert. They believe Robert's rebellion was a mistake. Jane hesitated, then added, and that it has caused more harm than good. In truth, House Westerling and the Lannisters have never been on good terms. For years, they have been overshadowed by Casterly Rock, with Tywin Lannister exerting his influence to suppress them, as well as other lords in the northwestern part of the Westerlands. This pattern of dominance isn't unique to the Westerlands. It's found across several other kingdoms as well. House Tully of Riverrun, for example, has long oppressed House Derry to the east. The Conningtons of the Stormlands, once powerful lords, have been reduced to landed knights, the lowest rung of the nobility. What if Robert defeats Viserys? Viserys asked, testing her resolve. Jane shook her head. Even if King Robert defeats Viserys, it will be meaningless unless he can kill him, his sister, and all the dragons. And if Robert fails to defeat Viserys, Dorne and the Reach will likely break away from the Iron Throne, and nobles in other kingdoms might also rise against their overlords. The Westerlings were astute when it came to politics. They had initially judged that Robb Stark would win the war and had thrown their lot in with him. But a series of unforeseen events had turned everything upside down. Not only did Stannis and Renly fail to take King's Landing despite their superior forces, but they also ended up fighting each other. Now, with Viserys commanding 7 dragons, the lords of Westeros no longer see Robert's victory as possible. Viserys can afford to lose battles, but Robert can only lose once. If the upcoming naval battle fails to secure the Stepstones and eliminate Viserys and his dragons, then Robert's cause will be doomed. After his conversation with Jane, Viserys left the barracks with a sense of satisfaction. If the daughter of a lord could grasp the situation so clearly, then the other nobles of Westeros were surely thinking the same. Once Robert's fleet is destroyed, the houses that had rebelled alongside him will find themselves on the brink of ruin. The fleet from Casterly Rock was one of the most formidable in Westeros. The Lannisters had fully mobilized their forces to strike at the Stepstones, with the Warden of the West, Lord Tywin Lannister, leading the charge. The fleet consisted of more than 200 warships, 70 of which were converted merchant vessels. The Westerlands had contributed the largest share of forces to this campaign, with over 40,000 troops on land and sea. Back in the Westerlands, more than 10,000 new recruits were still in training, ready to reinforce the war effort. The fleet had also transported vast amounts of supplies, everything from weapons and food to bows, arrows, and even war horses. At noon, The warships with their distinctive scarlet sails began to sail into the Blackwater Rush. On the advice of Maester Pycelle, Robert had arranged for tens of thousands of civilians and nobles to line the banks of the Blackwater Rush, welcoming the fleet's arrival. Among the noble contingent was Ardrian, who, while greeting Tywin, was also scanning the crowd for any sign of Viserys. "Ser Celtigar, what are you looking at?" asked the young man with silver hair. It was Lord Montford Valerion of Driftmark. Like House Celtigar, House Valerion had been loyal vassals of House Targaryen since the days of Valyria. However, the once great house had dwindled over the years, now consisting of only Montford and his young son, who was not yet 7 years old. Viserys had considered visiting Driftmark, given its proximity to Dragonstone, but circumstances had not allowed it. "Oh, it's nothing," Ardrian replied casually, though he couldn't shake the strong feeling that Viserys was nearby. Ardrian glanced up at the sky, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Little did he know that the giant who had recently appeared in his living room was indeed close by. Perched on a nearby tree branch, Viserys' seagull watched the proceedings with keen interest. This grand, welcoming ceremony had drawn together the top nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys couldn't help but wonder what their expressions would be if he suddenly leaped out and mocked them. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister stood at the bow of his ship, his face impassive as he surveyed the city he had once ruled and plundered. Near the King's Gate in King's Landing, the closest point to the sea, Robert Baratheon waited with his retinue for Tywin's arrival. Robert and Cersei sat in chairs, with their 3 children and Jaime standing behind them. In truth, Robert hadn't wanted to come, but both Maester Pycelle and Eddard Stark, still vigorous despite their age, had persuaded him otherwise. They insisted that Robert's presence was crucial to show his commitment to the war. And so, he came to greet Tywin at the King's Gate. Cersei and her 3 children were, of course, present, and nearly all the realm's nobles had gathered as well. The Starks, the Red Viper, and his fellow royal advisors, Edmure and Brynden Tully, Stannis, Renly, and others. Lord Tywin basked in the early glory of being hailed as the savior of King's Landing. The crowd had come to greet him not only because of his power and position, but because they all knew they were now in the same boat, facing the same looming threat. Cersei and Jaime were genuinely pleased to see their father. Standing together with their 3 children, they looked like a perfect family at first glance. Both had blonde hair and green eyes, and apart from the slightly chubby Tommen, who bore a slight resemblance to Robert, the other 2 children didn't share even a hint of his features. When they noticed that no one was watching, they exchanged a quick, secret glance. But their subtle action didn't escape Littlefinger's notice. Littlefinger had no intention of stirring trouble over their petty gestures for now. He figured his time with Robert was running out, and his priority was to quickly align himself with Viserys. The Baratheon ship could sink at any moment, and when it did, there wouldn't be time to flee. Meanwhile, Robert, growing impatient with Tywin's delay in disembarking, turned angrily to Ned and snapped, "You son of a bitch! If you hadn't talked me into it, I wouldn't have bothered to look at that old man." He nearly blurted this out in front of Cersei and the children standing nearby. Both Cersei and Jaime were displeased by Robert's lack of discretion. Cersei's expression turned icy in an instant. "If you had killed Viserys, my father wouldn't have had to leave Casterly Rock," Cersei retorted with a sneer. "What did you say?" Robert barked, whipping his head around so fast his eyes seemed ready to pop out and devour her. Ned quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "Your Grace, now more than ever, you need Lord Tywin's support," he murmured, speaking softly enough to ensure no one else overheard. Ned wasn't one to lose his temper easily, and though he disliked Tywin, it was only because Tywin's cunning and treachery clashed with the straightforward values cherished by the people of the North. Behind his back, Prince Oberyn's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He longed to burn Tywin and the mountain alive, just as Viserys. But he had never mastered fire magic, despite Viserys insisting he possessed the potential. His talent in fire magic was severely lacking. Instead, he pinned his hopes on mastering water magic. I'm a descendant of Nymeria. I will definitely learn water magic, the Red Viper said to himself, trying to cheer himself up. On the other side of the river, Grand Maester Pycelle was an entirely different story. He was a huge admirer of Tywin Lannister. To him, Tywin was a king who had never worn the crown. When Aerys, Viserys' father, hesitated to allow Tywin's army into King's Landing, it was Pycelle who persuaded the king to let Tywin in. Later, Tywin led his forces in sacking King's Landing and ordered the Mountain to kill Elia and her children. Yet, Pycelle seemed to feel no remorse for these actions. When Tywin disembarked from the ship, the way Pycelle looked at him could have melted steel. A group of guards carried the Crimson Lannister banner, while Tywin himself rode a tall horse. As the horse walked, it pulled at its reins, and dung splattered on the ground. The guards walking behind it did not avoid it, bearing their disgust as they stepped in the mess. When Tywin was still 10 paces from Robert Baratheon, one of the guards fell to his knees. Tywin used the soldier's back as a step to dismount from his horse, then walked slowly toward Robert. "Your Grace, the army of the Westerlands will obey your call," Tywin said, bowing slightly as he paid his respects. Robert clenched his jaw, struggling not to show his disgust. "There will be a banquet in your honor this evening." "Banquet? That's good. Then I'll set fire to the ships after you've eaten and drunk your fill," Viserys thought, watching everything unfold clearly from his perch in the tree. Ronan really is something. He managed to get Viserys into Robert's grand banquet, disguised as a musician. Viserys had already decided that Ronan would become his chief of special agents in the future, handling work akin to that of the FBI and KGB. Robert's banquet was an unprecedented affair. The top aristocrats from all 7 kingdoms were in attendance, while those of lesser rank like knights and barons didn't even have the privilege to step through the door. The gathering was so illustrious that, as the saying goes, you could kill 3 lords with 1 brick. Originally, the banquet was to be held in the Queen's ballroom. However, the room couldn't hold the entire Tower of the Hand and could only accommodate 100 guests. With nobles, their families, and servants numbering at least 300, they decided to hold the feast in the Godswood instead. The setting was high up, with fresh air and an abundance of poplars and elms, offering a view of the Blackwater Rush. At the head of the table sat Robert and Cersei. On either side were Ned's family and Tywin, followed by Edmure Tully, the Red Viper, the Imp, Mace Tyrell, and others. This seating arrangement deeply displeased Stannis. As Robert's brother, he felt he should be sitting closer to him. While it was one thing for Renly to be seated elsewhere, Stannis was particularly irritated that Renly was seated with Joffrey and his entourage. Stannis took a sip of his wine, as though he had swallowed his pride along with it. Behind him, the Onion Knight, Davos, looked as though he wanted to speak but held back. Meanwhile, the ladies and lords, despite being significant figures in their own lands, were treated like lackeys here, too intimidated to even speak loudly. As an advisor of Dragonstone, Ardrian sat in an inconspicuous corner, a nagging feeling that Viserys was nearby, still gnawing at him. How is that even possible? He wouldn't dare come to a place like this, no matter how bold he is, Ardrian thought, chastising himself for being paranoid. Viserys, meanwhile, was playing the harp among the group of musicians. They were performing Robert's favorite tunes, The Bear and the Maiden Fair, and 54 Tons. The other nobles were abuzz with talk about Viserys. "Mother, I heard from the sailors in the harbor that Viserys is not only the champion of the tournament, but also a sorcerer. They say he's slain pirates all over the world. Is that true?" Arya asked, her interest piqued by the tales of Viserys' exploits. "Arya," Sansa whispered, reminding her sister that, despite the rampant gossip about Viserys, it was clearly inappropriate to discuss such matters, especially with her would-be father-in-law, would-be mother-in-law, and Prince Joffrey all nearby. At that moment, Joffrey was talking to Renly about what to do with Viserys when the time came. "Impale his head on." Joffrey's voice was not loud, and the surrounding noise made it difficult for Sansa to hear clearly. Arya, not wanting to be left out, chimed in, "What's wrong? Isn't he also a prince?" "Arya," Sansa clenched her handkerchief and angrily shouted at her sister. She truly despised having such a sister. Why were no women allowed on the wall? Why didn't her bastard brother take her with him? Fortunately, Catelyn spoke up in time to prevent further escalation, and Sansa did not continue. This scene made Viserys, who was sitting in the corner, laugh to himself. It seems that Sansa still needs some training. On the other side of the hall, a group of men were discussing how to attack Tyrosh. After all, they were facing a battle that would determine not only their own fates, but the fate of their entire house. In a situation like this, few could relax and simply eat or drink. Prince Oberyn, you once entered Tyrosh and even stayed for a while. Do you have any good advice? Ned asked. Earlier, to make a show of strength, Viserys had already driven the army of Sunspear out. Prince Oberyn, also known as the Red Viper, looked around at the crowd and saw the gazes of Robert, Stannis, Renly, Tywin, Edmure, Brynden, and others all focused on him. After a moment's thought, he replied, the main reason we were able to break into Tyrosh at that time was because of a slave uprising. A slave uprising? That means there was an insider. Brynden asked. Now, with no adult males left in House Arryn, Robert Arryn still nursed at Lysa's breast, even though he was already 8 or 9 years old. Lysa couldn't bear to let her son come to King's Landing, so she sent Catelyn's uncle along with the army and advisors from Vale. Robert didn't expect a child still nursing at his mother's breast to fight for him, so he acquiesced. Sort of. I only found out later that it was Viserys who instigated the slave revolt in the first place. Oomph. The Targaryens are good for nothing without their dragons, and they're too cowardly to fight, Robert sneered, unintentionally offending Tywin. After all, it was Tywin who tricked his way into the gates of King's Landing and overthrew the Targaryens. So, can we also send some people to try to sneak into Tyrosh? Edmure suggested. The Red Viper responded without hesitation, I don't know. I've been in King's Landing for the past 2 years, and the army stationed in Tyrosh has already been driven out. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense and somber, Renly, dressed in brocade, stepped forward and said, My lords, look out over the sea. We have more than 1,000 warships. There are few in the entire world who could command such a fleet. 1,000 warships are more than enough to attack the Stepstones and even blockade the narrow sea. His words seemed to lift the spirits of those gathered. 1,000 warships, an incredible number that many would never even dare to dream of. How many people does Tyrosh have? They wondered. Over 300,000? How many soldiers? Over 100,000. When compared like this, Viserys' dragons didn't seem so terrifying. After all, they were still young, barely bigger than puppies. At this point, Grand Maester Pycelle spoke up. Your Grace, perhaps you could pardon those Westerosi who were forced into exile in the free cities. It is said that many of them have joined the mercenaries, and Viserys' army has many mercenaries as well. I hear that many of them long to return to Westeros. It had to be said, the Grand Maester's suggestion was quite strategic. This could cut off a significant part of Viserys' support. However, Viserys was not concerned. Though these mercenaries longed to return to their homeland, they weren't foolish. Under Viserys, they had become contract soldiers, well aware of where their future looked brighter. If they returned to Westeros, just the lack of basic luxuries, like cigarettes, would leave many restless. Not to mention, Robert could never offer the same treatment as Viserys. Thanks to Viserys' deliberate propaganda, many already knew that Robert was a king with no money, and even the Iron Bank was unwilling to lend him funds. But Robert, now backed into a corner, had no choice but to let Varys handle the matter. Word spread through the free cities that Robert had decided to pardon all exiled Westerosi. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten whose territory the free cities were in. Viserys looked up and realized it was getting dark. The time had come to say goodbye to Robert and his fleet. It's hard for soldiers to stay motivated on an empty stomach. So, while Robert hosted his own banquet, he made sure to improve the soldiers' situation a bit. Although the supply of alcohol and meat was limited for these soldiers, most of whom came from poor families, it felt like a feast. The officers, however, still received a sufficient supply of both meat and alcohol. Among them were the Clegane brothers, and Sandor, known as the Hound, was eating with a group of gold cloak officers. Due to a childhood accident, half of Sandor's face was horribly burned, leaving the scalp on one side unable to grow hair. He let the hair on the other side grow long, using it to cover his scars. Sandor spat out a bone he hadn't fully chewed, his mind drifting to thoughts that unsettled him. Despite his fearsome reputation, he was deeply afraid of facing Viserys and his dragons. The childhood incident had left him terrified of fire, and he had heard the terrifying stories of dragons spewing flames. In the original timeline, the thought of those flames brought back his deepest memories, while the wildfire consumed the Blackwater Rush, causing him to flee in terror. Sandor knew the tales of Aegon the Conqueror and the devastation wrought by his dragon, Balerion. The combined forces of the Kingdom of the Rock and the Kingdom of the Gardener had been reduced to ashes in that war, with 4,000 men perishing under dragon fire. Tens of thousands of troops couldn't withstand the attack of a single dragon, and Viserys had 7. Sandor couldn't fathom how Robert could possibly win. "What do you think a dragon looks like?" A bearded man in a golden robe asked. "It can fly, so it must have wings," another replied. "Does it have feathers?" "I don't know. I heard a singer say that the dragon has claws like steel, wings that block out the sun, fire that scorches the earth, and its body is covered in scales as tough as iron, making it invincible. Our armor definitely wouldn't stop it." The Gold Cloak's armor was worn and in poor condition. Robert didn't care much for them, and their commander, Stannis, was too tight-fisted to replace it. A young Gold Cloak spoke up. "But I heard that Aegon the Conqueror's dragon was killed by the Dornish. I think its name was Merax's. So that means King Robert has a chance to kill Viserys' dragons too?" "Maybe," another soldier muttered uncertainly. Sandor listened to their conversation. If dragons could be killed, perhaps there's less to fear, or at least less than he'd imagined. Suddenly, a gold-cloaked soldier burst into the room, shouting, "Oh no, a ship is on fire. Go put it out." Everyone dropped their food and rushed outside. Stannis had sternly warned them that if anything happened to his Grace's battleships, they would pay with their lives. Sandor's hands trembled when he heard the news. He was terrified of fire. Fortunately, he wasn't part of the Gold Cloak's chain of command, so he didn't have to go near the flames. But where there was fire, there was chaos, and he knew he had to be there to prevent any malicious incidents. When the Gold Cloaks arrived at the port, they found the situation had spiraled out of control. A high wall of emerald green flames, starting with the warship closest to the Mudgate, loomed before them. "Help me! Help me!" Soldiers engulfed in green flames screamed as they leaped into the frigid waters of the Blackwater Rush. The warship they abandoned creaked and groaned as it was consumed by wildfire. Boom! A sudden explosion of flames drew everyone's attention. Pillars of fire erupted into the sky not far away, igniting new patches of green flames wherever they fell. As the flames illuminated the night, the gold-cloaked men finally saw the source of the devastation. "Dragon! Dragon! It's a dragon!" The man who had earlier described the dragon's appearance to the group now realized his worst fears had come true. The creature before them matched every terrifying tale the minstrels had sung. Viserys rode the largest of his dragons, a massive yellow beast, as it flew over their heads. Instead of targeting the soldiers with dragon fire, he directed the dragon to set ablaze the banners representing the various noble houses that adorned the battlefield. The situation was far more dire than the original battle of the Blackwater Rush. During that battle, Tyrion had loaded a few ships with wildfire and sent them into Stannis' fleet, igniting the firestorm from a single point. But now, under Ronan's command, wildfire had been secretly placed on nearly every other ship in the fleet. The result was a continuous chain of destruction, a line of wildfire stretching across the entire fleet. With the added power of dragon fire, the ships burned faster than Viserys had anticipated. Panic spread among the soldiers still on board, especially those near the mouth of the sea. Desperately, They tried to steer their ships to safety, but the iron chains blocked their escape. Trapped between the chains in front and the burning ships pressing in from behind, there was no way out. With no other options, the soldiers abandoned ship and fled for their lives. Viserys commanded the Yellow Dragon to spew its flames from the mud gate toward the estuary, while the Green Dragon and Red Dragon torched the fleet from the estuary back to the mud gate. In less than 10 minutes, the entire fleet was ablaze. The sight of thousands of warships burning was so overwhelming that even the nobles at Robert's feast sensed something was wrong before the guards could report it. From where they stood, they could look down upon the mouth of the Blackwater Rush and see the inferno consuming everything in its path. "Your Grace." "No, our ships," someone shouted, and in an instant, the feast descended into chaos. "Out of my way," Robert bellowed as he roughly shoved the person in front of him aside, charging up to the city wall. This fleet was his only hope of victory. The others scrambled to follow, but when they reached the top and looked down at the river below, now a raging inferno, they were struck silent, as if a vice had clamped around their throats. "No, my ship," Ardrian cried out as he reached the top of the wall, frantically scanning for his vessel. It was already swallowed by the greenish flames. He had entrusted only 6 ships to Stannis, but Lord Redwine of Arbor and Tywin had lost 300 ships between them. Stannis had lost 100 more. From their high vantage point, they could see that the Blackwater Rush had transformed into a river of green fire. The sky above the river was so saturated with the eerie green glow of wildfire that it reflected ominously in the water below. The ropes that had once held the ships in place snapped as the wildfire consumed them, and the burning warships began to drift down the river toward the sea. But the iron chains stretched across the mouth of the river stopped them, causing the wreckage to pile up at the estuary. Even from their distant position atop the city walls, they could feel the heat of the flames searing toward them. The sheer number of burning ships and debris was so overwhelming that the chains finally gave way under the pressure. They snapped and broke, releasing the flaming wreckage into the open sea. "It's a dragon! A dragon!" Someone cried out again, their voice filled with terror as the reality of their situation sank in. "Dragons! It's dragons!" Arya cried out, her voice cutting through the chaos. Indeed, many had seen the dragons. The 3 majestic creatures circled in the sky, their scales reflecting the eerie green glow of the wildfire below, making them appear as if they were part of the flames themselves. "If there's 7 of them, it's all over," Arya thought as she watched the dragons. Their wingspans were longer than their bodies, and they swooped down to finish off any ship that wasn't already engulfed in flames. "It's over," Grand Maester Pycelle muttered, his usual composure shattered. Even if they had all the resources at their disposal, it would take at least 6 or 7 years to rebuild the fleet. By then, Viserys would be unimaginably powerful. Although his words were audible to those nearby, they fell on deaf ears as everyone was transfixed by the sight before them. Even Tywin, whom Pycelle always considered to have the bearing of a king, felt a wave of dizziness as he watched his once mighty fleet burn to ashes. The Blackwater Rush seemed to twist and churn before his eyes, as if the wall of green fire were rushing toward him. The wildfire's sickly hue reflected off the faces of the nobles, casting them all in a ghastly light. "Mother, it's a dragon!" Arya continued to shout, pointing excitedly at the 3 dragons, but Catelyn quickly clamped a hand over her daughter's mouth, silencing her. The Red Viper, watching the scene unfold, felt a surge of exhilaration. The sight of Tywin's grim expression was particularly satisfying. "If these are Viserys dragons, he must be able to ride them. I wonder if he would take me with him." He recalled Viserys' earlier offer to share a dragon egg, but now, standing before the dragons themselves, there was no comparison. The Red Viper knew better than to ask Viserys for a dragon. Silently, he slipped behind the crowd, his eyes scanning the area to ensure no one noticed him. At that moment, Robert, Tywin, Redwine, Stannis, and the others stood rooted to the spot, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to comprehend the reality before them. The guards and servants, sensing the paralyzing shock of their lords, dared not move either. A strange, almost eerie stillness settled over the banquet hall. The nobles resembled statues, frozen in disbelief. Taking advantage of the moment, the Red Viper quietly moved closer to Viserys. "What do you think?" Surprised, Viserys asked with a slight smirk, his eyes on the stunned crowd as he poured himself a glass of arbor wine, savoring it with relish. "You really hatched dragons?" the Red Viper asked, still a little incredulous. "Didn't I already tell you in my dream? And there they are, flying around," Viserys replied. "Aren't there 7? The other 4 are in Tyrosh. There was no need to bring them all." Viserys enjoyed the panicked expressions of the nobles as he chatted with the Red Viper. Just then, an old knight with white hair and a beard suddenly walked in. It was Barristan. He had come to tell Robert about the fire on the fleet, but he didn't realize they had witnessed the destruction of the warships from start to finish. Viserys, looking at the situation through the dragon's eyes, saw that the thousands of warships had almost burned out, so he arranged for the dragons to retreat into the darkness. Unfortunately, just one dragon was not strong enough to protect itself, but the 3 dragons together could barely do it. As the dragons disappeared, Robert, Tywin, and the others finally reacted. Tywin, in particular, seemed to have aged a lot in the short span of 10 minutes. When he turned around, he almost fell. Lancel, Robert's cupbearer, hurried over to help him, but Tywin pushed him away. The nobles, who had been full of confidence, suddenly became lifeless. "Mother, Viserys' dragon will burn us all to death, won't it?" Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella were terrified by the fierce flames they had never seen before. The little fat boy and Tommen and Myrcella clung to Cersei's arms like frightened kittens. But Cersei, though just as scared, was a mother now, and no matter how terrified she was, she could only put on a brave face. Jaime, standing behind her, wanted to say something comforting, but he kept his mouth shut. "No, don't be afraid. Our army is still here." Cersei pointed to the camps spread across both banks of the Blackwater River, stretching for tens of miles. There wasn't a single fire. This relieved some, but they soon realized there was a problem. Why didn't Viserys burn their camps? Some of the clever ones had already figured it out. Viserys wasn't planning to do anything to them. It's almost like saying, as long as you don't continue to stand with Robert, then you don't need to worry about dragon fire falling on your head. This idea spread like a virus through many minds. No one dared to speak up on this occasion. However, "Don't think like that," said Brendan, Edmure's uncle, who knew what he was thinking. The Tullys, as the in-laws of House Stark and House Arryn, were naturally not spared. They had been the backbone of the rebellion that had supported Robert. Although Viserys had only demanded the heads of Tywin and Robert by name, they did not believe they would receive the same treatment as other ordinary nobles. What's more, it was House Targaryen who had originally gained fame in the Riverlands, and the Tullys had only been able to dominate the Riverlands because of the support of the conqueror Aegon. To put bluntly, they were also traitors. Why wouldn't Viserys use House Tully as an example? Especially since they had previously been suppressing House Targaryen in Derry City. Who was Willem Targaryen? He was the one who protected Viserys and Dany for 5 years. He must restore the reputation of House Targaryen. It is only appropriate that House Tully should suffer. Just as everyone was worrying, an insolent voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. "Hey, Robert! Who is so bold?" This was everyone's first reaction when they heard the voice. They all turned their heads to see who had the audacity. When Sansa heard this voice, she trembled even more, feeling as if her heart were being squeezed. "Robert is the king. Who dares to be so bold?" The others also turned their heads, searching among the servants for the source of that voice. The Red Viper had jumped back as soon as Viserys had uttered his first sound. Robert had also heard the voice, and his expression was terrifying. His eyes bulged and bloodshot, his nostrils flared, his hair disheveled, as if he were about to become a raging beast. "My lords, I am your emperor, Viserys. You do not need to go to Tyrosh to see me. I am here." Viserys had just destroyed someone's fleet, and now he was ruining their party. The scene was nothing short of facepalm-inducing. With a dramatic flourish, Viserys threw off his hat, revealing short silver hair, and strutted confidently into the hall. Despite the faint sound of explosions in the distance, the banquet was eerily silent. The lords of Westeros had spent the entire day shouting about Viserys, but when he finally appeared, they couldn't believe their eyes. After all, who would have thought that he would actually dare to show up? It was the living embodiment of the old tale, Yith-Gom, the one who claimed to love dragons, but was terrified when he saw one. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jaime, the strongest of the Kingsguard, was the first to react. "Assassin! Arrest him!" he shouted. But before he could finish, Viserys flicked his wrist, and a bright silver flash shot out, knocking off the stag's headpiece that Robert was wearing. The golden crown clattered to the ground with a loud clang, and Robert reflexively winced. "Protect your grace." This time, it was Robert's Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Barristan, who gave the order. He and a few Kingsguard quickly moved to shield Robert. "Robert," Viserys began, his voice slow and deliberate, each word striking like a hammer blow. "This time next year, at Ruby Ford, I will kill you myself, you usurper." Viserys could have killed Robert right then and there, or even used fire magic to incinerate most of the guests. But that would not be conducive to his future rule. Such an act would earn him a reputation as a tyrant. Instead, he knew that a strong yet restrained monarch would command lasting obedience. By this point, some of the lesser nobles had silently distanced themselves from Robert, leaving only the Kingsguard, Ned Stark, Tully, and the Lannisters closely surrounding him. They looked at Viserys not only with vigilance, but also with awe. "You dragon's pawn brat. Then I'll kill you at Ruby Ford too. And make sure to have more gems set in your armor." Robert retorted, his voice so loud that Ned, standing beside him, felt his eardrums buzz. Viserys ignored him. It was time to use his manipulation skills. He turned his attention to Barristan, who stood in the front row. "Barristan," Viserys began, "did you know that I defeated the Dothraki called Drogo not long ago?" The call of the Dothraki all have their own blood riders, who were sworn to avenge their call's death and then kill themselves. Barristan's eyes widened as he realized where Viserys was going with this, but he couldn't stop him. Viserys continued, his voice calm and measured, leaving Barristan no chance to defend himself. "Those blood riders were all good men, loyal to the end. I even considered recruiting them. But guess what? I healed their wounds, fed them well, and in return, those bastards spat in my face." Viserys paused, letting his words sink in. "Ser Selmy, these are barbarians who know nothing of the spirit of a knight. But there were a few among them who showed some decency. One of them, a blood rider named Roka, before begging for death, took the clothes I gave him, cut them with his curved blade, and then killed himself." Viserys' voice grew softer, more insidious, as he subtly alluded to Barristan's past. Barristan had chosen to pledge his loyalty to Robert because Robert had saved his life and pardoned him. This had been Barristan's psychological anchor, the support he had always used to justify his actions. But now, Viserys was mercilessly shattering that anchor, leaving Barristan feeling as if a pair of giant hands were twisting his stomach. His proud chest seemed to collapse inward, and the vitality in his eyes faded. The armor he wore felt like an empty shell, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Viserys' words also stirred the thoughts of the others in the room. The Dothraki, whom they had always dismissed as savages, suddenly seemed far more real and far more terrifying. Viserys, still unsatisfied, pressed on, his voice dripping with disdain. "It's bad enough that you failed to avenge my father, but you've stooped so low as to become the bodyguard of his enemy. I truly question the need for the White Cloaks if this is what they've become. The King's Guard is now filled with a Kingslayer and a traitor, and in terms of honor, you're not even as good as the savages." Barristan felt a wave of shame surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, the buzzing in his ears drowning out all other sounds. The very people who once looked up to him as a paragon of virtue now saw him utterly discredited. And what stung the most was that Viserys hadn't spoken a single falsehood. Barristan gasped for breath, realizing he had no words left to defend himself. As for Jaime, the Kingslayer, Viserys didn't even bother wasting his breath on him. Turning to Robert, Viserys sneered, "Robert, how can you sleep at night, protected by such men? But then again, you didn't even notice when your wife was stolen, did you?" Viserys cast a mocking glance at Cersei, his smile twisted with malice. She visibly flinched, as though she'd been marked by a predator, while Robert beside her radiated a dangerous aura, his anger barely contained. Having mocked Robert and the Kingsguard, Viserys turned his scornful gaze to the other nobles. "Tullis, do you even remember who you're supposed to be guarding the Riverlands for? Do you recall who elevated you to the greatest lords of the Riverlands? Is this how you repay the trust of the Dragonlords?" Edmure Tully, always slow with words, found himself completely tongue-tied, overwhelmed by the conflict between his loyalties. "Oh, I remember," Viserys continued, his tone laced with irony. "The conqueror Aegon knew you well back then. You were the Storm King's lackeys during the Durrandon dynasty. Then you betrayed Harren when Aegon arrived, and you betrayed the Targaryens when Robert rebelled. Ha ha, family, honor, duty. Indeed, you like to emphasize whatever you lack. Why don't you just change your house words to kneel easily or kneel? Kneel, kneel." Even Brynden Tully, who had long since distanced himself from his family, found Viserys' personal attacks unbearable. Yet he struggled to find an angle from which to refute the harsh truths laid bare. "I can't let him say any more." Ned realized that if Viserys continued his tirade, the already fragile alliance would shatter completely. Just as he was about to intervene, Viserys turned his gaze to him. "Lord Ned, I still admire you, Starks. What do you think of my conditions?" Viserys asked, his voice laced with a dangerous calm. All eyes immediately shifted to Ned. The Lords thought, "Good on you, Ned. Who would have thought that you, with your bushy eyebrows and strong sense of honor, would betray us?" Even Catelyn felt the weight of their stares, including those of her two daughters, who looked to her for reassurance. In that moment, something inside her seemed to fracture, their family's symbol of morality. "The Starks will always be loyal to the Baratheons," Ned declared solemnly, stepping forward to stand beside Robert once more. "It seems you have made your choice." "Good," Viserys replied, a cold smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, the air was filled with a strange sound, and everyone looked up in shock. 3 dragons, their wings vibrating with power, swooped down from the sky. The nobles let out panicked cries, ducking their heads in terror. Seizing the moment, Viserys leaped up and grabbed hold of a rope dangling from the dragons. As the astonished crowd watched, Viserys was lifted over the city walls, disappearing into the night sky, leaving chaos in his wake. The same. Everyone watched as Viserys departed, and Ardrian felt as if he were dreaming. "I can't believe he actually had the nerve to come." Pycelle, who had been hiding in the shadows, cautiously poked his head out, like a worm emerging from its chrysalis. He observed the nobles whispering in small groups. The men wore expressions of either deep seriousness or palpable worry as they discussed what to do next. Some small children cried in their mother's arms, the tension in the room unsettling them. Many had been confused by Viserys' words, but the Red Viper remained calm. House Martell and House Targaryen had clashed for years, yet whether they pledged allegiance to the Targaryens or the Baratheons, the gap in status between the two sides was not so great. After all, they still retained the title of prince, allowing them to look down on almost all the other houses. He reflected on Viserys' speech, recognizing how each word had cut to the heart. The explosive accusation, "King Cuckold," still echoed in his mind. Viserys had long ago confided in him that all 3 of Robert's children were Jaime's. Now, he was curious to see how Robert would deal with Cersei and the Lannisters. What kind of agreement would Tywin and Robert reach? It would be interesting to see if the 2 of them came to blows. As for the Tullis of River Run, their 3 river lords were notorious for their fickleness, and after today's events, their reputation in the Riverlands was sure to hit rock bottom. Viserys would probably allow House Targaryen to rule the Riverlands in the future. After all, they were related to Ser Willem. When the people of Sunspear left Tyrosh, they told him that Viserys had erected a statue of Ser Willem there. In his view, it was possible that in the future, Viserys' firstborn might be named Willem, rather than bearing a Valyrian-style name. After a long while, Tywin suddenly declared, "No one is to speak of what happened today, or they will be charged with treason." "Yes, my lord." Pycelle was the first to respond, his voice trembling slightly. The rest of the crowd's reaction was lackluster. Most merely nodded in agreement. Tywin, however, was only making a point. Such explosive news simply couldn't be contained. Even if he could keep everyone here silent, could he truly silence Viserys? Word of this would spread regardless. Tywin knew all too well that even in the Westerlands, people whispered about him, with some openly expressing nostalgia for Aerys. It had been over a decade since Robert took the throne, but if he were to discover that none of his 3 children were truly his. Westeros had no laws specifically for kings, especially not for angry ones. Robert wouldn't go crying to the courts. He'd wield his hammer in fury, and blood would spill. Still, despite the potential for chaos, most believed that Robert and Cersei must not immediately turn on each other with swords and spears. There was a silent consensus. Everyone was playing their part in helping Robert wear this green hat without him realizing. The reason behind it was almost heartwarming. Meanwhile, Stannis' eyes kept darting between Cersei, Jaime, and the 3 children. The more he looked, the more alike they seemed, in appearance at least. But resemblance alone was not proof. After all, Ned's eldest son, Robb, was said to have red hair and green eyes, just like a Tully. It wasn't impossible that Viserys was simply spouting nonsense. Ned was of a similar mind. Without absolute proof, he couldn't act rashly. Moreover, the once unbreakable alliance that had toppled the Targaryens was now showing cracks. In her letter, Lisa had hinted that Jon Arryn might have been killed by the Lannisters. Could it be that he had discovered something? Ned suddenly felt as if he had stumbled upon a clue, though it was still just a guess. Meanwhile, Lord Mace, often mocked as Lord Pufffish, was equally shocked by Viserys' recent actions. The thought of recounting these events to the bards crossed his mind, but he doubted they would dare sing of such outrageous happenings. Yet, he reminded himself that Queen Visenya had once flown to the area on a dragon and forced their advisors to submit. The past was full of such impossible feats. Mace couldn't help but be intrigued by the shocking revelation Viserys hinted, that the true parentage of Robert's 3 children was not as it seemed. Not only had the fleet been burned, but Viserys' dragons were also more formidable than anyone had anticipated. The balance of power had shifted dramatically, and with it, the hope of victory grew increasingly slim. As Barristan Selmy, still reeling from Viserys' earlier tirade, gazed at the surrounding trees, he suddenly caught sight of a face among the branches. It was the face of Aerys, staring at him with an expressionless gaze, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Ser Barristan!" Brynden suddenly cried out in alarm. Barristan had crossed his sword over his own neck, and just as he was about to pull it across, someone intervened, restraining him. The blade had already pierced his skin, but fortunately, it hadn't cut deep enough to sever any blood vessels. As the sword was taken from his hand, Barristan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Carry him away for treatment," Ned shouted urgently. But Robert, who had remained silent throughout, understood that Barristan no longer had the will to fight. Barristan's attempted suicide was like a final blow to the already shattered spirits of the men around him. They had lost everything: their honor, their morale, and their strength. Although the 3 dragons weren't yet fully grown, they were enough to hold the line until they could be flown to the waiting ships. "It's your grace," Yora called out, holding 2 torches as he guided Viserys to land, the sound of the dragon's cries echoing in the air. "Shoo, I forgot to curse Tywin," Viserys muttered, a fleeting sense of regret crossing his mind. But then again, there weren't many angles left to attack Tywin. The Lannister had already mutilated the Targaryen bloodline, so his fate was sealed. He'd simply have his head cut off when the time came. Most of the blame, though, lay with his own deadbeat father, Aerys, who was too reckless. It's really not wise to toy with someone else's wife. Viserys had focused his ire on Barristan because the knight was a prime target to undermine Robert's morale. Barristan, despite everything, didn't truly want to kill him. And if Viserys needed to clear his name in the future, it wouldn't be too difficult. You can only kidnap someone with morals, he thought. That's why he wouldn't bother using such tactics against Littlefinger. That man has no morals to begin with. Viserys hadn't seen Littlefinger at the banquet either. Perhaps Robert had dismissed him for failing to secure any loans. After Viserys was secured on the ship, the three dragons shook off the ropes from their claws. They surrounded him, pressing their large, olive-shaped heads together, almost begging for rewards. After he petted each one, they flew away happily. At that moment, Arson ran over and said, "Your Grace, the lords of Cracklaw Point have all arrived on Claw Isle." "Well, let's go meet them," Viserys replied. As dawn broke, Viserys and his entourage arrived on Claw Isle. Nearly 20 ships were docked at the port, all sent by the old Captain Hoyt. These ships were loaded with weapons, food, some gold and silver, and even soap. Viserys wanted the people of Cracklaw Point to work for him, and he knew the importance of keeping his soldiers well fed. You have to pay your workers well. The results spoke for themselves. Before Viserys' ship had even docked, the lords of Cracklaw Point were already assembled at the harbor to greet him. These men, whom the maesters often dismissed as semi-savages, were direct and straightforward. Despite their low titles, with many of them being mere landed knights, Viserys had the great announcement read to them anyway. Upon hearing of the Targaryens' imminent return, like a bolt of lightning, they immediately refused Robert's summons. Cracklaw Point, with its valleys and dense forests, had never been conquered before the Targaryens arrived with their dragons. This was clearly somewhat impolite, as bastards were not typically allowed to appear before members of the royal family. However, the people of Cracklaw Point didn't concern themselves with such formalities. They saw it as an opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. As they looked up together, they exclaimed, "After 300 years ago, when Queen Visenya arrived on the Crabclaw Peninsula riding a dragon, we can once again become the bannermen of a dragon lord." Among the gathered houses, House Hardy stood out as the most well-mannered and well-dressed. During the Targaryen era, House Hardy had produced more than one Kingsguard, earning them a reputation for honor and service. As Viserys' ship approached the port, the shadows of the three dragons swooping low cast a darkened veil over the nobles of Cracklaw Point, who felt their loyalty deepen with each passing moment. When the ship docked, the peninsula's nobles bowed and curtsied as Viserys disembarked. Moving among them, he personally helped each head of household to their feet. "You must be Lord Hardy. I recall that your house produced 3 members of the Kingsguard." "Yes, your grace." Lord Hardy, a young man in his early 20s, responded eagerly. His father had tragically died in a fall, leaving the young Viscount prone to emotional displays. He was deeply moved that Viserys recognized him immediately. "And your family also produced a Kingsguard." Viserys continued, turning to another. "That's right. I remember you as well, Baron Pine, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes, your grace." Lord Pine, another young noble, could barely contain his excitement. Viserys continued to greet the other families, reciting their histories as if he knew them personally. The thought that ran through everyone's mind was the same. The Dragon Lord remembers me. The Dragon Lord remembers my family. After Robert had ascended the Iron Throne, Cracklaw Point had been all but forgotten, save for the tax collectors. But now, Viserys not only remembered them, he had also sent them much-needed supplies. "You have suffered greatly under the usurper's rule," Viserys acknowledged. "No, your grace," one noble responded fervently. "We have heard of your trials and Princess Daenerys's. Compared to your hardships, ours are nothing. Your grace, when you kill Robert, House Pine will be honored to serve as your vanguard," another noble declared. Your Grace, House Hardy would be the finest vanguard. Another quickly interjected. You're full of it. Seeing the argument brewing, Viserys quickly intervened. Enough, he commanded, gesturing for the crowd to enter the castle. We will discuss these matters in detail later. Your Grace is clever. The usurper's power weakens by the day, while your Grace's strength grows. Tom is on our side. The words were spoken by Ser Bernard of Brown Hollow. Though he understood Viserys' intent, his phrasing was slightly off. The proper address should have been Your Grace is wise, not Your Grace is clever. Viserys, however, did not correct him. Instead, he clapped his hands, and a dozen soldiers entered the room, each carrying one of 7 large boxes. Arsene suddenly felt a sense of impending crisis. He thought, our family must have fallen out of favor. Viserys' attitude towards these semi-savages was markedly different from his demeanor towards his own kin. Both sides were visibly more sincere. If we don't act carefully, he reflected, not only will we fail to expand our influence on the peninsula, but we may lose our titles and be driven off the island. Viserys ordered the boxes to be opened, revealing an armor stand within each. The soldiers carefully placed the black steel armor inside. Supplies on Cracklaw Point were scarce, and this was the first time anyone had seen such exquisite armor. Viserys tapped his knuckles against one suit of armor, producing a crisp sound that left no doubt about the high quality of the steel. The breastplate bore an engraving of a golden dragon, its wings exaggeratedly large, covering almost the entire surface. Viserys had not only provided armor, but also dragonbone daggers, fine bows, steel spears, steel swords, and a very intricate fong mask. The mask, inlaid with rubies, looked both mysterious and imposing. The weapons and armor, styled after those from the Free Cities and even Valyria, immediately captivated the young men present. However, there was one catch. Each house could only receive one set. My lords, these are all fine steel armors. I have prepared a total of 300 sets of armor like these. 300 sets. The poor knights gasped, realizing that it would take 2.5 years' worth of their domain's tax revenue to afford just one of these suits. Indeed, Viserys had spent a total of 200,000 gold dragons to forge the 300 suits of armor and weapons. But to him, it was a worthwhile investment. Nearly every house on the small peninsula of the Crabclaw had once produced Kingsguard, showing that the previous Targaryens had trusted them deeply. And what was the most crucial quality for a vassal knight? Loyalty. Viserys knew he had to give them a strong reason to defend Crabclaw Point until the day of his landing. My lords, I intend to give you these weapons. In return, I hope you will select some loyal young men to form the Knights of the Dragon's Wings. The Knights of the Dragon's Wings. The name, bold and evocative, resonated deeply with the gathered lords. To be the wings of a dragon. How could the proud lords of Cracklaw Point, who saw themselves as ideal bannermen, resist such an honor? As the room buzzed with excitement over the idea of the Knights of the Dragon's Wings, Viserys' expression suddenly darkened. As members of the Dragon's Wing, he began, his voice cold and commanding, the most important trait is loyalty. The Knights of the Dragon's Wings will fight by my side as I conquer all of Westeros. When you return to your lands, I expect you to select only the best. No weaklings must disgrace this armor or this title. When I return to Westeros, I will personally inspect the troops. Should there be any failures, I will eliminate them myself, and their families will be punished as well. Coercion and bribery are the basic tools of a king. Your Grace, rest assured, House Pine will select only the finest for you. House Hardy will defend the glory of the Dragon's Wing to the death. House Brune will always remain loyal. The vows of fealty echoed through the hall of House Celtigar like thunderous roars. Arsene felt a pang of regret, realizing how foolish his father had been at playing mind games with Viserys in the past. A cold fear gripped him as he noticed that Viserys hadn't mentioned House Celtigar's inclusion in the Knights of the Dragon's Wings. With 7 major families on Cracklaw Point and their own house, an old vassal, not even considered, he was furious. Damn it, Feeling desperate, Arson quickly whispered in Viserys' ear, "Your Grace, I still have 3 sons. Might they also be considered for the knights?" "Oh, go for it," Viserys replied dismissively. Although he harbored little affection for House Celtigar, the strategic importance of Claw could not be ignored, so he offered a token reassurance. Later, Arson arranged a lavish banquet for the guests. Had Ardrian seen how sumptuous it was, it would have broken his heart for weeks. Fortunately, the banquet was held at noon, so no candles were lit, sparing them that additional expense. "Since your Grace plans to visit the wall, allow me to send some men to accompany and protect you. It would be an honor for them," offered the ever-loyal House Pine. Before Viserys could respond, a nearby lord, still chewing on a lamb chop, hastily spat out the half-chewed meat in his eagerness. It landed messily on the table as he exclaimed, "Your Grace, I have many sons. Let them follow you." "Your Grace," others echoed, scrambling to gain his favor. All right, Viserys said, waving his hand to quiet them. "We're not marching into battle. Besides, I'm bringing an army with me. Your job is to intensify training while I'm away." "Yes, my lord," they all replied in unison. Viserys' decision to visit the wall was strategic. He wanted to assess whether he could help address the wildling problem along the way. The Night's Watch, after all, was primarily tasked with resisting wildling incursions, which were driven by cold and hunger. As he ventured deeper into the land of always winter, Viserys hoped to gain more information about the White Walkers. The appearance of the Red Comet had significantly boosted his own power, and it stood to reason that the Night King might also have grown stronger. But just how powerful was the Night King? Was he like the mother of the White's hordes, where eliminating him would cause the other White Walkers to disintegrate? Or did they have their own social structure and intelligence? Magic. Viserys suspected they had their own system of magic, perhaps tied to ice. It was said the White Walkers were created by the children of the forest, so perhaps they possessed some of the Greenseer's abilities as well. The Greenseers? Viserys shuddered, recalling the Dorn arm that had been severed by them. The thought of facing the White Walkers sent a chill down his spine. For every living person saved, he mused, there's one less corpse for the White Walkers to transform. This was all he could do for now. Once he settled matters in Qarth, he would gather the power of the entire world to confront the looming threat. "Did you hear, Jon? The Lord Commander's son came to see him," asked Grenn the Aurochs. Jon Snow, the bastard son of Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell, was stuck cleaning the Night's Watch dining hall with his friends. Punishment from the spiteful Ser Alliser Thorne. Rumors had been swirling that a distinguished guest was arriving today, said to be not only an envoy of an emperor, but also the son of the Lord Commander. "You're a Mormont," Jon replied, pausing his work. I heard Lord Stark mention him. He was supposed to be executed for selling people into slavery, but he escaped. I heard he's with Viserys now, some kind of exiled Targaryen, right? But Viserys is an emperor now, so do the laws of Westeros even apply to him?" PYP, always curious, asked with a frown, his large ears twitching as he spoke. Jon couldn't answer that. Viserys had issued a grand announcement, but it had made no mention of the wall, though his deeds were well known throughout the realm. Jon actually admired Viserys. Before joining the Night's Watch, his idol had been Daeron Targaryen, the young dragon. Viserys was as young as Daeron, yet his achievements had far surpassed Daeron's. Though Jon didn't know all that had happened since Viserys took control of Tyrosh, what he did know left him in awe, especially the rumors of dragons being reborn. He longed to see a dragon for himself, but he knew the Night's Watch could not leave the wall without permission, on pain of death. Jon recalled the deserter his father had executed before he came to the wall, and he quickly suppressed the yearning inside him. Suddenly, the door to the dining hall was kicked open with a resounding thud, and a lean, stern Night's Watch member with gray hair strode in. It was Jon's old enemy, Ser Alliser Thorne, the training officer of the Night's Watch. "Ah, Lord Snow, I see you're idly chatting away," Ser Alliser sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did I not say an important guest was arriving today? One whom even the Lord Commander himself is entertaining. Alliser had a knack for cutting insults, and he relished in taunting Jon by mockingly calling him Lord, fully aware that as a bastard, Jon could never hold such a title. Jon remained silent, scrubbing the floor diligently, refusing to rise to the bait. This only seemed to irk Ser Alliser further. In truth, Alliser wasn't particularly interested in the Mormont's affairs. What concerned him was the promise that Viserys Targaryen would soon be bringing several ships laden with food and weapons, supplies that would sustain the Night's Watch for a long time. Jorah Mormont had been sent ahead of Viserys to the Wall, first traveling by boat to Eastwatch by the Sea, the easternmost point of the Wall. From there, he was escorted to Castle Black. Upon learning that his estranged son had arrived, Jorah Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, reluctantly granted him an audience. Also present were Maester Aemon Targaryen, who had served at Castle Black for decades, Ser Denys Mallister, commander of the Shadow Tower, and several other officers. Given the public nature of the meeting, the Lord Commander, known as the Old Bear, refrained from asking personal questions, focusing instead on Viserys' intentions regarding the Wall. His Grace Viserys is deeply concerned about the situation beyond the Wall, particularly the threat posed by the wildlings, Jorah reported, his gaze avoiding his father's. He will be coming soon himself, bringing much-needed supplies. Jorah couldn't meet his father's eyes, feeling the weight of the disappointment he had caused. The Old Bear had once placed so much hope in him, only for Jorah to betray that trust. Yet, his words brought some relief to the Old Bear. The Night's Watch held no political allegiance. The Old Bear didn't care who sat on the Iron Throne, only that the Lord in the South would offer more support to Castle Black. He had sent countless letters pleading for reinforcements, but they had largely gone unanswered. The Night's Watch was severely undermanned, and with wildling incursions growing more frequent, Castle Black was being stretched to its limits. Did His Grace Viserys come to the Wall merely to deliver supplies? He should know that the Night's Watch takes its vows from no one, the Old Bear inquired, his tone edged with suspicion. Jorah Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, wasn't certain of Viserys' true intentions. He suspected the Targaryen might be seeking to have Castle Black swear allegiance, something unthinkable for the Night's Watch. Had it been someone like Regis making this demand, the Old Bear would have met it with scorn. But with Jorah standing before him, he restrained himself, waiting for an explanation. Just as Jorah was about to speak, the raven perched on the Old Bear's shoulder croaked out, "Oaths! Oaths! Oaths!" Unperturbed, Jorah replied, "No, His Grace is genuinely concerned about the situation at the Wall. He commands a vast army and recently defeated the Dothraki. Now, he controls the whole of the Hopeful Lands." "Hopeful Lands?" Maester Aemon interjected, his blind eyes gazing into the distance. Though he had been silent until now, the mention of this name piqued his interest. Despite his blindness and advanced age, Aemon's mind remained as sharp as ever. "It's what he calls the disputed lands," Jorah explained, briefly recounting how Viserys had triumphed over the Dothraki. The men of the Night's Watch listened intently, captivated as though they were hearing a tale from a distant land. "You even crossed the Soros?" Aemon asked, his curiosity deepening. Though he had long ago taken the Black, severing ties with House Targaryen, hearing of the tragic fate that had befallen his family after Robert's rebellion still pained him. The news of Viserys' recent exploits in the Free Cities stirred something within him, a mixture of sorrow and pride. Jorah nodded, confirming Aemon's question. Yes, and His Grace's victory there has only strengthened his resolve. He truly means to support the Wall, not to demand its loyalty. Aemon, reflecting on the stories he had heard from new recruits about the exiled Viserys and Daenerys, couldn't help but feel a rekindled interest in the fate of the last Targaryens. The thought that they might be stirring up such turmoil in the Free Cities was enough to make even an old man wonder what would come next. The Soros, the Soros, the Soros. Old Bear's raven cawed once more, its eerie cry echoing through the hall. "Yes, Maester Aemon," Jorah continued, His grace led 10,000 cavalrymen through the sorrows, yet not a single one was afflicted with grayscale. That's astonishing, Eamon murmured, clearly impressed. Could it be that Viserys has found a cure for grayscale? The old maester's curiosity was piqued, as it always was when the subject turned to knowledge and mysteries. I'm not sure, Yora admitted, but his grace will be arriving at Castle Black soon, and I'm certain he would be happy to discuss it with you. Eamon nodded, anticipation flickering in his blind eyes. It had been decades since he had last seen a Targaryen, and the thought of meeting Viserys stirred something within him. He recalled the first time he heard Jon's voice. How, for a fleeting moment, he had thought Jon might be a Targaryen. That brief hope had filled him with joy, only to be replaced by disappointment when Jon's true identity was revealed. I have one last question, the old bear said, his voice cutting through the silence. Yora sat up straighter, bracing himself. Why has His Grace Viserys come to Castle Black? Jeor Mormont asked, his gaze piercing. Not only has he refrained from demanding our allegiance, but he's also brought a substantial amount of supplies. What does he want in return? This is impossible. Yora found himself in unfamiliar territory, discussing matters he had little expertise in. As soon as he finished outlining Viserys' plan, it was met with immediate rejection. The older members of the Night's Watch dismissed it outright, convinced that Yora had no grasp of the realities north of the Wall. The very idea of moving the wildlings south of the Wall seemed delusional to them. The Night's Watch had been tasked with guarding the realm for centuries, and their primary mission had always been to protect against wildling incursions. Allowing the wildlings south of the Wall felt akin to inviting danger into their own home. The leadership almost unanimously opposed Viserys' proposal. Only Maester Aemon considered its potential, but despite his long service and deep respect within the Order, he had no say in the final decision. Sire, do not be hasty, Yora urged, trying to maintain his composure. I have with me His Grace's detailed plan for dealing with the wildlings. He reached into his tunic, produced a letter, and handed it to the old bear. As he did, he recited, First, the wildling nobles must send their sons as squires to the Night's Watch and surrender all their gold and silver. Their men will serve the watch, and only the women and children will be allowed to pass south of the Wall. Viserys' plan bore similarities to the strategy Jon Snow would later employ in the original timeline, but with one significant difference. When Jon negotiated with the wildlings, they were already desperate, driven to the brink by war and harsh winter. The wildlings in Viserys' time were still strong and defiant, making such conditions much harder to enforce. Predictably, Aemon raised this concern. In response, Yora relayed Viserys' words. His Grace said, First defeat the weak, then the strong, and those who are neither will fall into our hands. Viserys' confident strategy impressed Aemon, who thought, This is the mindset of a true great and powerful lord. In our grasp, in our grasp, in our grasp. The old bear's raven squawked, echoing the sentiment. To ensure the wildlings accept these terms, His Grace has brought thousands of elite soldiers and 3 dragons. Doesn't he have 7? Ser Alliser interjected, his tone laced with skepticism. Yora suppressed a sigh, knowing that if Regis were present, he'd likely be eager to provoke a fight. He explained, The others remain in Tyrosh. Why didn't he bring them all? Alliser pressed further. At this point, Yora's patience was wearing thin, but he remained calm. Because Tyrosh also needs protection. Doesn't he have a large enough army? Can't he protect both? Enough. The old bear cut him off, his voice sharp. Whether it was Alliser's rudeness or sensing Yora's growing irritation, Jeor Mormont decided it was time to end the interrogation. When Tywin Lannister tricked the gates of King's Landing open, Ser Alliser Thorne was still fighting for the Targaryens. Captured after the fall, he chose the Night's Watch over death. More than 10 years of enduring the harsh conditions of the Wall had kindled a deep resentment in him toward the Targaryens. Perhaps, in his mind, if Aerys had not let the gates fall, he would never have been condemned to a life of suffering in this frozen wasteland. Having served in King's Landing, Alistair had seen the skeletal remains of dragons of all sizes. He remembered the sight of a young dragon's bones, barely larger than a lamb, its thickest bone not even as thick as his wrist. And then there was the Black Dread, whose massive jaws could swallow a wagon hole. When Viserys had boldly challenged Robert Baratheon to a duel, Alistair had silently cursed him, hoping the young Targaryen would meet his end. He couldn't understand why Viserys had come to the Wall instead of preparing for war. After the meeting, the old bear announced that they would clear out ruins and barracks to accommodate Viserys soldiers. The Night's Watch had once boasted 10,000 men, so finding space for 1,000 was not difficult. Once everyone had left, the only thing between Jorah and his father, Jeor Mormont, was their strained father-son relationship. Jeor, his rage uncontained, unleashed a flurry of punches on Jorah. His fists, as large as dinner plates, landed heavily on Jorah's chest and back, avoiding only his face. Jorah, gritting his teeth, neither resisted nor dodged. The sound of his father's fists hitting his body echoed through the room like thunder. As the blows rained down, a line from a song composed by Viserys flashed through Jorah's mind. Like a father's scolding, a mother's weeping, it will never be forgotten. When Jeor finally calmed down, he asked about Jorah's current situation. His Grace has appointed me commander of Lys's infantry and given me a mansion, Jorah explained, trying to catch his breath. You're getting older, father. If you ever want to leave the Night's Watch, I think His Grace. Shut up, Jeor snapped, cutting him off. The cold wind howled outside the window, making the room feel even more silent. After a long pause, Jorah hesitantly broke the quiet. By the way, father, Lynesse is pregnant. What do you think we should name the baby? Is it yours? Jeor's voice dripped with biting sarcasm, leaving Jorah speechless. Is it yours? Is it yours? Is it yours? The raven echoed, its repetition only deepening the tension. It was said that Jeor's raven had a peculiar talent. Though it could only repeat words from conversations, it always seemed to grasp the essence of what was said. Despite his father's scorn, Jorah knew the child was his. Of that, he was certain. After learning about Jorah's recent situation, the old bear unceremoniously kicked him out. Jorah wandered through Castle Black alone, overhearing the mutterings of his fellow brothers. If I'd known, I would have gone to Viserys instead of ending up in this shithole. I'd have gone straight to the free cities, some grumbled. But Jorah paid them no mind. How could they possibly understand what he had endured? 2 days later, Castle Black buzzed with activity as the old bear himself led a contingent to Eastwatch for the Sea to greet Viserys. Viserys had set sail from Claw Isle, joining the fleet sent by Roth from Braavos. Briefly, he had considered visiting Phalia, but he decided against it. There was still work to be done at the Wall, and the undying ones needed to be dealt with. Any delay could give his enemies time to cause trouble. Accompanying Viserys to the Wall was Jalifa, a captain who had once urged him to wear his crown and ambush pirates with him. But the Jalifa who stood beside him now was different. Gone was the carefree, easygoing demeanor. A sense of restraint had taken its place. Jalifa felt deep regret over his earlier actions, especially urging Viserys to bring the crown, and he silently hoped Viserys had forgotten the matter. Jalifa, you will oversee the handover of supplies to the Night's Watch, Viserys instructed as he caught sight of Jorah and the others waiting for him. Yes, Your Grace, Jalifa replied with respectful formality. Yet, despite the polite exchange, a great wall was in front of them. Viserys had seen structures like the wall before. The towering giant of Braavos and the topless tower of Sunspear came to mind. But nothing compared to the sheer scale and weight of the wall, stretching hundreds of miles across the landscape. It resembled a colossal, gleaming sword, dividing Westeros from the wild lands beyond. Even from miles away, Viserys felt dwarfed by its immensity. Let's see if touching the wall has any effect on the panel, Viserys mused, wondering about the mysteries of its construction. Perhaps the wall had been built atop a mountain range by the legendary Brandon the Builder, but the scale of such an undertaking suggested the use of some ancient and powerful magic. Using his dragon's eye, Viserys spotted the Night's Watch gathered at the harbor to receive him. They had noticed his 3 dragons as well, and he could see them pointing and gesturing in amazement. Though he couldn't hear their words, he could easily imagine their astonishment. As the fleet drew closer, the wall loomed larger, blocking out the daylight and casting the ships into its vast shadow. It was a stark contrast to the more welcoming atmosphere he had encountered at Cracklaw Point. Here, there was no house pine to greet him with open arms. But Viserys was undeterred. He had a mission to address the wildling threat and, if all went well, take Maester Aemon with him. As in the original timeline, Viserys is worried that the Red Woman might exploit Aemon's king's blood, so he wanted to arrange for Aemon to be sent to Braavos. Unfortunately, Aemon was far too old by then, 102 years, the oldest living person in Westeros, and in fragile health. Now, however, Viserys' blood magic had advanced to the level of a paragon, allowing him to transfer or extract vitality without bloodletting. Though the latter method had dangerous side effects that could drive the recipient to madness, Viserys, with his system's assistance, had no need for such risks. When the old bear and his officers saw the supplies being unloaded from Viserys' ships, they began to grasp the extent of his wealth. The sheer volume of goods he delivered in a single shipment was equivalent to 50 shipments from Winterfell. Whatever his true intentions, the magnitude of these supplies alone was enough to earn him the most sincere smiles from the Night's Watch. Furthermore, Chief Ranger Benjen Stark, who had recently returned from a mission beyond the wall, also showed Viserys full respect. "Your Grace Viserys," the old bear greeted, leading the group in acknowledging Viserys' arrival as the commander-in-chief. The others, particularly Ser Alliser Thorne, studied the Targaryen prince with quiet curiosity. Alliser had met Viserys as a child, but the man before him now bore little resemblance to the boy he remembered. Viserys' commanding presence and regal bearing made it impossible for Alliser to approach him with the same dismissive attitude he had shown when questioning Yora. "My lords, you have waited long enough. Let us proceed to Castle Black," Viserys said, gesturing for the group to move. Led by the old bear, they made their way to the crane that would carry them to the top of the wall. The crane operated using a system of pulleys designed to lift important people or goods to the wall's summit. It could bear only a limited weight, about that of 7 or 8 people, so this trip carried Viserys, Yora, Jeor Mormont, and a few others. As the crane slowly ascended, the figures of the Night's Watchmen and the soldiers below grew smaller and smaller, their voices fading into the distance. Once they were high above, Viserys turned to Jeor Mormont and asked, "Lord Commander Mormont, how are the wildlings faring these days?" Yora had already briefed his father on Viserys' plan for the wildlings, a plan the elder Mormont had not fully embraced. After a moment of contemplation, Jeor responded, "The wildlings have been more active lately, far more than they were 2 years ago. We estimate their numbers to be in the tens of thousands, possibly even hundreds of thousands, all united under Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. It won't be long before they attempt an invasion en masse, and the wall simply cannot support such a large population." His words carried a note of concern, revealing his true apprehensions. Yora, standing nearby, looked uncomfortable. He hadn't succeeded in convincing the Night's Watch to fully accept Viserys' plan, and he felt the weight of that failure. Viserys, however, was in no rush to counter Mormont's concerns. He replied calmly, "We can move them further south. I recall that Queen's Crown and Molestown are both abandoned. They could be settled there." "Your Grace, those lands are no longer part of the Night's Watch's fiefdom," Jeor reminded him, his tone cautious. "Father, His Grace is the Warden of the 7 Kingdoms," Yora interjected, trying to defend Viserys' proposal. "He has the authority to grant the wildlings a place to settle." But as he saw his father's expression darken, Yora's voice trailed off. Viserys then turned to Benjen Stark, the long-faced, dark-haired chief ranger of Castle Black. Unlike his brother Ned, whose stern features seemed permanently etched with the harshness of the North, Benjen's expression held a hint of warmth, his gray-blue eyes brighter than most. In truth, Benjen was one of the key reasons Viserys had chosen to come to the Wall so quickly. At the beginning of A Song of Ice and Fire, several members of the Night's Watch encountered White Walkers. In the original timeline, Benjen Stark was sent to search for the missing men, but never returned. Rumors had spread that Benjen might have been possessed by a White Walker, or worse, that he had become an incarnation of the Night King himself. But now, as Viserys observed him, those dark speculations seemed unfounded. At least, Benjen still appeared to be very much human. "Sir Stark," Viserys greeted. "Your Grace," Benjen replied, studying Viserys closely. The resemblance to Rhaegar was unmistakable, confirming in Benjen's mind that this was indeed Rhaegar's younger brother. "You are the first ranger here. I've heard reports of White Walkers beyond the Wall. Do you have any information about them? Have you seen any?" Viserys inquired. Benjen shook his head. "No news yet, but I was planning to search for Ser Waymar Royce, who went missing recently." Ser Waymar had been a Night's Watchman ambushed by White Walkers in the early chapters of Game of Thrones. "Hold off on that for now," Viserys suggested. "Let's deal with the wildlings together first." Benjen glanced at the old bear, and seeing his tacit approval, nodded in agreement. With Viserys bringing so many troops and supplies, it only made sense to cooperate. Perhaps, after addressing the wildling threat, they might find clues about Waymar and the others. After some more discussion, the pulley system finally came to a halt. Viserys stepped off the crane, removed his gloves, and prepared to touch the wall. The others weren't surprised by his actions. They had been just as curious when they first arrived, eager to feel the ancient, imposing structure for themselves. While Viserys placed his hand on the wall, some of the Night's Watchmen looked up at the hovering dragons. They were much larger than expected, their wingspans wider than their bodies were long. The sight stirred memories of old legends. Conqueror Aegon, the Black Dread, the Dance of the Dragons. These stories swirled in the minds of those watching, blending all with a sense of novelty at seeing dragons alive once more. As soon as Viserys' hand made contact with the wall, a message flashed before him. Contact with the wall. Absorb 949,437,120 magic points. Good grief, that's a lot. Viserys couldn't help but murmur in surprise as he stared at the long string of numbers before him. Viserys was stunned when he saw millions of magic points available before him. His own reserves barely exceeded 1,000 points, and it took him 3 days to replenish even that. Yet, the wall held an immense reservoir of magic, almost beyond comprehension. Curious, Viserys decided to test the wall's power. He depleted 100 points of his magic, and then placed his hand back on the wall to gauge how quickly he could recharge. To his astonishment, his magic was fully restored in just 5 minutes. This meant that even if he completely drained his reserves, he could be fully recharged in under an hour, provided he remained near the wall. It seems the wall is a massive magic battery, Viserys thought, but I wonder if it can regenerate its own power. He resolved to return later and test this theory further. As the crane was slow and inefficient, most of the Night's Watchmen and soldiers opted to climb up the wooden ladder instead. The wall was not only towering, but also remarkably wide, broad enough to accommodate 4 or 5 carriages side by side. The road atop, it was in good condition, allowing the group to proceed directly along the wall toward Castle Black. Meanwhile, Maester Aemon sat quietly in his room. When Jon Snow arrived, he informed Aemon of Viserys' arrival at Castle Black. "Maester Aemon, the Targaryen king, is here. Commander Mormont asked me to bring you with me." "Yes, please help me up," Aemon replied, his voice calm yet tinged with anticipation. Jon nodded, stepping forward to assist Aemon to his feet. Together, they made their way to the Night's Watch dining hall, where the aged maester would finally come face to face with the last of his kin. Upon his arrival at Castle Black, Viserys made a decision that left those around him uneasy. "Ser Alliser," Viserys began, his voice cutting through the cold air. "I recall that you joined the Night's Watch after the battle for King's Landing, correct?" Ser Alliser Thorne, who had been silently brooding over his distaste for the Targaryens, was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Viserys to bring up his past. Yes, yes, your grace, he replied hesitantly, unsure of where this was leading. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Viserys was suddenly interested in the training officer's history. Viserys continued, Commander Mormont, I see no sin in fighting for the Targaryens, and Ser Alliser is no sinner. When I leave the wall, I intend to take him with me. Jeor Mormont's expression darkened. Castle Black was already desperately short of men, and there had never been a precedent for such an action in the long history of the Night's Watch. More importantly, Viserys' proposal was a direct violation of the Night's Watch oath, a sacred vow that bound each man for life. Alliser, who had harbored resentment towards Viserys, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and gratitude. The thought of leaving the bleak, frozen wasteland behind filled him with a longing he hadn't allowed himself to feel in years. He missed everything about King's Landing, the brothels, the food, the theater, even the stench of streets. Your Grace, take me with you, he shouted silently in his mind, his eyes nervously flicking to the old bear. He knew that without Mormont's approval, he would never escape the wall. Jeor Mormont's face was stern as he delivered his response. I'm sorry, Your Grace, but you cannot take Ser Alliser with you. He has taken a vow. This was the second time since their meeting that the old bear had refused Viserys, and for a king, such rejection was intolerable. But Mormont understood the gravity of the situation. Allowing Viserys to take Alliser would set a dangerous precedent, one that could shatter the already fragile morale of the Night's Watch. Mormont also knew that Ser Alliser wasn't the only one in this predicament. Jeremy Ricker and Jarman Buckwell, among others, had been sent to the wall by Tywin Lannister for their role in the battle for King's Landing. If given the chance, who among them would willingly remain at the wall? The Night's Watch was no longer the symbol of honor it once had been. Since the time of Aegon the Conqueror, it had become a refuge for thieves, liars, robbers, and rapists. The recent influx of men from the Usurpers' War was an unexpected boon, and now Viserys wanted to take those men away. Viserys, however, had his reasons. He needed to set an example for the nobles of Westeros and bolster his own prestige. Although he didn't particularly like Alliser, removing him from a Night's Watch would be a symbolic blow to Robert Baratheon's claim to legitimacy. Moreover, Viserys saw this as a way to win Mormont over to his plan to integrate the wildlings into the Night's Watch. It would solve the problem of their manpower shortage, killing two birds with one stone. Despite understanding Mormont's position, Viserys couldn't shake his frustration at being denied twice in a row. As a ruler, such defiance was not something he was accustomed to accepting. I intend to take not only Ser Alliser, but also others who were forced to the wall during the Usurpers' War, Viserys declared, his voice firm. And I will also take Maester Aemon. As he spoke, Maester Aemon arrived at the door, having overheard part of the conversation. His keen mind immediately grasped the wisdom in Viserys' words, and he appreciated the young king's insight. Your Grace, Aemon greeted, leaning on Jon's arm as he bowed. But Viserys, unwilling to accept such a gesture from his elder, quickly stood up. With surprising speed, he gently pushed Jon aside and helped Aemon to the main seat. Aemon, I am Viserys, son of Aerys. He introduced himself with quiet reverence. In front of everyone, Viserys guided Aemon to sit in his own seat, making it clear that respecting the elderly would be a cornerstone of his rule. He then placed Aemon's hand on his shoulder, allowing the old maester to feel the connection between them. Your Grace Viserys. You truly are a Targaryen, Aemon said with a broad smile, the unmistakable bond of shared blood stirring his heart. The sensation was undeniable, and Aemon felt a rare joy. When the Targaryens fell, Aemon had been nearly 90 years old. The news had shattered him, and for days he couldn't eat, leading the Lord Commander to consider petitioning the Citadel for a new maester. Though Aemon believed he had made peace with the past, seeing a Targaryen again filled him with a joy he had thought long extinguished. He could tell Viserys was a good boy, recognizing that anyone who respected their elders couldn't be all bad. As a man who had read countless books and experienced much in his long life, Aemon understood the motivations behind Viserys' actions. Yet, despite his gratitude, he was prepared to decline the young king's offer. "Your Grace Viserys," Aemon began. "You can just call me Viserys," the king interjected warmly. After a moment of silence, Aemon continued, "Very well, Viserys. I came to the wall in my 20s. My body and spirit have become one with the ice and snow here. Knowing that you are alive and well is more than enough for me." The room fell silent. The weight of the conversation between two men separated by more than 80 years of life filling the air. Only Alliser Thorne, desperate to leave the wall, fidgeted nervously, hoping Aemon's willingness to stay might pressure the old bear into allowing his own departure. Jon Snow, on the other hand, observed quietly. He saw the unmistakable resolve in Viserys' eyes. The cold wind howled outside, and a sudden gust blew the door open, sending a flurry of snow into the room. Jon, the lowest-ranking person present, quickly moved to close and bolt it. The fire crackled in the hearth, but the room was silent, all eyes fixed on Viserys and Maester Aemon. The old bear, Jeor Mormont, quietly considered the situation. If Viserys wanted to take Aemon away, perhaps it was time to let him go. Aemon had served Castle Black faithfully for 80 years, longer than most men lived, a span that felt more like 2 or 3 lifetimes. Aemon had watched and guarded so long that he had gone blind from his duty. Who else could claim such devotion? Ser Alliser Thorne, desperate to leave the wall himself, placed all his hopes on Viserys. He thought, perhaps I should find a way to help his grace myself. After all, can a living person really die of suffocation in this place? Finally, Alliser broke the silence. "Maester Aemon, you have served the Night's Watch long enough. I believe no one would object to your departure." "Objection! Objection! Objection!" the old bear's raven croaked, as if to contradict him. Alliser felt the weight of the old bear's gaze. Now that he had spoken, there was no turning back. Viserys, noticing the raven, recalled that its name was Moon. With a slight smile, he asked, "Moon, do you think Maester Aemon should leave?" "Leave, leave, leave," the raven squawked excitedly. No one expected Viserys, a king, to engage with a bird so casually in front of everyone. Jon, standing quietly in the corner, was astonished. How did Viserys know the raven's name? "Haha, at least one person here agrees." Viserys laughed, a touch of warmth in his voice. Alliser, trying to mask his frustration, muttered, "So I'm not a person, am I?" Viserys rose to his feet, placing a gentle hand on Aemon's back. "My friends," Viserys began, addressing the gathered Night's Watchmen. "In the free cities, I've implemented a new law. Everyone must retire upon reaching the age of 60. By retire, I mean they should stop working completely. It's nonsense to think that one should work until their last breath. Everyone deserves to set aside time for themselves." Viserys was well aware that even in the most advanced societies, let alone the current era, only a small fraction of the population could afford to truly retire. His law primarily applied to his military officers and officials. For the common people, survival was a constant struggle, and it took all of his efforts as an emperor to keep them from starvation and shield them from the threat of war. The idea of a retirement age of 60 was almost absurd in a world where life expectancy barely reached 30 to 40 years. He continued, "In the future, the Night's Watch will adopt a similar policy. Any Night's Watchman who reaches the age of 60 will have the option to retire. Regardless of why you came to the wall, when you turn 60, you'll receive a sum of money according to your rank and be able to enjoy the rest of your life." Enjoy life. To the Night's Watchman, this was a strange and foreign concept. In the entire 7 kingdoms, perhaps fewer than 10,000 people could truly enjoy life. Yet Viserys' proposal stirred excitement among them. Although they had sworn an oath to serve until death, the thought of dying in such a harsh, unforgiving place was hardly appealing. Even the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who had always turned a blind eye to certain vices to maintain order, might see the wisdom in this new law. The idea of retirement was revolutionary, but Viserys knew it served another purpose. He was subtly applying pressure, knowing that the prospect of future decrees could unsettle the leadership. What if Viserys decided to implement other laws that challenged the very foundation of the Night's Watch? Would they resist him or comply? "But your grace," the old bear interjected, "with this approach, we'll be short of manpower." "That's precisely why I suggest we accept some of the free folk from beyond the wall," Viserys replied smoothly. "I recall a group called the Vens, whose customs align closely with those of the Seven Kingdoms. They could be fully integrated into our society." This idea was reminiscent of Jon Snow's approach in the original timeline, where he had a member of House then marry into the Karstarks to merge their bloodlines with the North. Viserys envisioned relocating a few thousand free folk to Queen's Crown, where they could support Castle Black with their strength. 1,000 men could easily be found among the free folk, and in doing so, Viserys would not only solve the manpower issue, but also lay the groundwork for a more unified realm. "But your grace," the Lord Commander began, but Viserys' patience had worn thin. "Lord Commander Mormont," Viserys interrupted, his tone sharp. "You have refused me 3 times already. Every time I've made a suggestion, I've shown you my sincerity. I brought 1,000 elite troops and countless supplies to aid the Night's Watch, and yet you continue to resist me. I said nothing when you disagreed with my plans, but now, when I wish to take a few men with me, you still defy me. What have I done to deserve such disrespect from you?" Viserys, usually calm and composed, now radiated an aura of fierce authority. The room, already cold from the howling winds outside, seemed to grow even more frigid under the weight of his words. The men gathered around the table were reminded that the young ruler before them had clawed his way to power through blood and fire. Jalifa, seated nearby, felt the full force of Viserys' majesty for the first time. The guards behind Viserys tensed, their hands ready to reach for their weapons, casting disdainful glances at the Night's Watchmen as if daring them to challenge their king. The 1,000 men Viserys had brought with him were heavily armored and battle-hardened. In contrast, while the wall housed more than 1,000 men, many were craftsmen, stable boys, and cooks, hardly a match for Viserys' elite soldiers in terms of combat readiness or equipment. The old bear, Jeor Mormont, realized that Viserys possessed overwhelming strength, but had been negotiating with him out of respect. Now, that respect was being tested. Viserys softened his tone, though the edge remained. "We are bound by our hearts, not by mere oaths. Do those who pledge allegiance to the Targaryens truly believe in those oaths, or are they simply left with no choice? Similarly, the reason I have shown so much respect to you and everyone here is because of men like Maester Aemon, and you, Lord Commander." Viserys turned to Aemon, his voice gentle but firm. "I'm not asking to take Maester Aemon with me out of selfishness, but for reasons I cannot yet disclose. Aemon, I will explain in private, and you can decide whether to stay or go." Viserys' words left Mormont with little choice but to relent. The wisdom in the young king's speech, combined with his display of strength, had made it clear that further resistance would be futile. "We are bound by our hearts, not by mere oaths." Jon muttered to himself from the corner, watching Viserys with a sense of awe. In that moment, the Viserys before him almost completely overlapped with the image of the young dragon Daeron. In the snow, a gray hair foraged near an almost withered weed. "Eat it. It's not tasty and not very nutritious." "Don't eat it, but I'm really hungry," the hare thought, hesitating. Just as it lingered, a birch arrow pierced its gray belly. A short woman with fiery red hair stood up. "Ygritte, this is the 3rd rabbit today. You're amazing." This woman was Jon's future lover. At the moment, she was teaching 2 young wildlings the secrets of hunting. However, after hearing their praise, Ygritte didn't seem pleased. Instead, she responded with a touch of disappointment. "Eating rabbit meat can keep you from getting hungry, but you can't eat it too often." She remembered an old companion who, despite always catching rabbits, had remained skinny and eventually broke a bone while hunting. Ygritte, who could barely read or write, didn't know that surviving on only rabbit protein would lead to severe malnourishment. But her experience had taught her that if you keep eating rabbits, sooner or later, you might starve to death. With the rabbit pinned to their waists, the group returned to the camp in the valley. However, something felt amiss. The atmosphere had become tense, and there were more patrolling soldiers than usual. Ygritte spotted an acquaintance and asked, "Tubby, what's going on today?" "Everything was fine when I left this morning." The male barbarian she called Tubby shrugged and replied, "I don't know." Mance suddenly called a bunch of people together for a meeting, and the Thens came too. The Thens! Ygritte's eyes widened. She understood the gravity of the situation. To the wildlings, the Thens were like the people from big cities. They smelted copper and were more organized, making them distinct from the other clans. Inside Mance's tent, several braziers flickered, casting light over the prominent leaders of the wildlings seated around them. The average clan chiefs weren't even allowed to enter. The most conspicuous figure was a man whose skeletal armor clattered with every movement. Rattleshirt, the so-called Lord of Bones. Rattleshirt had fashioned his armor from the bones of both humans and beasts, and beside him lay a helmet made from a giant skull, minus the lower jawbone. Despite his striking appearance, it was clear that the room's authority rested with a brown-haired man of modest height, Mance Rayder, the famous king beyond the wall. Once everyone had gathered, Mance spoke. "Since you're all here, Orell, tell us what your animal companions saw." All eyes turned to a pale-faced savage with 2 long braids hanging from his temples. His name was Orell, a skin changer. He could bond with his hawk, seeing through its eyes to scout for enemies or prey. Orell's voice was steady as he said, "I saw a dragon. A red dragon. That's impossible. Dragons are extinct. Even the Targaryen dragons are long dead," scoffed a bald man with a clean-shaven beard. He was surprisingly well-groomed for a wildling, with a few shiny brass buttons sewn onto his clothes. This was Styr, the Magnar of the Thens, a title equivalent to chief or patriarch. "No," Mance corrected him, "a Targaryen dragon lord lives. You all know I was in Winterfell once before when the king in the south." Mance trailed off, the memory still fresh in his mind. He had once crossed the wall alone and infiltrated the feast Ned Stark had held for King Robert Baratheon. There, he had overheard the Southern Lords whispering about Viserys Targaryen. It said that the exiled Targaryen prince has gathered an army across the narrow sea, and the Kneeler's Kings is deeply troubled by this. A burly man with a red and white beard spoke up. "You say you saw a dragon, but are you sure you weren't mistaken?" The speaker was Tormund, known as the Giant's Bane, the wildling who would later be known for his interest in Brienne. However, here Tormund appeared older, with 4 sons and 1 daughter. "My hawk is afraid of it. No creature has ever made me feel such fear," Orell replied. What Orell described as fear was actually dragon awe. After the dragon hatched, Viserys and Daenerys lived in a place where even mice dared not venture. "If it really is the Dragon Lord, then what's he doing beyond the wall?" asked a woman in a dogskin cloak, her voice tinged with fear. The very mention of the Dragon Lord riding a dragon struck a chord of dread. Their reputation was formidable. The free folk might despise one another, and they often referred to the Night's Watch as Black Crows or Crows, but dragons were another matter entirely. They held a legendary status, and the idea of dragons soaring through the sky left the free folk with nowhere to hide and no means of defense. A cold wind suddenly blew into the tent, causing Rattleshirt, who was sitting closest to the entrance, to shiver. He turned to see a barefooted Hornfoot entering. These Hornfoots didn't need shoes and possessed exceptional stamina, making them the scouts among the free folk. "Your Grace, a Night's Watchman gave me this," someone said, producing a letter. It had been nearly 10 days since Viserys arrived at the wall. In that time, he and Corn Half-Hand had dispatched hundreds of men to search for signs of the free folk. Meanwhile, Viserys himself had ordered his dragon to conduct a wide-ranging search beyond the wall. He exercised extreme caution throughout the process. After all, the Night King from the TV series, the infamous javelin thrower, had left a lasting impression on him. Though he wasn't sure if the Night King in this world possessed similar abilities, he knew it was wise to be vigilant. During these days, Viserys focused primarily on mapping the terrain beyond the wall. Even when visibility was poor, he refused to let the dragon lower its altitude, much less land, to avoid any potential threats. In addition to searching for the free folk, Viserys made another troubling discovery. Initially, the panel indicated that the wall had a reserve of nearly 100 million points of magic. However, after 10 days, Viserys noticed that the wall's magic reserve had decreased by over 200,000 points. At the current rate of 20,000 points of magic consumed per day, the wall's reserves would only last for just over 10 years. Once the magic is depleted, will the wall collapse? Viserys wondered. He didn't know the answer, but he understood that within the next 10 years, he would either need to find a way to replenish the wall's magic or defeat the Night King. "Your Grace, our scouts have news," came a voice, interrupting his thoughts. Aemon had been in an unusually joyful mood for the past 2 days. The reason was simple. Viserys had cured his blindness. After more than 10 years of living in darkness, Aemon could finally see again. Everything felt new and exciting. He wandered around, feeling things here, gazing at things there, much like a child discovering the world for the first time. What thrilled him even more was that the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the dragons, and they seemed to show a special closeness to him. Jon, who had been looking after Aemon, observed these changes and realized something profound. Aemon was truly a Targaryen. The once dull gray of Aemon's eyes now had a distinct purple hue. "You seem to have a bit of purple in your eyes as well," Aemon remarked with a smile. "Perhaps your mother was Ashera of House Targaryen." Still basking in his newfound happiness, Aemon, with his vast knowledge and life experience, ventured a guess about Jon's origins. Aemon continued. "Ned was deeply in love with Ashera when he was young." "Ashera," Jon echoed, feeling a strange connection to the name. "Yes," Aemon confirmed. "They say she was a very beautiful woman." Jon suddenly drifted into thought, his chest tightening, and his eyes began to sting. Mother, he thought. Could it be her? He had never known his mother, and even in his dreams, he couldn't picture her face. Sometimes, he dreamt of Lady Catelyn. When he was younger, he had even dared to imagine that she might be his mother. But the cold, disdainful look she always gave him shattered that illusion. A mother would never look at her child like that. "Maester Aemon, His Grace, and Commander Mormont have summoned you to a meeting," Jon said respectfully. "Yes, Jon. Let's go," Aemon replied, his voice filled with warmth. Seated comfortably in the wheelchair that Viserys had gifted him, Aemon felt an unexpected wave of happiness. But to his surprise, as Jon pushed him out of the room, he saw Viserys waiting at the bottom of the steps. "Your Grace." Jon bowed low. Since his dragons hatched, Viserys had been in noticeably higher spirits. His suspicions of Jon had faded, and he even began to recognize Jon's potential role in ruling the North alongside him in the future. "Get up," Viserys said, moving to walk behind Aemon. "Viserys, you're a king now. You don't need to tend to me like this," Aemon remarked with a helpless smile, noticing Viserys' intention to push the wheelchair himself. "Hey, an old man in the family is a treasure," Viserys replied cheerfully. "I hope that in the future, both the 7 kingdoms and the 9 free cities will honor the elderly as a virtue. As a king, I must lead by example, right?" In ancient times, a man of 70 didn't even have to kneel before an emperor. Aemon was 100 years old and part of his family. "A bit of care for me won't hurt His Grace." Before Aemon could respond, he suddenly found himself being lifted, smoothly, effortlessly. He marveled at Viserys' strength. "No wonder you're a king who has fought on the battlefield." Aemon chuckled, his admiration for the young monarch growing. Jon, standing nearby, was just as surprised. Aemon, frail and aged, weighed only about 100 pounds, but the wheelchair, crafted by Viserys for durability and comfort, was at least 150 pounds on its own. Yet Viserys handled the combined weight of over 200 pounds with ease. Viserys, pushed Eamon all the way to the Night's Watch dining hall. As they entered, everyone stood to greet them. "Your Grace, Your Grace," they echoed, with Ser Aliser's voice being the most sincere of them all. He had shed his Black Night's Watch cloak, and now wore the red battle cloak Viserys had prepared for him. The deep crimson matched the primary color of House Thorne's coat of arms. Inwardly, Aliser had begun to genuinely admire the resurgence of House Targaryen. Especially after hearing how Viserys had burned Robert Baratheon's fleet, he knew the fall of House Baratheon was only a matter of time. As Viserys had once told him, Aliser was in this hellhole because of his loyalty to the Targaryens. Over the past few days, he had been actively seeking ways to earn goodwill. He even went as far as volunteering for night watch duty, claiming he was doing it to protect his grace. This newfound eagerness only deepened the disdain Jon and his friends felt for him. Viserys pushed Aemon's wheelchair next to the main seat before taking his place at the head of the table. With everyone seated, the meeting officially began. "Your Grace, our people have delivered the letter to Mance, and he has already sent his reply. Now, we need to decide on a location for the meeting," Yura began, outlining the purpose of the council. "Does Commander Mormont have any suggestions?" Viserys asked, his tone neutral. "It is entirely up to your Grace," Mormont replied, still uneasy about the idea of negotiating with the wildlings. "Your Grace," Aliser interjected, choosing his words carefully, "perhaps you could receive Mance at Craster's Keep. Craster is a wildling, and Mance may trust him more than any of us." Aliser had wisely chosen to replace the word meeting with receive, but Viserys was too deep in thought to notice such subtleties. His mind was preoccupied with the details he remembered about Craster. Craster, the infamous monster in the Game of Thrones. A man who slept with his daughters and killed his sons and grandsons. A beast, Viserys thought. No, worse than a beast. He recalled that Craster had a disturbing habit of sacrificing his male offspring to the White Walkers. Maybe he's tied to the Night King, Viserys speculated grimly. "I need to keep an eye on this Craster," he resolved. There were theories that Craster's father was a Stark, and some believed the Stark bloodline was somehow linked to the Night King and the White Walkers. Maybe this Craster is nothing more than a domesticated animal for the White Walkers or the Night King, Viserys mused darkly. If he sacrifices his sons to the White Walkers, perhaps we can use that to our advantage. Capture one for study. "Ser Aliser," Viserys called out. "Your Grace." Aliser responded promptly, pleased to receive an order. "Take a group of men to Craster's Keep," Viserys commanded. "Look into his wife, or whatever he calls them. See if any of his women are pregnant. You're to keep a close watch on him." Aliser didn't fully understand why Viserys suddenly had such interest, but he didn't question the order. He would execute it to the letter. Viserys had plans for Craster, ones that couldn't risk alarming either Craster or the White Walkers. The last thing they needed was to lose the element of surprise. Because of these secretive plans, Viserys knew Craster's Keep was not suitable for a meeting with Mance Rayder, king of the wildlings. Beyond the wall, a river called the Milkwater split the wilderness in two. Craster's Keep lay on the east side of the river, but Viserys decided to hold the meeting with Mance on the west side. "Let's meet at the Skirling Pass," Benjen Stark suggested, breaking his long silence. "There are canyons everywhere, making it easy to hide and retreat. It will also give the wildlings a sense of security." As first ranger, no one knew the terrain beyond the wall better than Benjen, and his advice carried weight. Viserys nodded, trusting in Benjen's expertise. Let's go back to the moment when Mance received the ranger's letter. Among the free folk, few were literate, so asking them to read a letter was no small feat, fortunately. During his time with the Night's Watch, Mance had picked up basic reading and grammar skills, thanks in large part to Maester Aemon and the other brothers. Mance was a sharp man, and with what he had learned, he could manage to read the letter well enough. After reading it, he immediately decided to call a larger meeting than usual, not just a small, secret gathering. This time, he invited not only the leaders of the clans and tribes, but also the most respected warriors among the free folk. The meeting was held in a cave. Ygritte was there, and even Mag the Mighty, The giant chief had come. The tent was far too small to accommodate so many, so Mance stood at the entrance of the cave, where the light from outside illuminated his face. When Mance revealed the contents of the letter to the crowd, the reaction was swift and fierce. "No way. Absolutely not." Rattleshirt, dressed in his bone armor, and Harma the Doghead, a wildling woman who had long been his bitter enemy, shouted almost in unison. For years, their tribes had fought, often clashing monthly, until Mance had finally reconciled them. The fact that they spoke together now, in agreement, sent a shiver through the gathered crowd, as if something unspoken had passed between them. The idea of submitting to the laws of the kneelers, the people who bent the knee to kings, was unthinkable to them. Let them dream if they think we'll follow their rules. Rattleshirt was the first to sense a shift in the atmosphere. He waved his hand dismissively before saying, "But that king of the kneelers has a dragon. Maybe we should think about it." Man stayed silent, watching the others closely. His gaze lingered on Steer, the leader of the Thens, the most powerful tribe among the free folk. Steer's face was set in a grim scowl. He was clearly opposed to the idea. According to the letter, Viserys was asking them to move south of the wall, which meant abandoning their land, and Steer, who commanded over 1,000 warriors, couldn't stomach the thought. For a leader, losing land meant losing power. Even though Viserys had promised in the letter that he wouldn't break up their tribes and would allow them to live as they always had, his words carried little weight here. Trust was a rare commodity beyond the wall, and these free folk had no reason to believe him. The kneelers have always been deceitful. Steer growled, his voice rising. "We should be the true masters of this land, the whole continent. Who drove us here in the first place? Now they want us back? Are we dogs to be called and dismissed as they please?" Steer's words fanned the flames of anger among the other leaders. They nodded in agreement, the old resentments bubbling to the surface. "Yes. Why should we trust them now?" one voice shouted. "They chased us here long ago. Now they want us back, but who knows if it's not a trap to wipe us out," another added. Tormund, ever the loudest in the room, took a deep gulp from his flask. The milky liquid spilled over the corner of his mouth as he growled, "We can't go back." The chorus of agreement grew louder, and it was clear the crowd had decided to reject Viserys' offer. It wasn't a surprise to Mance. He had anticipated this reaction. The free folk weren't desperate enough yet. They still believed they had time and options. But Mance knew better. Fighting was inevitable. But if it came to that, Mance had no intention of leading his people into a slaughter. He had more information than they did, better insight into what lay ahead. Viserys had the resources to fight, and Mance wasn't about to throw his people into a hopeless battle. Cremating bodies was no small task either, and Viserys had no intention of engaging in a lousy battle or a meat grinder war. The Targaryen king was too well prepared for that. Mance surveyed the room, watching as the free folk argued. They're stubborn, he thought. Too stubborn sometimes. But even now, he knew that rebellion wasn't the answer. A reckless revolt, even with good intentions, would lead to disaster. Besides, Mance had access to information that the others didn't. The truth was, prey was growing scarcer, food was dwindling, and the temperatures were dropping rapidly. More and more people were freezing to death in their sleep, while others, hidden in the snow and darkness, were also succumbing to the cold. The free folk didn't fully understand just how dire their situation was. Mance knew that cooperation with Viserys was their best option, but not under these conditions. There had to be room for negotiation. The real challenge, however, was convincing the free folk to accept that reality before it was too late. Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, finally spoke up, his voice cutting through the noise of the gathered free folk. "You're right. The free folk will never accept the laws of those who bend their knees." His words had an immediate effect. The approval from their leader sent a surge of excitement through the crowd. Some began to beat their weapons against their shields and armor, while most struck the ground, as few had armor to speak of. "There's no doubt that we are brave, true free folk, as steadfast as the fist of the first men standing between heaven and earth," Mance continued. but I fear some trick from the Black Crows. Especially since we all know the dragon lore of the Targaryens might be aiding them. So, if they want to meet with me, let's meet. Or else we'll look like a bunch of cowards hiding in our caves. Mance had a way with words, a natural talent for rousing spirits. First, he praised them. We're free. We're brave. Then he flipped it. If they didn't meet with the Night's Watch, they'd look weak. His rhetoric had the desired effect. Almost immediately, people volunteered to go with him. Your Grace, Mance, I've killed countless Black Crows, and there's no one better than me, boomed Tormund, the bragger, rising to his feet. His towering form immediately blocked the view, prompting a displeased grunt from Ygritte. She grabbed her spear, gave it a playful twirl, and jabbed it at Tormund's rear. Unfortunately, her strike wasn't strong enough, and Tormund didn't even notice. Your Grace, I've got armor. I can protect you, Rattleshirt shouted, standing up next. For a moment, it seemed as though everyone was clamoring for the chance to accompany Mance. But Mance had already made up his mind. In addition to Tormund and Rattleshirt, he chose Ygritte. Her red hair was considered a symbol of good luck, as well as the giant Mag the Mighty and Styr the Magnar of Then. These were the leaders of the most prominent clans and tribes among the free folk. If Mance could achieve success in negotiations with their support, it would be much easier to win over the rest of the free folk. Mance felt confident. After much deliberation, he was certain his plan was sound. However, as soon as Mance finished speaking, Styr felt a familiar unease. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it reminded him of when Mance had dragged him along to negotiate peace between the Night's Watch and the free folk. Mance was using the same kind of words now, and it dawned on Styr. Mance might be planning to negotiate peace with Viserys, or even worse, accept the Targaryens' conditions. This was unacceptable to Styr. He couldn't allow Mance to bargain away their freedom. How could he sabotage the meeting? An idea struck him. If he could kill one or two important members of the Night's Watch during the meeting, the negotiations would collapse instantly. As for the threat of revenge from the Dragon Lord, Styr felt confident that the harsh blizzards would prevent even dragons from finding them. Dragons, he thought with a smirk. They won't find us in the snow. Mance sent word to the Night's Watch that he had agreed to the alliance, and soon after, they received the time and place for the meeting. The day of the meeting arrived swiftly. Ygritte woke up early, excitement buzzing in her veins. The reason was simple. She would finally have the chance to meet the Dragon Lord in person. She had promised her small group of friends that when she returned, she would describe what a dragon looked like. More than 40 wildlings had gathered for the meeting. Since horses were scarce, only Mance and a few of the key leaders rode. Orell had a horse as well. He needed one since his focus would be on controlling the falcon that scouted ahead for the group, leaving him unable to walk freely. The giant leader, Mag, also had a mount. His was a massive mammoth, towering 2 or 3 times larger than a horse. Together, Mag and his mammoth looked like a moving fortress. Ygritte, like many others, was forced to walk. Her short legs made the journey tiring, and soon she found herself a little out of breath, glancing ahead and trying to gauge how far they still had to go. Suddenly, Orell fell from his horse, hitting the ground with a thud. Mance and the others pulled back on their reins, halting abruptly. At the same time, Mag's mammoth grew restless, sensing something that made it refuse to move any further. The giant beast let out a loud bellow, and confusion spread through the group. Everyone wanted to know what had spooked Orell so badly. As soon as Orell recovered, the group crowded around him. He looked up at the sky, his face pale with fear. "A doctor, a dragon," he stammered. The group followed his gaze, eyes widening as they saw what Orell had seen. Above them, 3 dragons hovered under a darkening sky that seemed to press down on them, their massive wings stirring the air. It was as if an icy chill ran down their spines, the sheer presence of the dragons overwhelming. "Father, are we still going to attack the Night's Watch?" Sigorn, Styr's son, asked nervously. Styr turned to his son, his eyes hard. "What? Are you afraid? Are you still my son?" "Father, yes." "Good," Styr growled. "We'll attack, and we'll kill their commander. Do you remember what I told you? Sigorn nodded, but most of the wildlings' attention was focused on the dragons. Ygritte, her initial excitement replaced with fear, sought shelter near Mag. The shadow cast by the giant's 3-meter-tall frame gave her a sense of security. The size difference between the two was almost comical, like a basketball standing next to a tennis ball. "My gods, that's a dragon," Tormund muttered, swallowing hard. Despite all his boasts about sleeping with giant bears and besting beasts, he felt a flicker of fear. But being Tormund, he quickly regained his swagger. "It doesn't look that big. I could probably eat one in a single meal. And after eating its flesh, maybe I'd spit fire too," he said, grinning. The others, used to his exaggerations, ignored him entirely. The moment passed quickly as their focus shifted to the figures ahead. Several Night's Watchmen in black, standing out starkly against the white snow like ink on fresh parchment. As soon as Mance recognized one of them, his guard went up. It was Benjen Stark, the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Mance wasn't the only one who tensed. Every leader among the free folk knew Benjen's reputation. He was called the Calamity of the Free Folk. Known for his silent, deadly movements, he could slip into a camp undetected and leave only a red-painted wolf's head at the bedside of any clan leader foolish enough to plunder too much. Many free folk had met their end that way. Ygritte had heard the stories too. Her hand instinctively went to the quiver at her waist, her fingers brushing the fletching of her arrows. "Mance, His Grace Viserys is waiting for you just ahead," Benjen announced as he approached the leaders of the free folk. His voice was flat, cold as the wind itself, as though it were just another element of the snowstorm around them. It sent a chill through Jon, who was following Benjen, but also filled him with a strange sense of excitement. Under Benjen's guidance, Mance led the group into a wide, open space sheltered by the mountains. The quiet there was unsettling, as though the snow itself held its breath. It was then that Styr gave his son a subtle nod. Sigorn, catching the signal, lashed his own back with a riding crop. "Move, you useless beast," he shouted. Tormund glanced over his shoulder, thinking Sigorn was just heading off to relieve himself, and didn't pay it any mind. Mance ignored it as well, figuring it was better to get such things out of the way before the formalities began. As they pressed on, the group finally reached the meeting point. There stood not only the Black Cloak Knight's Watch, but also others wearing armor and cloaks of various colors: red, green, blue. Fine and intricate, far more refined than anything the free folk wore. Ygritte noticed that these men seemed to fall into two distinct groups. One group surrounded a figure on a large red horse, draped in a matching red cloak. The other group consisted solely of Night's Watchmen, their dark cloaks flapping in the cold wind. Ygritte's eyes locked onto Viserys, standing beneath the black Targaryen banner. That must be the Dragon Lord, she thought, her heart racing with a mix of curiosity and awe. As the two groups drew closer, the details of each other's faces became clearer. But it was Viserys who captured her attention the most. Dressed in resplendent armor and fine clothing, Viserys exuded a regal presence that took Ygritte's breath away. For the free folk, who often lived with so little, the sight of someone so well-dressed and confident was a kind of power in itself. Clothes make the man, as the saying went, and Viserys looked every bit the legend she had heard whispered about. It reminded an old tale, the one where Genghis Khan's grandmother dreamed of a golden-armored immortal. Perhaps that dream had been inspired by an officer in shining armor, much like Viserys now. His presence alone was enough to sway spirits, and when the largest of his dragons, a golden beast nearly 10 feet tall, landed behind him, many of the wildlings seemed frozen in place, awestruck by the sheer might of it. Viserys and Old Bear began walking forward together, though Mormont deliberately kept his distance, a gap of 6 or 7 paces between them. From a glance, it was hard to tell who led whom. In contrast, Mance walked with Tormund, Styr, and Rattleshirt close behind him, making it clear to all who was in charge on their side. "Mance, have you made a decision regarding my terms?" Viserys asked, his voice calm but commanding. "We cannot accept your terms," Mance replied. The free folk may have no laws, but we do have our own rules. And what are your terms? Viserys pressed. We want the right to come and go as we please, without being enemies of the Night's Watch. That's impossible. Old Bear interjected sharply, clearly affronted. His raven, perched on his shoulder, echoed him, cawing, "Impossible! Impossible! Impossible!" The tension in the air thickened. It was an understandable reaction. The Night's Watch served as the lock on the wall, and the free folk were seen as the thieves trying to break through it. For Mance to demand the freedom to pass through was an insult to the very purpose of the wall and the Night's Watch. What do you think the Night's Watch is for? What do you think the wall is for? Old Bear's voice boomed through the snowy winds, filled with indignation. But Mance was playing his hand. This was all part of the bargaining process. As the discussion heated up and both sides prepared to rebid, the tense negotiations were suddenly shattered by the twang of a bowstring. An arrow shot straight toward Mormont. Amidst the howling wind and swirling snow, the subtle sound of an arrow slicing through the air could easily go unnoticed. But Viserys, thanks to the heightened awareness provided by his dragon's vision, sensed something was amiss. In the split second before Sigorn's arrow was released, Viserys acted. With a swift pad on his horse's back, he leaped from his saddle and landed on the old bear's mount, catching the arrow mid-flight. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The unexpected attack shattered the fragile tension of the meeting. Immediately, the blue dragon overhead locked onto the attacker's position and dove from the sky like a cannonball, pinning Sigorn to the ground with its massive claw. Before the Night's Watch could even process what had occurred, Viserys' yellow dragon lunged at the giant mag, tackling him to the ground. Its sharp teeth sank into Mag's flesh, poised to crush his throat with a single bite. Ygritte, standing close by, instinctively reached for her weapon to save Mag, but she froze when she saw the gleam in the yellow dragon's eyes. It was clear. Move, and I will kill him. The red dragon swooped down as well, spewing orange flames that halted Mance's guards in their tracks, the heat from the fire forcing them to stay back. Only then did the Night's Watch react, surrounding Mance and his party, weapons drawn. Styr, watching in horror as his son Sigorn lay helpless beneath the dragon's claws, felt a wave of regret crash over him. He had gravely underestimated the power of the dragons. Desperation took over. "Don't kill him. I ordered it. I ordered the attack." Styr shouted, his voice cracking. "Kill me instead." Viserys, still holding the arrow he had caught, tossed it into the snow for all to see. It was then that the crowd understood what had happened. Styr had ordered a sneak attack. The insult was clear, and the Night's Watchman grew tense with anger. Yora's heart pounded in his chest. If not for Viserys' swift intervention, his father, Old Bear Mormont, would have been dead or gravely injured. His fury matched the cold intensity of the dragons around him. There would be consequences. "Ser Yora, kill him," Viserys commanded, his voice sharp with rage. Yora, consumed by anger, looked like a man possessed. His face twisted into a furious snarl, his massive frame radiating menace. In that moment, he didn't even need his sword. He could have crushed the attacker with his bare hands like a rabid bear. Yora raised his sword, stalking toward Sigorn, who was now subdued and helpless under the dragon's control. "I beg you, don't kill him. I told him to kill your father." "I did," Styr shouted, his voice breaking as he choked on his own desperation. Viserys remained silent, his eyes scanning the faces of Mance and the other wildling leaders. It was clear Styr was trying to take responsibility for his son's actions. "Go on, leave," Viserys said coolly, his gaze resting on Styr. Styr understood the meaning behind those words. Dying here, in place of his son, was the only fate left to him. With the treachery he'd committed, neither the free folk nor the Vens would forgive him. Yora stood, sword in hand, waiting for direction. His eyes flicked toward Viserys, who briefly glanced at Old Bear. The attack had rattled even the most seasoned warriors, and Mormont was no exception. As he locked eyes with Viserys, a realization dawned on him. Before this, Mormont had seen Viserys as too young, too inexperienced to be taken seriously. He had quietly dismissed his plan to resettle the wildlings inland as naive. But now, after Viserys had saved his life, Mormont's perspective shifted. Though he still had doubts about the plan, he was prepared to offer his support. "Then kill him," Old Bear said firmly, his gaze resting on Styr. Styr, knowing his fate was sealed, pleaded once more. "You can kill me, but please spare Mance your grace." "My decision is none of your concern," Viserys replied sharply, his displeasure evident. Styr's betrayal had nearly destroyed the alliance. Without hesitation, Yora swung his sword, decapitating Styr in a single stroke. Styr's expression, frozen in shock and regret, lingered as blood gushed from his headless body. The crimson spray stained Yora's boots, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as he stepped away. The sudden violence unsettled the camp. This turn of events, a major disruption to the alliance, was something no one had anticipated, least of all Viserys, whose mood darkened considerably. "Your Grace, we should kill the rest of these savages," someone shouted, anger fueling their words. "Yes, kill them," others echoed. "Kill them all." Viserys raised a hand to silence the calls for blood. "No," he said firmly. "Without their leaders, the free folk will descend into chaos. That will only create more problems for us." He stepped forward, approaching Mance Rayder, who was being held down by Benjen Stark. Mance, his brown hair matted with dirt, knelt with his face nearly pressed to the ground, his breaths ragged as he inhaled the dust. His coughing echoed through the tense air. "Ser Stark, let him up," Viserys commanded. Benjen, who had joined the Night's Watch later in life, had no personal history with Mance. Still, he roughly grabbed Mance by the collar and yanked him to his feet before stepping aside. Rattleshirt, Tormund, Harma, and the other wildling leaders growled in displeasure, their anger palpable. They didn't take kindly to seeing their king manhandled, and their low, guttural noises were a clear warning, a reminder that despite the situation, they were still wildlings through and through. "You must be His Grace Viserys," Mance said, meeting Viserys' gaze. "If you and your people are willing to move south of the wall, I'll grant you land. If you survive the long night, you may return beyond the wall, if that's what you wish," Viserys replied, his sword resting easily in his hand. "Your Grace, thank you for the offer," Mance said, his voice steady. "But the free folk cannot accept your rule. What if you lead us south only to slaughter us? We cannot trust you." Viserys' eyes narrowed. "So this is a question of trust?" "Yes," Tormund shouted, defiant even with his sword at his neck. "We don't trust you. What if you bring us in just to kill us like sheep? The free folk will never bend to your will. We want freedom. We'll fight until the last man if we have to." Rattleshirt, standing nearby, growled his agreement. "Even if you kill us all here, you'll never have our loyalty." Viserys knew this was indeed the problem. Rising to power had taught him a simple truth. It was easy to take a man's life, but far harder to win his loyalty. While intimidation and bribery could force many into submission, such loyalty was shallow, easily swayed by fear or greed. He wanted the free folk to move south, not to exterminate them, but to protect them. Killing them would achieve nothing. He needed their trust. Turning to Harma, who stood clad in her dogskin cloak, he asked, "And what about you? You don't trust me either?" Harma crossed her arms. "No, I don't." Viserys looked at Mag the Mighty, still pinned under the dragon's claw, his enormous mouth murmuring something in an ancient tongue. Viserys couldn't understand it, but the meaning was clear enough. He didn't trust him either. Ygritte, her hands bound by Jon, lifted her head defiantly. A strand of her red hair fell across her face as she spat out. "I don't believe you either." Mance's eyes hardened, his resolve clear. The voices of his people echoed his own doubts, setting a firm line in the sand. Viserys' gaze landed on Orell, the skin changer, who had remained silent throughout. Viserys recognized him immediately as a man in tune with beasts. And unlike the others, Orell seemed different. His eyes were filled with something more, a mix of fear and awe, as if he saw Viserys as both a natural enemy and someone to submit to. "Very well," Viserys said, his voice calm, yet commanding. Since you refuse to trust me, I will let you go. Your Grace? Came a shocked voice from the Night's Watch. No, Your Grace, echoed another from the soldiers at his side, confusion sweeping through the ranks. Viserys' order was incomprehensible to both the Night's Watch and his own men. It seemed absurd to let the wildlings go after such defiance. But Old Bear understood. Viserys still intended to proceed with his plan to resettle the free folk, through diplomacy, not bloodshed. It was a delicate balance, one that required patience. Viserys raised his hand, and the murmurs ceased. The cold wind howled, but the gathering was silent, waiting for his next words. You can go back, Viserys began, his voice calm but commanding. But on one condition, we make a wager. Mance's eyes narrowed, but he nodded. Just name it, he replied, his heart racing. His life hung in the balance, and the fact that Viserys was willing to negotiate at all was a victory in itself. Here's the deal, Viserys said, stepping forward. Within 10 days, if I can capture you alive, you must accept my terms. You'll gather all the free folk you can convince and lead them south of the wall. If I fail to capture you, I will provide enough food to last your people half a year. The wildlings stirred at this. Half a year's worth of food, an immense offering for those who often didn't know where their next meal would come from. The temptation was clear, and even Mance couldn't help but feel the weight of Viserys' offer. Laughter erupted from the crowd, half mocking, half nervous. The thought of someone capturing Mance, especially with his experience and cunning, seemed laughable to many of the free folk. But the idea of losing out on that much food gave them pause. But you have dragons. Harma, the female wildling leader, finally spoke up. Her voice wavered with hesitation. Unless you agree not to use it, we can't accept. The words tumbled out before she could stop herself, and immediately she regretted it. How could anyone expect a dragon lord to give up his most powerful advantage? Yes, Viserys responded immediately, without hesitation. Silence fell over the group. The leaders of the free folk exchanged bewildered glances, shocked by his swift reply. Tormund, in particular, was taken aback. What? Did I hear that right? He muttered to no one in particular. Viserys had just agreed to forego his greatest weapon, his dragons. To the wildlings, this seemed like utter madness. What kind of man gives up his greatest advantage in a battle of wits and strength, they thought. Tormund grinned, excitement bubbling up within him. The Dragon Lord was tall, but Tormund was taller, nearly a full head above Viserys' impressive height. His thick bone armor made him appear even larger. He was confident that if it came down to a fight, he could easily overpower Viserys. Without the dragon, the odds seemed heavily in his favor. Mance studied Viserys carefully before asking, "Are you sure you can manage without your dragons?" "Of course," Viserys replied confidently. "A king never lies. I never lie." The proposition intrigued Mance. It was only 10 days that would pass quickly. If he won, the free folk would receive enough food to last half a year, a tempting offer indeed. "Are you sure you won't let them go, Your Grace?" asked Jeremy, wearing his blue cloak, still skeptical. Like Alliser, he had been exiled to the Wall after the Battle of King's Landing, and Viserys had saved him as well. "I've already promised them," Viserys replied without hesitation. "Release them immediately. Return their weapons and horses." As the wildling leaders reclaimed their weapons, they looked bewildered, as if they were in some dream they couldn't wake from. Who in their right mind captures enemies only to release them? And what kind of madman agrees to forego using his most powerful asset, his dragon, simply because the enemy asked? Not only were the Night's Watch and Viserys' soldiers baffled by his actions, but the wildlings themselves were equally perplexed. Yet Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, saw deeper. He understood what was happening. When a man doesn't want your life, he's after something far more valuable, your heart. Viserys wasn't after the defeat of the free folk. He wanted to win over the free hearts of tens of thousands. While the rest of the wildlings celebrated their survival, Mance was the only one who grasped the weight of the situation. "We agreed," Viserys said calmly, "that if I defeat you next time, you'll have to accept my terms." "Of course," Tormund bellowed, still oblivious to the larger game at play. But Viserys wasn't focused on Tormund. His gaze was fixed on Mance. Mance's thoughts raced. He's not going to use a dragon, so he cannot afford to be defeated, he mused. On behalf of the free folk, I accept your terms. If you capture us in the next encounter, we will move south of the wall. Very well, Viserys said, nodding slightly. His eyes briefly flicked to Orell, the skin changer, assessing him with a casual glance. I won't use a dragon. Even if it appears in battle, I'll still consider it my loss. Mance turned to his people. Let's go, he called out to the wildling warriors. But as they began to move, Viserys' voice rang out again. Wait, the wildlings froze, their brief moment of relief turning into unease. Is he going back on his word? Tormund and the others tensed, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. You, and Viserys pointed to Mance, Sigorn, Rattleshirt, Harma, the giant mag, and Tormund. You can go, but the rest will stay, or they'll leave their heads behind. Killing just one person felt insignificant to them. To make an impact, everyone except these key wildling leaders needed to be defeated. Unlike the Night's Watch, the free folk couldn't be swayed by mere words or simple negotiations. They required force to be truly subdued. Viserys' decision was soon accepted by the majority. Out of the 40 or 50 wildlings, only 6 would be allowed to return, which was considered a sufficient show of force. Since none of the free folk had been killed or injured yet, there were few complaints. Tormund, however, now understood that the Dragon Lord's mercy came with conditions. What had seemed like foolishness, letting them go, was more like a hunter playing with his prey, confident in his control. Regret gnawed at him. Every word he had shouted earlier now carried a weight he hadn't anticipated. If he hadn't been so loud, perhaps fewer people would have to die. His gaze fell on Ygritte, her red hair disheveled, bound behind her back by Jon. Guilt welled up inside him. Your Grace Viserys, I'm willing to trade my life for hers, Tormund said suddenly. Tormund, Mance began, unsure how to continue. He wondered if speaking with more humility might prompt Viserys to show mercy. Your Grace, Mance offered, take my arm as payment. Spare them. Mance! The others tried to stop him from saying more. Viserys, without a word, turned, drew Yora's sword, and tossed it at Mance's feet. Kill half of them yourself, or you all die together. The steel blade, still stained with Styr's blood, glinted in the snow. Mance stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Can't decide, Viserys sneered. He tossed a gold coin, a golden dragon, into the air. Flip the coin. If the dragon faces up, they live. If it faces down, they die. You throw it. The cold weight of fate now rested in Mance's hands. Even though more lives could be spared with the flip of a coin, the agony of deciding who lived and who died was his burden alone. The Night's Watchman watched, realizing that Viserys, despite his gifts, was no easy ruler. His cold-bloodedness was terrifying. He wasn't just killing bodies, he was killing their spirits too. It sent shivers down their spines. In the end, luck was not on Mance's side. Out of nearly 50 wildlings, only 13 were spared by the coin toss, the rest condemned by the cruel whim of chance. As Mance stood over the trail of decapitated bodies, he regretted not agreeing to Viserys' terms earlier. Later that evening, Viserys dined with Mance in Maester Aemon's chamber. The room, now brightly lit by 2 lampstands holding 3 candles each, was the brightest place in all of Castle Black. Jon served at Viserys' side, eager for the chance to observe the legendary Targaryen up close. There was good news for Jon as well. With Alliser sent by Viserys to keep an eye on Craster, no one harassed him anymore. His life had become much easier. As for Aemon, his days carried on much the same, though the brightness in his room now seemed a small comfort in the midst of so much darkness. Recently, since regaining his sight, old Aemon's appetite had noticeably improved. The chance to witness a dragon up close had lifted his spirits, making him eager to eat more. But after hearing about the incident that day, what could have been a full meal ended with almost a third left untouched. Can't finish? Viserys asked, noticing Aemon's struggle. Aemon smiled, and made a motion to pick up his spoon again, but to his and Jon's surprise, Viserys calmly poured Aemon's leftovers into his own bowl. The long night is coming. We must cherish every grain of food, Viserys said, his voice serious. Jon, when I leave the wall, make sure everyone understands, no wasting food. Yes, your grace, Jon replied, puzzled. He had heard Viserys was a wealthy king who had brought plenty of goods to the Night's Watch. Yet, here he was, acting so frugally. Jon couldn't help but recall the lavish feast Winterfell had hosted for King Robert, where half the food stocks had been depleted, and afterward, bones and uneaten scraps had been strewn everywhere, wasted. Viserys, are you saying the White Walkers are real? Aemon asked, his sharp eyes fixed on the Targaryen king. Previously, Viserys had explained he wanted to take Aemon away because of the king's blood in his veins. Aemon, who had been skeptical, now found himself reconsidering in light of recent events involving the Dead Rising. Yes, they are real, Viserys confirmed. I believe they may have been created by the children of the forest. In any case, the free folk cannot stay beyond the wall. If they do, we will face even greater threats in the future. I estimate the wall will collapse in about 10 years. The wall will collapse. Aemon and Jon exchanged stunned looks at this revelation. It's just an estimate, Viserys added, swiftly finishing the contents of his bowl. The wall holds immense magic, but that magic is fading, dissipating each day. I've deduced this from the residual amounts still present. Jon and Aemon, still processing the idea of the wall collapsing, were further shocked when Viserys added, and yes, magic is very real. To prove his point, Viserys gestured toward the burning lampstand. A small, lifelike dragon of flame, no more than 3 inches tall, danced across his fingertips, its wings flickering like fire. He then explained the connection between the Red Comet and the resurgence of magic. Just as the room fell quiet, a Night's Watch soldier entered, one unfamiliar to Viserys. Your Grace, Lord Thorne asked me to inform you that 3 women at Craster's Keep are now pregnant. The first is expected to give birth in about a month. Good, Viserys nodded. Tell him to be careful and eat hot food when he can. I may not be fond of Alliser, but he's doing me a favor, and a little verbal concern goes a long way in keeping people dedicated. The soldier bowed. Yes, my lord. When Alliser Thorne later heard of Viserys' concern, a faint warmth stirred within him. Even a simple acknowledgement from a dragon lord seemed great. Mance, who had just returned to the camp, still felt the heavy guilt of the wildling warriors he had killed with his own hands. It was as if a rope was winding tightly around his heart, making it hard to breathe. Forget about it, Mance. It's not your fault, said his wife, Dalla, handing him a still warm beet. For some reason, Dalla hadn't felt very hungry lately. Mance nodded. Viserys is only this angry because Styr acted on his own. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Sigorn, knowing the great losses his actions had caused the free folk, offered a large amount of Ven supplies as atonement. After taking stock of their current provisions and adding the Ven supplies, Mance felt a surge of confidence. As long as they weren't caught in the next 10 days, they could count it as a victory. His plan was to take some elite warriors and spear wives and hide near the Frost Fangs, a land of mountains and forests perfect for concealment. The main reason for breaking away from the main camp was the overwhelming strength of Viserys and the Night's Watch. With more than 1,000 well-equipped soldiers, they could easily overrun the camp. Staying there wasn't an option. We don't have much food left, so pick the best supplies to bring, Mance commanded. No problem. Okay. Tormund and the others responded in unison. Orell. Orell snapped back to attention at the sound of his name. Mance handed him a small rib roast, the pale yellow fat still clinging to it. You're important, Mance said. Keep your eyes open. Mance knew how valuable Orell was. His hawk could warn them of any approaching danger, and even if Viserys used his dragon illegally, Orell's hawk would detect it long before it arrived. Yet Mance was certain that Viserys wouldn't go back on his word and use a dragon to search for them. Orell nodded. Mance was unaware that he had already betrayed him. Under the looming threat of a dragon, Orell couldn't fathom rebellion. He believed that since Viserys had allowed them to live, he wouldn't harm them. But most importantly, during the meeting, when they had locked eyes, Orell had understood Viserys' true intentions. And so, Orell's eagle would not only fail to help Mance, it would become Viserys' signpost. The Dragon Lord definitely won't hurt his Grace Mance, Orell told himself, trying to dispel the gnawing guilt. After Mance led a group out of the camp, Viserys and his men set off towards the Frostfangs as well. The old bear, now commander-in-chief, had no real reason to be there. But Viserys had saved his life not long ago, and, as emperor, he was a man the old commander owed. So, out of duty and gratitude, the old bear followed. Viserys had originally wanted to leave him at Castle Black and bring Benjen instead, but the old bear's stubborn loyalty prevailed. Knowing this was the old man's way of showing support, Viserys accepted his presence. Since this was intended as a surprise attack, Viserys had only brought about 100 men. Most weren't equipped with iron armor, as it was too impractical beyond the wall, where brutal snowstorms and the freezing cold reigned supreme. Here, Viserys understood the wisdom behind the saying, "A general's crossbow cannot be controlled, and iron armors are too cold to wear." Though Viserys' extraordinary constitution shielded him from the cold, his men were not so fortunate. They could only wear leather armor in this harsh climate. Even drawing a bow and firing an arrow became a challenge in such conditions. "Your Grace, Giant Stair is just ahead," the old bear informed Viserys. The Giant Stair was one of the key access points to the Frostfangs, a treacherous mountain path formed by weathered rocks. It resembled a staircase, with layers upon layers of stone, each step waist-high for an adult, as if crafted for giants, hence the name. As a group crossed the Giant Stair, Viserys spotted a falcon circling above. There was no doubt it was Orell's falcon. With his dragon's soul skill, Viserys understood its meaning perfectly. If they followed the falcon's path, they would undoubtedly find Mance's hideout. Inside a warm cave, Mance and the free folk waited patiently. Orell sat to the side, eyes rolled back as he entered his falcon's body, scanning the landscape from above. He saw Viserys and his group making their way toward them. "Orell! Orell!" Tormund called out, clearly bored. He would come over from time to time, eager for any news of Viserys. "Tormund, if he spots the Black Crows, he'll wake up and tell us. Why do you keep interrupting him?" Ygritte muttered impatiently as she sharpened an arrow. "It's already the 7th day. Do you think we'll win?" someone in the group asked. Time had passed faster than any of them realized. But Mance, ever cautious, reminded them, "Don't let your guard down. Keep sending out scouts." Orell's Hawks were only their first line of defense. Each day, Mance sent out hard-footed scouts to patrol the area around their hideout, forming their second line of defense. As for the third line, that was themselves. They couldn't let Viserys take them alive. Mance couldn't shake the feeling that Viserys had some plan in mind when he let them go. But no matter how hard he tried, Mance couldn't figure out how Viserys intended to find them. Benjen, a figure flashed before Mance's eyes. Benjen Stark was indeed an expert tracker, and Mance had specifically chosen to take Orell and send out so many scouts to guard against being found by him. "Hey, I think we've won. The proud free folk have defeated the Dragon Lord. That's half a year's worth of grain," Tormund exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. He was already imagining how his title would grow even longer after this victory. Tormund's current titles were already impressively long: Giantsbane, Tall Talker, Hornblower, Breaker of Ice, Thunderfist, Husband to Bears. He claimed to have bedded a bear, Mead King of Ruddy Hall, Father of Hosts, and Speaker to Gods. Perhaps he didn't fully grasp the meaning behind half of those names, but that didn't stop him from boasting about them at every opportunity. You could also add Dragon Slayer. He paused, shaking his head. No. Tormund quickly reconsidered, feeling that Dragon Slayer was a bit too bold. Just saying the word made him uneasy. He couldn't help but recall the moment when Viserys' dragon had nearly taken control of them all. It had been a chilling, bloodless moment, cold, precise. He also remembered the time when Viserys tossed a gold coin to Mance, leaving the fate of the wildlings hanging on that small piece of metal. Tormund could still picture the coin in midair and the terrifying realization that their lives had been decided by something so small. Let's call it defeater of the Dragon Lord, Tormund thought, a little sheepishly. Winning a bet could certainly count as a defeat of sorts, couldn't it? Sitting by the campfire, he imagined how he would boast about this the next time he had an audience. He scratched at the lice crawling on his skin, the warmth of the fire making him drowsy. Before long, he drifted into sleep. Mance noticed but said nothing. Everyone wanted to stay hidden in the warm cave. Before, Tormund had always volunteered for patrol duty, but now even he seemed content to stay close to the fire. Just then, the scouts from the Hornfoot clan returned. When they reported that they had found no sign of Viserys or his men, Mance felt a wave of relief. He glanced at Orell, waiting for his confirmation. After a while, Orell finally emerged from his skin-changer state, his eyes still adjusting to the surroundings. "What's the news? Did you find their trail?" Mance asked. Orell avoided Mance's gaze, though Mance simply assumed he was weak after spending time in his falcon's body. "Your Grace, I haven't seen any sign of Viserys or his group." "Oh, that's good." Mance sighed in relief. "You rest now. I'll keep watch." "No, Your Grace, I'm not that tired. I just need something to eat. I can manage. You rest." "Okay," Mance agreed. Seeing Orell's resolve, he found a flat stone to use as a pillow and lay down. The flickering campfire cast a warm, yellow glow across his face, but it did little to disturb the sleep of the king beyond the wall. Before long, Mance was asleep. Orell looked around. Nearby, Rattleshirt and Harma had somehow curled up together for warmth, entwined in each other's arms. He paid them no mind. All that mattered was that Viserys was coming, and no one else knew. "You slept well, Lord Mance." When Mance woke, he found himself surrounded by Night's Watchmen and Viserys' soldiers. Tormund and the others had already been tied up. Viserys sat calmly on a stone pedestal, holding a greasy lamb chop over the fire. The fat dripped and sizzled as it hit the flames, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The flickering orange light cast a golden hue on Viserys' hair and face, making him appear strikingly different from the people beyond the wall. Beside him lay a small assortment of spices, which he casually sprinkled over the lamb. The smell was intoxicating, tempting even Mance. It looked so delicious, and for a moment, Mance imagined taking a bite, then another. But no matter how tempting the food, it wasn't enough to distract him from the betrayal he now understood all too well. As he watched Viserys share the roasted lamb with Orell, who stood nearby, everything became clear. "When? Why?" Mance demanded, fury burning in his eyes. He recalled the extra piece of rib roast Orell had given him before they left camp, now realizing it had all been part of the deception. Orell lowered his head, unable to meet his former lord's gaze. "Mance," Viserys said with a casual air, "the details don't matter. What matters is I've caught you again. Now, you'll reconsider my terms, won't you?" "No, this doesn't count." Tormund's muffled voice burst out, his gag evidently not secured well enough. As the hornblower, his lung capacity was remarkable, and he spat the gag out with force. Heart-pounding, Tormund's voice boomed through the cave, echoing long after the initial shout. He screamed with a volume that made the walls tremble. He had been so close to earning the title defeater of the Dragon Lord, and the thought of losing it now was unbearable. However, the moment Viserys' purple eyes settled on him, Tormund immediately wilted. Any defiance drained from him as he wondered if he'd be given the chance to flip a coin again. Viserys shifted his gaze to Harma and Rattleshirt, both bound like Tormund. "What about you? Do you agree?" he asked. Rattleshirt, despite his anger, had a defiant expression, but his posture betrayed him. He looked less like a warrior and more like a scolded, aggrieved husband. "Of course, Your Grace. The only reason you found us this time is because of this shameless traitor. If you fought us fairly, you wouldn't be a match for us." "Yes," Harma added, her voice softer than usual, try to maintain composure. The free folk will never accept such a defeat. The two were like a chorus, and their synchronized complaints made them seem more like a bickering couple than two warriors. It didn't help that when Viserys had found them, they were still entangled in a rather compromising position, making the scene almost unbearable to witness. Viserys could see the fear settling in. Even the wildlings, who were once bold and defiant, were now showing signs of fear, and it wasn't lost on the Night's Watchmen, either. There was a shift in their attitude. Good, he thought. I won't kill anyone this time, but they need a little more persuasion to truly break. But we had an agreement, Viserys reminded them, his tone calm yet pointed. If I captured you alive this time, you'd accept my terms. Are you now going back on your word? Are the free folk really so fickle and small-minded? What is fickle, and what is small-minded? Tormund asked, genuinely confused. Viserys paused, choosing to ignore Tormund's question. While he spoke, Harma and Rattleshirt whispered to each other, plotting in low voices. Finally, Rattleshirt raised his voice again. Your grace, this time doesn't count. It was because of a traitor in our midst. Next time, if you can capture us alive, we'll accept your conditions. Viserys didn't reply immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Mance, the true leader of the free folk. After all, Mance's word would carry the most weight. Mance nodded, his voice steady but tinged with resentment. Yes, we cannot accept this defeat, which was caused by a traitor, not by your skills as a dragon lord. Fine, Viserys said, a slight smile playing on his lips. This time, you tell me how you want to challenge me, and I'll give you another chance. The Night's Watchmen exchanged baffled looks. The hard trek over the last few days had been grueling, and now it seemed like their efforts were being dismissed. They turned to the old bear for guidance, but seeing that he remained silent, they said nothing. After all, Viserys had funded this entire mission, and he had even provided the Night's Watch with the leather armor they were wearing. None of them felt inclined to complain, not when they'd benefited from the journey. Mance, Tormund, and the rest of the wildlings were even more shocked than last time. Viserys had agreed to their conditions again. What was going on? Was he really going to let them go a second time? The wildlings' faces lit up with the joy of survival. Thank the gods, Tormund muttered, surprising even himself. As an unrepentant atheist, this was the first time he'd ever shown any hint of piety. At least there's no need to flip a coin this time. But a new question arose. What should we challenge Viserys to? Rattleshirt glanced at Mance, and after receiving a subtle nod of approval, spoke up. We'll each provide 300 men for a head-to-head battle. If you agree to this, we'll accept your terms. Viserys' gaze shifted to Mance, and the unspoken understanding between them was clear. The free folk still had 300 to 500 men, and even giants among them, and at least 200 of those could be pulled into the fight as warriors. Mance gave a confirming nod. Yes, he said, that's our challenge. Harma, never one to miss an opportunity, added with a sly grin, you still can't use a dragon. And no sending a falcon to spy either. By now, it was tacitly agreed among the free folk that Orell had fully betrayed them, aligning himself with Viserys. So, an additional condition was added this time. In truth, if they weren't worried about Viserys uncovering their plans, they'd have gladly pulled out just 200 giants for the battle. With those giants wielding massive clubs, even the simplest encounter would overwhelm ordinary men. Viserys chuckled at the free folks' audacity. He could guess what they were plotting with little effort. Fine, he said, amused. I accept your challenge. Choose the time and place, and send word when you're ready. Mance's suspicions grew stronger at how readily Viserys agreed. It became clearer to him that Viserys wasn't after the lives of the free folk or the so-called King Beyond the Wall. No, Viserys wanted something far more valuable. He wanted to conquer the hearts of the free folk. Next time, I must win, Mance silently vowed. They had taken almost half of their food reserves with them, and with giants joining the fight next time, the food consumption would increase even more. Mance knew they might have to cut rations for others just to keep the giants fed and ready for battle. After untying the free folk and offering them some food, Viserys stood back, watching as Mance and his group departed. His thoughts turned to the harsh truth of leadership. He was beginning to understand more deeply the saying, "Human lives are the currency of emperors." The next battle wouldn't be as clean as this one. There would be deaths, many most likely, and when people died, others would question the necessity of it. They would say, "These people didn't have to die, if only our Lord had just killed those savages himself." But Viserys knew that if he killed Mance now, the free folk would descend into chaos, making it impossible to rally them, and that disarray would only make things harder for him in the long run. Lives, he mused. Moving the free folk inland would require immense resources, manpower, and, inevitably, even more lives. Yet Viserys prided himself on being a miserly emperor, one who placed great value on human life. If there was a way to save lives, he would take it. But even the miserly emperor knew that some things were worth more than lives alone. As Viserys prepared to face Mance's next challenge, urgent news arrived from King's Landing. Ronan, who had managed to stay away from the chaos surrounding the Winch Tower for some time, could no longer remain idle. After Robert's fleet was decimated, he too set sail with his men for the free cities, or perhaps they should now be called the Valyrian Empire. The news had come via the Red Viper. Since Viserys had made it clear that Robert's head was his goal within a year, the armies of the various kingdoms and families had begun withdrawing on a large scale. Maintaining such a vast force in the field was financially crippling. Viserys calculated that the army stationed in the north would return home in about 2 months. In other words, he had only 2 months to resolve the issue with the free folk. Any delay would only strengthen the resistance when the northern forces returned. The reason for Robert's decision to pull back his troops was clear. The sudden influx of tens of thousands of soldiers had devastated the security, environment, and economy in the regions where they were stationed. Skirmishes had even broken out between the armies of different houses, further straining resources. Despite the withdrawal, most houses, apart from Dorne and Highgarden, remained loyal to Robert. They were too deeply involved in the rebellion to simply walk away. There was, however, another intriguing development. Robert had demanded that all the lords send their heirs to King's Landing. Viserys saw this for what it was. The fat stag no longer felt safe. It reminded him of his father, Aerys, who had once tried a similar tactic. But unlike Aerys, Robert had been talked out of it by Ned Stark. Viserys smirked, recalling how Aerys had demanded Jon Arryn send his wards to King's Landing, only for Arryn to refuse and raise the banner of rebellion instead. Viserys knew that the heirs of the lords were vital assets. If Robert alienated them, the already fragile Baratheon dynasty, teetering on the brink of collapse, could fall apart overnight. The situation with Robert and Cersei, the union that most interested Viserys, had surprisingly garnered little attention. Both sides seemed to be ignoring each other, adopting a cold-shoulder approach to their marriage. The Gold Cloaks were busy arresting anyone who dared gossip about the state of the royal couple, keeping the Red Keep relatively peaceful, though unrest simmered outside its walls. As for the smaller matters, including anything related to Barristan, Viserys paid them little mind. There were larger issues at play, and his focus remained squarely on the greater game ahead. As far as I know, no Targaryen king has ever faced a worse situation than Robert, said Aemon, stroking the head of the young red dragon as he read the letter. The dragon, resting its growing head on Aemon's lap, closed its eyes in contentment, enjoying the gentle strokes. In a few months, it would be too large for such comforts. Viserys, meanwhile, estimated that in 3 months, his yellow dragon would be strong enough to carry him. By then, his range of movement would expand significantly. He envisioned flying over Westeros, visiting lords, and receiving their renewed oaths of allegiance. By the time Robert realized what was happening, there might already be banners of "Down with the Stag," "Restore the Dragon" flying across the realm. However, Viserys had a slight correction to Aemon's assessment. Wasn't the situation my father, King Aerys, faced just as dire? Even Doran, as part of his daughter-in-law's family, sent only 10,000 men to his aid. But Robert has to contend with you, and 7 dragons, Eamon replied with a smile, clearly in good spirits. Have you thought a way to deal with the giants? Eamon asked. They're just giants, Viserys shrugged. I can think of at least 9 ways to get rid of them. I'm just deciding which will cause the fewest deaths. Eamon paused, looking at him thoughtfully before saying, Viserys, you have a kind heart. A few days later, Viserys visited the training ground, where Old Bear and Yora were testing a new piece of equipment he had designed. The soldiers were preparing to use it in the next battle. This new equipment was deceptively simple, a trebuchet and a reinforced fishing net. The nets were specially crafted, tanned with leather and reinforced to prevent the giants from tearing them apart. These net shells were fired by 2 trebuchets, their counterweights launching the nets high into the air before they fell over the giants' heads, restricting their movements. Once the giants were neutralized, the poorly armed free folk would be even less of a challenge. Harma believed that by deploying the giants, the free folk could toy with Viserys, but they had not expected him to have even more tricks up his sleeve. Could a trebuchet be considered part of their army? Of course not. But once the giants were ensnared, the rest of the battle would be a rout. His forces would rush in, easily subduing the remaining free folk. After this battle, Viserys would have effectively captured Mance 3 times, letting him go twice. But he had no interest in playing games with the King Beyond the Wall any longer. The army of the North would soon return, and time was running out. He had more pressing matters to handle. Your Grace. Yora and his father greeted Viserys as he approached. The near-death experience they had shared had clearly improved their strained relationship, and they now spent more time together. The old bear had taken the opportunity to learn more about Viserys through his son, and his respect for the legendary Targaryen only grew. Any problems with the catapults? Viserys asked, glancing at the newly constructed war machines. No problems, Your Grace, Yura Mormont replied. None at all, echoed his father, the old bear. Commander Mormont, Viserys said, next time, we won't all be able to go. One of us will need to stay behind and keep watch. Let me go, Your Grace, Jura Mormont quickly offered. With this equipment, I'm confident I can take down the giants for you. His son stood silently, caught in a dilemma. He didn't know how to respond. It felt wrong to ask Viserys not to go into battle, just as it felt wrong to ask his own father to stay behind. In the end, he chose to say nothing. Viserys, sensing the tension, gave him another order instead. Clear out more fortifications as soon as possible. We'll need them when we capture the wildlings later. Meanwhile, Mance was making his own preparations for the upcoming battle. Supplies were running low, especially with his plan to field as many wildlings as possible. The more warriors he brought into the fight, the faster their food stores dwindled. In the Free Folks camp, large copper pots had been set up, so massive that 2 or 3 people could easily cook in each. It was only thanks to the Vens that they had so many pots available for heating food. The cauldrons were filled with a chaotic assortment of ingredients, as the wildlings lined up to toss in whatever they could spare. Mance had demanded that everyone contribute to the cause. Not far from the cauldrons, 100 giants sat in silence, their eyes fixed on the boiling stew. They were the key to the free folks' strength, and they needed to be fed if they were to fight. Standing on a makeshift platform, Mance watched the scene unfold below. Most people could only offer scraps, something dark pulled from their pockets, or, in the best cases, a small piece of meat or bone. Many resorted to tossing in grass cakes, a poor man's ration. A mother holding a baby reached the front of the line, but she had nothing left to give. Her eyes pleaded with Mance, silently begging for mercy. She insisted that she had no food, that she had given all she had. But Mance was unmoved. His voice, hard and unyielding, cut through the crowd. Everyone must contribute, he said, his gaze never leaving the giants. He knew that feeding them was the only way the free folk had a chance of winning the battle ahead. Only by winning could they hope to preserve their freedom. The barbarian mother set her child aside and, with trembling hands, exposed one breast. Thin streams of white milk sprayed out, trickling into the massive cauldron. But how much milk could she produce when she herself was half-starved? There was only enough for a few mouthfuls before the flow stopped. Desperate, the mother knew that this meager offering wouldn't satisfy Mance's command. Just as she prepared to offer the other breast, her baby began to cry, hungry for the nourishment she was now giving away. She hesitated, torn between the king beyond the wall's demands and the needs of her child. Maybe the root I hid last time is still there, she thought, debating her next move. As she was about to continue squeezing out what little milk she had left, Mance's voice cut through the tension. That's enough. Next, he wasn't without compassion. Mance had once left the Night's Watch because he felt a responsibility to the free folk, like a parent to their children. He couldn't stand the thought of a child starving for a few drops of milk. It was the least kindness he could show as their leader. What's more, he had only recently learned his own wife was pregnant. The thought softened him further, reminding him that even in war, there were limits. As the dark brown broth in the cauldron continued to boil, Mance turned and waved to the nearby giants. Mag, the largest of them, led the charge, and the giants, unable to wait, descended on the cauldron. They cared little for the scalding heat as they gulped down the soup with their massive hands. Crack! Suddenly, in their frenzy, two giants fought over the pot, and the copper vessel split in half. Boiling soup spilled across the ground, steaming as it soaked into the dirt. Despite the mess, ordinary free folk rushed forward, scooping up what they could, even if it was mixed with soil and grime. After nearly a month of preparation, Mance chose a battlefield west of the Skirling Pass, a flat expanse perfect for the giants to shine. The terrain was ideal, offering plenty of room for the towering giants to move. Along with the giants and the warriors he'd carefully selected, many free folk had followed, eager to watch the battle, though they were kept at a distance as mere spectators. Despite their position on the sidelines, the wildlings had high hopes for Mance's army of giants. "Look at Mag's arms," one of them said. "Those crows will be no different than rabbits in his hands." Even Tormund, who proudly called himself the Giant Spain, felt a surge of unease in the presence of hundreds of giants, each standing twice as tall as an ordinary man. As much as he boasted, he wasn't foolish enough to ignore the sheer power standing before him. Having learned from previous mistakes, Mance had carefully chosen not just the giants, but the other free folk warriors as well, ensuring they were loyal and well-fed, ready to fight for the cause. Among them was Ygritte, whose fiery red hair made her stand out. Mance had her right ahead of the wildlings, her vibrant hair acting as a beacon for those following. Through long experience, Mance had learned that while the wildlings were strong and sharp of sense, their eyesight was poor. They couldn't see well beyond 10 meters, a common trait among large creatures. Ygritte, now mounted on horseback, no longer had to worry about her short legs keeping her behind. In fact, she had to slow down frequently to allow the giants and wildlings to keep pace. As she absent-mindedly braided the horse's mane, she mused, "If only I had my own horse." Suddenly, her eyes caught movement in the distance. A group of riders appeared on the horizon, their banners flying high. The black banner of the three-headed dragon, stark against the snow-covered landscape. "It's the king of the Kneelers." Ygritte gasped. "They all have horses." The realization hit her hard. The giants, with their massive strides, could barely keep up with the scrawny horses the wildlings rode. How could they ever hope to match Viserys' powerful warhorses? "We're doomed," she thought, as fear crept into her heart. Mance, too, felt a cold wave of dread wash over him as he spotted the cavalry approaching. He had overlooked a crucial fact. Warhorses were rare beyond the wall, only occasionally seized from the Night's Watch. But south of the wall, warhorses were abundant. When Mance had infiltrated Winterfell, he'd seen more warhorses there than in any Night's Watch stable. And now, Viserys had brought them north. Harma, who had been walking beside Mance with a smug grin, clearly pleased with the plan, was left dumbfounded. All the calculations, all the strategies had failed to account for one critical detail. The other side was playing with gold. As Viserys' formation of 300 warhorses thundered into view, their presence was just as fearsome as the giants. Mance knew in his gut that the giants wouldn't even be able to see the danger coming their way. Viserys rode out to the center of the battlefield, leading Yora, Benjen, and a group of horsemen. At Benjen's request, Jon Snow rode with them, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. On the opposite side, Mance Rayder led Tormund and a few others, their tension visible. "You're cheating," Tormund bellowed, pointing angrily at Viserys' cavalry. "What are you talking about? You've got 300 men, we've got 300 men. You're a bunch of untrustworthy savages." Qhorin Halfhand snapped, his voice cold and sharp. He was the ranger Jon had once been told to kill to earn the wildlings' trust. The memory stung like an old wound. "You call us savages, but we are proud, free men," Tormund retorted, eyes blazing with defiance. As the two sides traded insults, Jon kept his focus on Viserys. He knew the cavalry wasn't the true threat. The catapults lurking behind them were the real danger. This was all a distraction, a ploy to rattle the free folk. This is a strategy that requires strength to support, Jon thought. He had heard stories of Viserys' conquests, the 9 free cities, the Dothraki Sea, territories built from nothing under his rule. By comparison, Daeron the Young Dragon had struggled to conquer even Dorne, only to be ambushed and killed. Now, standing in the presence of Viserys, Jon had a new idol. "Enough!" Viserys barked, his voice commanding but calm. Jon noticed there wasn't a hint of anger in his eyes, only calculation. "Mance," Viserys continued, his tone almost mocking, "with so many giants, will your food supply hold out?" Mance's thoughts flashed to the image of the mother who had given her child's milk for the cauldron. He remained silent, but the weight of the question hung heavy. "The original deal was 300 men each," Viserys said, his voice hardening. "But now you've brought over 200 giants. Who tried to break the deal first? Do you think I'm an idiot, Tormund?" Viserys shot Tormund a sharp look, and for the first time, Tormund, who always prided himself on being smarter than most, felt a pang of shame. It was as if Viserys had seen right through him. "No need to wet your pants, just because you saw my cavalry." Viserys sneered, his words biting. The cavalry behind him burst into laughter, the sound rippling through the battlefield. The jeers hit hard. The wildlings, who had placed so much hope in their army of giants, began to waver. Even the ordinary free folk, standing a distance away, looked crestfallen. They had expected the giants to be unstoppable, but now they stood uncertain, watching as the cavalry remained undaunted. They knew the power of a warhorse. The Night's Watch Rangers had always struck fear into their hearts, using horses to appear and disappear like ghosts, attacking at will. But now, seeing the cavalry lined up before them, and worse, catching glimpses of Viserys' 3 dragons looming in the distance, the wildlings' confidence faltered. Viserys had sworn not to use the dragons, but would he truly keep that promise if things went wrong? Ygritte, waiting on horseback, felt a surge of anger rise within her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. She clenched her bow, wanting to draw an arrow and shoot Viserys, but something held her back. Both her emotions and her reason screamed against it. The memory of the coin toss was still too fresh in her mind. "When we first met at the peace conference," Viserys' voice rang out, cutting through the wind, "you told me that if I could find and capture you, you'd accept my terms. I found you, I captured you, but you demanded another challenge, claiming betrayal. And I agreed, didn't I?" The wind picked up, carrying his voice even further across the field. Viserys' commanding presence, amplified by the elements, seemed almost theatrical. "You're riding horses," Tormund shouted, frustration in his voice. "What if you run away? We're not afraid of fighting you. We're afraid of you running away." "Yeah, we're afraid you'll run," Tormund thought to himself, feeling oddly proud of his reasoning. But Viserys dismissed him, turning to Mance with a hint of impatience. "Mance, do you admit you've lost this time? If you do, I'll give you another chance. We'll fight again here in 2 days. Bring your giants. I'll still only bring 300 men. But if you lose again, you must accept my conditions." Mance considered the offer. He knew his infantry stood no chance against cavalry, especially on flat, open terrain like this. Viserys could run them down like dogs. "That's too easy," thought Tormund, rattleshirt, Harma, and even Ygritte. They all found Viserys' terms too generous, too simple to be trusted. He must have a plan to deal with us, Tormund muttered under his breath, a suspicion echoed by everyone present. Every concession Viserys made only deepened their doubts. Morale was sinking, and with it, their fighting spirit. Suddenly, the thought of moving south of the wall didn't seem so unacceptable. If he really wanted to wipe us out, he wouldn't go to all this trouble, Harma whispered to Rattleshirt. Maybe he doesn't want to kill us at all, Rattleshirt replied, though his eyes stayed fixed on Mance. Mance's face betrayed his inner struggle. Uncertainty clouded his expression as he weighed Viserys' words. The only sound was the howling wind and the snorting of the horses as the wildlings waited for their leader's decision. After what felt like an eternity, Mance finally spoke. Fine. As long as you don't defeat me on horseback this time, I'll accept your conditions and move all the free folk south. My terms have never changed. It is you, King Beyond the Wall, who keeps altering them. Viserys mocked mercilessly. Mance accepted the taunt with calm resolve. Then let's set the time. 2 days from now. We'll fight again in 2 days, Mance declared. The giants watched as red-haired Ygritte circled to their sides, then to their backs. Though they had no idea what she was up to, both Mance and their leader, Mag, kept their eyes on the red figure. As the giants and the free folk began to depart, Viserys turned back and asked, How far is our trebuchet from here? The reason he had brought the cavalry to harass Mance was twofold. First, to buy time for the trebuchets to be transported, and second, to wear down the giants by depleting the food in their bellies. The plan is working, Viserys thought with satisfaction. Whether Mance has second thoughts or not, he cannot escape what I've set in motion. Dealing with these free people isn't worth my full strength. His thoughts drifted toward Craster's side of the conflict. Craster's woman was close to giving birth, likely within the next few days. Viserys had ordered Orell and Alliser to keep watch over Craster's keep. Orell, ever thorough, had scoured every inch of the land surrounding the keep, but had found no trace of the White Walkers. How, then, are Craster's descendants sacrificed? Viserys wondered, darkly amused. Is it as simple as dig a hole, bury some dirt, count to 5? This was the first time Viserys found himself so fixated on the cry of a newborn child, something that hadn't happened in either of his lives. But soon enough, his attention returned to Mance and the impending battle. Your Grace, it looks like they brought some catapults by boat, Ygritte reported breathlessly to Mance, who exhaled in relief. Mance, once a member of the Night's Watch, was intimately familiar with their tactics and weapons. He knew well that trebuchets, despite their intimidating size, were notoriously inaccurate. Even the Night's Watch, defending from the high ground atop the wall, favored crossbows over the cumbersome war machines. Mance had anticipated Viserys using some form of ranged weapon, which was why he had previously given the giants large cauldrons to use as shields. The round cauldrons were just the right size for the massive creatures. Regaining his confidence, Mance arrived at the agreed location after 3 previous skirmishes. This time, there was no pre-battle banter. Both sides dispensed with the usual exchange of insults, focusing instead on readying their armies. On Viserys' side, the only real concern was the 20 trebuchets. Each trebuchet required 2 catapults to fire a net, making it a bit of a logistical challenge. But the soldiers manning the machines had been well-trained, successfully firing 9 times out of 10, an impressive rate. Viserys positioned the 100 men needed to operate the catapults, while placing the remaining 200 spearmen at the front. Mance, however, had far more troops. He deployed the giants to lead his front lines, flanked by 100 men on both the left and right, attempting to encircle Viserys' forces. Everyone listen up. Look at that black banner. It's the Targaryen king. The Dragon Lord has an endless supply of food. If we capture him, we'll never go hungry again. Mance gave his final rallying cry to the free folk warriors. Tormund, watching, had his own thoughts. Viserys is just a bit older, a bit better looking, and taller, but we've got men just as tall. In terms of physical strength and combat skill, Tormund figured Viserys was no different from the soldiers of the Night's Watch. If I could beat him once, all these problems would be solved. Coincidentally, Viserys was thinking much the same. If I can defeat a leader like Tormund or Rattleshirt in personal combat, it'll crush their morale. In that case, even if Mance returned, the free folk might not rally to him as they had before. At the very least, they'd hesitate. Tormund blew the horn, signaling the charge. The giants' heavy footsteps thundered across the ground, but their massive size made them slower than a cavalry charge. It lacked the terrifying speed of galloping horses. Among Viserys' soldiers were mercenaries from the Golden Company. Though they'd never faced giants before, they had fought war elephants. Large targets like these aren't as frightening as people think, the mercenaries knew. Bows, arrows, spears, those are what's needed. Despite the giants' charge, Viserys' formation held firm. His soldiers remained disciplined, unfazed by the approaching behemoths. Viserys himself was calmly calculating the distance between the giants and the trebuchets, waiting for the right moment. Mance, observing from a distance, was stunned. No one stands against the giant's charge. In his mind, there was no force north of the wall capable of stopping them, especially when so many charged at once. He locked eyes on Viserys, wondering how exactly the Dragonlord King planned to deal with this unstoppable force. Just then, a series of sounds echoed across the battlefield. Mance watched as Viserys gave the order, and the trebuchets were launched. But instead of stones, something else flew from the catapults, something that looked like it was made of ash. "Cover yourselves with steel," Tormund bellowed as he charged alongside the giants. The massive creatures raised their cauldrons, using them as shields while they thundered forward at full speed. Stones from the trebuchets struck the cauldrons, denting the metal but doing little harm. However, something unexpected happened next. The stones weren't the only thing being launched. They were attached to heavy fishing nets. As the nets unfurled, they draped over the giants' dense formation. Some nets partially covered the giants, while the rest trailed along the ground like a long, flowing cloak. When the giants behind stepped on the trailing nets, they unintentionally yanked the giants ahead of them. The nets pulled taut. Instead of tearing, they tightened like ropes, binding the giants together. More nets fell from above, and despite the giants' strength, over 70 or 80 of them became hopelessly entangled. They looked like enormous insects caught in a spider's web, thrashing desperately, but unable to break free. The harder they struggled, the more the nets constricted, and some giants injured themselves in their frantic attempts to escape. Mance's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as he watched his mighty giants ensnared. His stomach twisted, and a chill ran up the back of his neck. The soldiers he had thought were standing against the giants suddenly split into two groups and began advancing in a pincer movement toward him. Then, he saw it, the red dragon banner. Viserys himself was charging straight at him. From the sky, the scene below looked like chaos. The giants, tangled in fishing nets, resembled a massive, writhing mushroom blanket. Some giants tried to free their comrades, but their efforts only made things worse. The tough nets tightened, binding them more securely. Of Mance's forces, only 100 free folk remained free. The rest were incapacitated, leaving them severely outnumbered. After launching the nets, Viserys had freed up more of his soldiers. 200 against 100, the advantage is mine, Viserys thought, gripping his halberd. On the battlefield, Benjen and his men led a flanking retreat, pushing Mance's forces back on both wings. Meanwhile, Viserys charged directly at the struggling giants, halberd in hand. The leader of the giants, Mag, had avoided the nets by charging at the front. He was now trying desperately to free his companion, 1-1, whose foot had been snared in the net, trapping two other giants with him. Mag spotted Viserys approaching and swung his massive wooden club with a furious roar, hoping to drive him back. The club, over 2 meters long and as thick as a man's waist, whistled through the air with terrifying force. The sound alone made teeth ache. But Viserys wasn't aiming for Mag. He ducked beneath the giant's swing and leaped over 1-1's massive shoulders, landing nimbly beyond the trapped giants. Tormund, caught in the net, was stunned by Viserys' agility. He had never seen anyone jump so high. Ouch! Tormund yelped as a giant's foot kicked him hard in the rear. Being so close to the thrashing giants was nothing short of a disaster. Mance, along with Rattleshirt and the other leaders, watched Viserys' terrifying speed with wide eyes. Mance realized, once again, he had underestimated his foe. But retreat was no longer an option. He was surrounded by 7 or 8 elite warriors, including Mag and Rattleshirt, both formidable fighters. With a grim resolve, Mance gave the order. The leaders and free-folk warriors charged at Viserys. However, they had not anticipated the sheer power of his halberd. Rattleshirt, leading the charge, was the first to meet Viserys. With a single, crushing blow, Viserys knocked him flying. His skeletal armor shattered, bone fragments scattering across the battlefield. Rattleshirt tried to rise, but only a spurt of crimson blood escaped his lips, the white of his exposed bones contrasting sharply with the fresh red of his wounds. Harma, seeing Rattleshirt's fate, rushed toward Viserys with a scream. But she was too slow. Before she could close the distance, Viserys was already upon Mance. With a powerful swing, Viserys brought his halberd down. Mance's sword shattered under the blow, sent clattering to the ground. In the same motion, Viserys kicked Harma aside and pressed the blade of his halberd against Mance's neck. "Drop your weapons," Viserys commanded, his voice cold and clear, "or face no mercy." Only at Mance's reluctant command did the free folk warriors along with the giants still caught in the net slowly lower their weapons and surrender. 46 wildling warriors lay dead, with nearly all the survivors nursing injuries. By contrast, only a few of Viserys' soldiers had suffered minor wounds. Rattleshirt, though battered with 2 broken ribs, was lucky. His life was not in danger. "Mance," Viserys said, his voice cold, "this is the 3rd time I've captured you, and the 4th time I've defeated you. As we agreed, you will take all the free folk and move inland. Remember, this time, neither Tormund, Rattleshirt, nor Harma dared to speak." They could no longer deny it. Viserys was superior in every way. As a commander, he had bested them time and again. In personal combat, no one could match his strength. And in terms of strategy and deception, he had even sown division among their ranks, turning their own people against them. But what was most terrifying, Viserys hadn't even unleashed his dragons. Knowing an opponent's strength is one thing. Not knowing how much stronger they could be is another. Viserys' gaze swept over the free folk. None dared meet his eyes. "You used catapults," Mance muttered, his voice growing weak. "You knew the free folk had nothing like that." Viserys, growing impatient, stood abruptly, grabbing Mance by the scruff of the neck. He dragged him to the bodies of the fallen wildling warriors and forced Mance's hand into one of the corpses. "Feel it," Viserys shouted. "Feel it, Mance. It's still warm. They died for you. When I first came to negotiate, you could have agreed. I would have spared them. But no, the second time I caught you, you were holed up in a cave with your people, starving, not even hunting. You used up what little food you had left." Mance remained silent, staring at the dead as Viserys' words cut deep. And the 3rd time, Viserys continued, his voice rising. "You told me you had no horses, and I let you go. But this time you brought giants. Tell me, Mance, do you even have enough food to feed them all? To feed yourselves?" Mance was speechless. Images of the wildling mother, pouring the last drops of milk into a pot, flashed in his mind. He had no answer. Even Tormund and the others, watching Viserys' brutal display, said nothing. They weren't about to abandon Mance, but the fear was real. They no longer knew how many tricks Viserys had left up his sleeve, and that terrified them more than anything. But free men are free, and can never accept any constraints, Mance said stubbornly. "Free?" Viserys' voice dripped with disdain. "Do you really think you can find true freedom in this wasteland? Sure, you look free, running wild through the mountains every day. But let me ask you, what do you actually do? You spend every waking hour either searching for food or trying to survive. Is that freedom? You're all serving a master, Mance, a master called hunger. You're slaves to it. Viserys' words cut through the air, and for a moment, the weight of the truth hung heavy over the crowd. For the wildling leaders, perhaps they had some leisure, but for 99% of the free folk, life was a constant battle against starvation. In fact, Viserys thought, I wasn't even harsh enough. They're either starving or on their way to starving. Mance, though inwardly rattled, struggled to find a flaw in Viserys' argument. He knew there was a problem with it, somewhere, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His silence spoke volumes. And what about you? Viserys continued, softening his tone just a fraction. If you're willing to follow me south, I'll accept it. You can still lead your own tribes, your own people. Viserys' words hung in the air. He glanced at Rattleshirt and the others, waiting for a response. But none of them answered. Instead, they looked to Mance, uncertain and silent. Just then, the giant leader Mag lumbered over, his massive presence drawing the crowd's attention. His deputy stood beside him, and the two exchanged a few gruff words. Mag grunted something unintelligible in his deep, rumbling voice. What did he say? Viserys asked, noticing the incredulous expressions spreading across the faces of the free folk. For a moment, no one responded, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Finally, someone spoke up. He said, he's willing to follow you, with his entire tribe. Viserys raised an eyebrow in mock confusion, scanning the crowd as though searching for the speaker. Who? Who's talking? He said with feigned innocence, as if he couldn't find the source of the voice. I'm right here, came Ygritte's voice, clearly annoyed. Mag approached Mance, his voice low and apologetic. I'm sorry, Mance. The cost to the giants has been too great. If we leave, maybe it'll ease the burden on you. Mance's lips moved, but no words came out. Mag, he finally whispered, not knowing what else to say. The sight of his once mighty ally, defeated by nets, weighed heavily on him. Mag had come to the painful conclusion that the giants, now ensnared and weakened, were more of a burden than a help to the free folk. Mag's plan was simple: take his tribe and leave. If they followed Viserys, they could feast and gorge themselves, perhaps even strain the Dragon Lord's resources. Maybe bankrupt him, Mag thought grimly. Mance was torn. He understood Mag's reasoning, but the departure of the giants would shatter what little morale remained among the free folk. Without their towering strength, how could he hope to rally them? And how could he face the others when he returned? Especially the mothers and children he had promised to protect. Even from a distance, Mance could see some of the free folk weeping, others slumping as if their backs had been broken. They had seen their leader, their king, dragged through the mud by Viserys like a beaten dog. After a long pause, Mance turned to Viserys, defiance flickering in his eyes. Do you dare let me challenge you again? One last time. If I'm caught again, I swear I'll never return. I'll lead all the free folk to swear allegiance to you. But Viserys, now impatient, shook his head. I've no time for your games, Mance. His voice was cold and sharp. Before I got here, Alliser sent word from Craster's Keep, a woman there is about to give birth. If it's a boy, it will be sacrificed to the White Walkers. You have no idea what's coming. But if you saw it with your own eyes, if you witnessed the horrors of the White Walkers, you'd understand. Viserys' tone darkened. Why do you think I've gone to such lengths to push the free folk inland? I have millions of subjects across the narrow sea, and soon, many more in the Seven Kingdoms. If all of you died tomorrow, it wouldn't matter to me. He paused, letting his words sink in. But Mance, come back to the wall with me. I'll show you something. After that, if you still refuse to move the wildlings south, I'll kill every one of your people that I can find. He gestured toward Tormund, Rattleshirt, and the others. This is your last chance. The threat hung in the air, cold and absolute. Mance and the other leaders exchanged glances. They understood there was no choice now. When Viserys returned to the wall with 200 giants, the Night's Watch was thrown into chaos. The cooks worked frantically to prepare enough food, as each giant could eat 5 to 8 times what a normal man would consume. Their appetites were enormous, doubling the workload of the Night's Watch. Lacking bowls large enough for the giants, they were each given oversized wooden ones. Mag, who had the largest appetite of them all, simply held a massive barrel and scooped food from it with his hands. Viserys, Jon, and the others stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. As the giants devoured their meals with astonishing speed, Viserys couldn't help but doubt whether they could even taste the food at all. For the giants, the meal was a rare comfort. After eating their fill, they felt a satisfying warmth spread through their enormous bodies, easing the fatigue of battle. Meanwhile, Mance and the others were locked away in the dungeon, only to be released when Viserys deemed it necessary, to show them the strange, ghostly creatures haunting the north, and then return them to their cells. After finishing his meal, Mag approached Viserys, holding up the massive keg he'd emptied. "You want more?" he asked. Viserys surprised him by responding in the ancient tongue. "Yes, I could eat another keg." Mag blinked, taken aback. "You can't eat that much." He paused, then added, "We can fight for you. I have more clan members, but we won't fight against Mance." Viserys didn't answer immediately, studying the giant before him. Even sitting, Mag towered over him by 2 feet, taller even than a man on horseback. Viserys' mind wandered briefly. If these giants were given proper armor, they would be unstoppable on the battlefield. He imagined them wielding massive hammers, human tanks, a terrifying force. But then again, with dragons at his command, perhaps the giants would serve better as standard bearers, a fearsome honor guard. "Very well," Viserys said at last. "You will fight for me, and I will allow you to manage your tribe. I will provide for your people." Mag tapped his empty keg. "Every day I want a barrel of this food." He nodded toward the keg. "They will count it as a pot." "Agreed," Viserys said. Mag's face lit up with a rare smile. He was pleased by Viserys' offer, and the deal was struck. Viserys stood before 2 distinct groups. On one side were his own officers, along with those he had pulled from the ranks of the Night's Watch. On the other side were the Night's Watchmen themselves, their black cloaks blending into the shadows. Orell, the skin changer, was speaking to them, recounting the wildlings' movements. "They like to target small tribes," Orell said, his voice steady but distant. "Usually 20 or 30 men. I've found 5 or 6 such tribes." His words rambled a bit, but his meaning was clear. "Have you seen any of them?" Viserys asked, cutting through the haze of Orell's speech. "I've seen them, through my animal friends," Orell replied, his voice lowering. "Tell us what you saw," Viserys commanded. Orell shrank, as if a cold wind had swept through him. His eyes glazed over as the image of the White Walkers filled his mind. Even now, the fear clung to him, as though the cold of their presence had never left. They were milky white. Orell began, his voice trembling slightly. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and they weren't dressed for the cold at all. "Did these White Walkers speak?" asked Maester Aemon, leaning forward, his voice grave. "Yes, but I couldn't understand their words," Orell replied. He hesitated, a chill running through him at the memory. "One of them, the White One, he looked right through me. Somehow, he knew my soul was inside my animal companion. Just one glance from him, I was so terrified I fled. It felt like the moment I first saw your Grace's dragon." Viserys listened carefully, his mind racing. Drawing on the lore from his past life, he added a term to describe them: necromancers. Perhaps these White Walkers were some kind of specialized practitioners of dark magic, capable of raising the dead. He recalled how, in the original stories, the first White Walkers that killed Ser Waymar Royce had exhibited formidable combat skills. Yet something still puzzled him. They killed the wildlings, but didn't transform them. Why? Viserys thought. Maybe their powers are weak, or perhaps they don't have the ability to immediately raise the dead, and must wait for corpses to rise on their own. Nearby, the old bear, Jeor Mormont, stroked his beard thoughtfully. If Orell wasn't lying, the implications were terrifying. If we let wildlings starve, freeze, or die out there by any other means, he mused silently, they'll become tireless, pain-free monsters. And by that time, the Night's Watch won't be able to stop them. Viserys turned to Mance. "Didn't anyone tell you about this?" Mance shook his head. "We sent scouts to investigate, but We didn't find anything like what Orell described, he explained. Mance had once dismissed the stories of White Walkers. Even Eddard Stark, back then, had sent no word of such creatures, and within the Night's Watch itself, few believed in their return. No solid evidence had been found, and so the free folk remained skeptical. As they spoke, the soldiers Viserys had sent to watch over Craster's keep entered the dining hall. One of them stepped forward and addressed Viserys directly. "Your Grace, Ser Alliser reports that Craster's woman is about to give birth." A sudden, heavy silence fell over the room. The men knew what this meant. They would soon be facing the terrifying threat that had only been whispered about in stories. Worse yet, they would have to rely on obsidian weapons, something they had never fully believed in, nor tested against such creatures. Viserys stood up, commanding the attention of everyone present. His voice was calm but resolute. "Brothers of the Night's Watch," he began, his eyes sweeping across the room. "Tonight is the night we fulfill our oaths. My vow is to protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. And your oaths? To be the sword in the darkness, the shield that guards the realms of men. No matter what we face, White Walkers or worse, I will stand with you." A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape. It was bright enough that the group could make out even the smallest details: the leaves on the trees, the branches swaying gently in the night breeze. Craster's keep, however, was a far cry from picturesque. The structure was crude, its walls made of mud and branches haphazardly plastered together. It resembled a hastily built shelter in a beginner's game of Minecraft, though with a slightly higher resolution. Despite its rough appearance, the keep was large, capable of housing 30 to 50 people. A second floor, where most of Craster's women resided, jutted awkwardly above the main structure. Alliser Thorne, standing watch nearby, could clearly hear the woman's cries of labor echoing through the night. For nearly a full day, her agonized wails had pierced the air, leaving Alliser and his men uneasy and now powerless. The cries, once strong and desperate, had grown hoarse, now little more than a whisper of pain. Everyone understood what that likely meant. In times like these, a difficult labor often ended in death. Sure enough, after what seemed like an eternity, the woman's cries ceased. A tense silence settled over Craster's keep, broken only by the sounds of a commotion from within. An hour later, Craster emerged from the large house, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. He trudged toward the vegetable garden behind the keep, grunting as he dug a shallow pit. Inside the sack was the lifeless body of the woman who had died in childbirth. But one question gnawed at Alliser's mind. Where was the baby? Over the years, those who had observed Craster knew something wasn't right. His women had given birth many times, yet there had never been a second male in his house. The guards could piece together what was happening, though few dared to speak of it. Could it be that this time it was a girl? One of the men muttered under his breath as they watched Craster bury the woman. Moments later, Craster reappeared from the house, this time cradling a newborn in his arms. Without a word, he began walking toward the dense forest northeast of the keep. "Follow him," Alliser ordered, his voice low but firm. He wasn't worried. Craster was no threat. In Alliser's mind, he could defeat the old man with one hand tied behind his back. Accompanied by a skilled ranger, Alliser and the others slipped into the shadows, trailing Craster through the dark forest. Before long, they arrived at a clearing. Craster stood there, the baby still crying in his arms. The clearing itself was unsettling. No trees grew in this patch of land, making it look like a bald spot on the forest floor. At the center stood a low, gnarled weirwood tree, its pale, twisted branches forming what resembled a natural table. But the atmosphere around it was eerie, far more sinister than anything natural. The place felt like an altar, bathed in the cold light of the moon that filtered through the tree canopy above. Moonlight struck Craster, casting him in an unnatural glow, his face pale and almost spectral. For the first time, Alliser noticed something strange. Craster's expression held a disturbing sense of piety. He wasn't just carrying out some grim duty. He was performing a ritual. A believer in the old gods? Which of the old gods demands living sacrifices? Alistair's mind raced with doubts, but he didn't dwell on them. Craster had claimed he was praying, and whether he was dancing or performing some strange ritual didn't much matter. Viserys' instructions were clear. If anyone else shows up, keep them occupied. At that moment, Craster suddenly began to dance. A strange, jerky movement, his limbs twisting and flailing as if they were controlled by some unseen force. He moved like a puppet with rusted joints, his dance awkward and unsettling. For 5 long minutes, the grotesque display continued, until Craster finally stopped, gasping for breath. Whether it was an illusion or not, the watchers noticed that Craster's energy seemed renewed, as if the dance had invigorated him. Once he left the clearing, Alistair and the others allowed themselves to stretch their stiff, frozen limbs. The cold had begun to numb their fingers and toes, but they remained silent. These were Rangers of the Night's Watch, after all, trained to move without sound. But it was the sight of the newborn, the so-called dead child, crying atop the weirwood altar that disturbed them most. The baby's cries grew louder after Craster disappeared, echoing through the eerie clearing. Bathed in the pale glow of the moon, the infant's body gleamed, but its eyes and mouth were swallowed by shadows, appearing as dark, empty holes. The sight unsettled even the seasoned rangers, men long accustomed to witnessing death and despair. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the clearing, biting at their skin like icy claws. The wind carried with it a strange white mist, swirling like smoke. As the mist engulfed the weirwood altar, a figure materialized. At first, Alistair and the others thought their eyes were playing tricks on them, but the figure remained. It wore a tattered, off-white cloak, its hood drawn low over a gaunt, shadowy face. The figure moved with purpose, approaching the crying infant on the altar. Without hesitation, it pushed back the baby's swaddling clothes, exposing the child to the biting cold. As if inspecting the newborn, the figure methodically moved the baby's arms and legs, checking its body for any sign of weakness or deformity. The baby's cries intensified, piercing the silence of the night as the figure continued its grim examination. Just as the hooded figure was about to pick up the child and leave, Alistair moved. He unsheathed his brand-new steel sword, the one Viserys had given him recently. Though Viserys had also sent an obsidian spear, when it came to a fight, everyone instinctively reached for their steel blades. The sharp sound of the sword, leaving its scabbard, caught the figure's attention. "Hey you, I don't care who you are. Put the child down and turn around. You're coming back with me." Alistair called out. Seeing that the figure had noticed him, he decided there was no point in hiding and stepped forward, sword raised. But what happened next chilled the entire group to their core. It felt as if someone had poured a vat of icy water straight into their veins. Alistair's blood seemed to freeze as he took in the sight before him. The figure turned slightly, revealing a pale, shriveled face, inhuman and deathly. Its skin was as cold and cracked as frost-covered glass. "Is this a White Walker?" Alistair's grip on his sword faltered for a moment, his hand going numb with fear. But then he glanced at the men beside him. There were more of them. They had the numbers. Summoning what courage he could, he barked again, though his voice was hoarse, nearly cracking. "Put the child down, you monster!" The creature's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Slowly, it turned and placed the infant back on the weirwood altar. Then, its mouth opened, and from within came a sound unlike anything they had ever heard. A noise like ice shattering and glass cracking, echoing in the cold night air. The strange sound had a rhythm to it, like some twisted form of speech. Alistair realized with a chill that it was speaking. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind whipped through the clearing, stinging their eyes and forcing them to raise their swords defensively. The cold felt like razors against their skin. As they braced for an attack, one of the rangers standing next to Alistair let out a blood-curdling scream. Without anyone noticing, an ice-blue sword had pierced through his chest, glinting in the moonlight. The ranger collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud as the group stared in horror at the deadly, frozen blade. The Night's Watch Rangers stood frozen, too shocked and terrified to react as they stared at their fallen comrade. Fear clutched at their chests, but they managed to pull back from the White Walkers, gasping for breath, their swords trembling in their hands. Despite the terror gripping them, their training held. They maintained their fighting stances, even in the face of such monstrous foes. But the strength of the White Walker had surpassed all expectations. Its movements were fluid yet unpredictable, like phantoms shifting in and out of sight. Every step it took seemed to defy the Rangers' attempts to track them. Alliser Thorne, normally a seasoned and unshakable commander, was at a loss. His mind raced for a plan, and then he remembered the black obsidian dagger Viserys had given him. With trembling hands, he unsheathed the blade. For a brief moment, the White Walker's icy eyes flickered with something that looked like fear. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature's lips curled into a sneer of contempt. Another harsh, crackling sound escaped its mouth, an otherworldly language that chilled the air. A malevolent wind surged again, making it clear that the White Walker was about to unleash the same deadly force. Alliser knew they couldn't withstand that strange, unnatural power a second time. "Run!" he bellowed, his voice raw with desperation. If there was any hope left, it was in retreat. Staying would only mean death, one by one. But even as the command left his lips, Alliser felt a coldness unlike anything he'd ever known, a freezing, numbing sensation spreading from his chest. He looked down in disbelief to see an ice-blue blade protruding through his armor. There was no blood. The cold had sealed the wound, freezing him from the inside out. In the blade's reflection, he saw his own face, twisted in agony. "I won't be going home." That was Alliser's final thought before the darkness consumed him. As the remaining Night's Watch Rangers scattered in all directions, the White Walker that had slain Alliser turned to leave. But before it could disappear into the shadows, 3 arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at it. With a fluid motion, the White Walker sidestepped, evading the arrows with ease. Confusion briefly flickered in its icy blue eyes. How had it been detected? Harumph! A thunderous sound split the sky. The White Walker's head snapped upward, eyes wide with alarm. The sound of wings flapping overhead filled the air as 3 dragons swooped in, fire erupting from their mouths. Flames roared to life, igniting the surrounding trees, encircling it in a blazing inferno. Viserys, watching from above, wasn't sure if the fire would work, but he knew one thing: they feared flames. That alone would buy them some time. "I hope there's only one Night King among the no-burners. It would be truly perverse if all the White Walkers were immune to fire," Viserys muttered, watching the dragon's flames surround the White Walker. He didn't want to kill it outright. His goal was to capture it alive, or at least test its limits, to see how much damage it could withstand and what it would take to bring one down. As the inferno raged around the trapped White Walker, the Night's Watch Rangers moved into position, arrows nocked and ready. With a sharp whoosh, a hail of arrows flew through the air, igniting as they passed through the wall of fire. The White Walker raised his hands, his wide sleeves falling back to reveal pale, frostbitten arms. Strange, guttural words escaped his lips, and 2 shimmering blue ice shields formed on his forearms. The obsidian-tipped arrows pierced the flames and struck his icy shields, leaving white marks and spreading cracks across them. After the barrage, the shields shattered, but instead of retreating, the White Walker spotted a gap in the wall of fire and prepared to charge through. With a wave of his arm, a cold wind blew from his cloak, snuffing out half the flames in his path. Just as he was about to escape, a figure appeared through the smoke. Viserys stepped forward, Valyrian steel sword strapped to his back, 2 obsidian spears gripped tightly in his hands. He had seen enough. If the White Walker had blocked the arrows, it meant obsidian could hurt him. The arrows just hadn't been powerful enough. Now, it was time to try with something stronger. Viserys lunged at the White Walker, the obsidian spear whistling through the air. The White Walker parried with his ice sword, and their weapons clashed with a piercing clang. Both fighters immediately sensed the immense power in their opponent. For Viserys, the White Walker's strength was formidable, about twice that of a normal man. Less than he had expected, but still dangerous. For the White Walker, it was different. He felt something almost impossible to resist, a strange power radiating from Viserys that shook him to his core. Clang, clang, clang. After just a few brutal exchanges, Viserys managed to knock the ice sword from the White Walker's hand. Without hesitation, he raised the obsidian spear and drove it toward the creature's chest. The White Walker moved with unnatural speed, narrowly dodging the strike as though using some dark magic. Still, the effort was costly. As he avoided the blow, his milky white skin grew translucent, the strain of the magic draining him. Though Viserys had aimed for the heart, the spear struck the White Walker's shoulder instead. The tip of the obsidian pierced deep into the creature's flesh, and a strange blue-white bloom of frost erupted from the wound. With a sickening crack, the White Walker's arm shattered, falling to the ground like brittle ice. It staggered, clearly exhausted. A second thrust followed, and this time, the White Walker had no chance to cast any spells. But Viserys didn't want to kill him. Not yet. He drove the obsidian spear into its thigh. Just as before, when he had struck the shoulder, a blue-white explosion of ice bloomed from the wound. Viserys withdrew the spear, then unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, eager to test its power against the creature. The White seemed to understand his intent. Its glowing blue eyes, once cold and emotionless, now held a sad, almost resigned look. Pop! Another cloud of frost burst from the wound. The White, now missing an arm and limping heavily, seemed no longer a threat. Confident, Viserys stepped closer and asked, "Tell me, where's the Night King?" It didn't respond. It only glared at him with intense anger, not the mindless rage of a beast, but something far more unsettling, the fury of a thinking, intelligent being. It was clear there would be no communication, no way to extract any knowledge of its ice magic. With a gesture, Viserys extinguished the flames surrounding them, revealing the gathered knights, watchmen, and free folk who had been anxiously peering into the inferno. Grabbing it by the neck like a rag doll, Viserys dragged the one-armed creature forward and held it up for all to see. "Mance, come here." His voice, sharp and commanding, rang out across the clearing. Mance Rayder, followed by a ranger, approached cautiously. Others, Yora, Jalifa, John, Benjen, and a few others, moved in as well, curiosity and fear etched on their faces. "My gods, what is that thing?" Benjen muttered, a chill running down his spine as he took in the sight. The creature before them looked exactly like the White Walkers from legend. Milky white skin, glowing blue eyes, and an unnatural aura that seemed impervious to the cold. Its face, however, was the most disturbing part, withered like that of a dying old man, drained of life. Even Aemon looked more alive by comparison. Viserys held the White up for all to see. "Mance, do you see this? The legendary White Walker in the flesh." As he spoke, a sudden cry of alarm rang out. One of the fallen rangers, the one who had been killed by the White Walker, stood back up. His eyes, once dead, now burned with the same icy blue glow. His face was expressionless, and he moved as though something else was controlling him, a White reanimated before their eyes. He watched in disbelief as his companions came back to life. The Night's Watchmen, responsible for collecting their bodies, felt as though something had flown out of him. The Night's Watchmen and Viserys' soldiers drew their swords in unison. "Capture them alive," Viserys ordered. It was important to have this evidence, something tangible to present to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. With this, he wouldn't need to describe the horrors of the Long Night. However, he couldn't help but wonder. The White Walkers don't usually transform corpses this fast. As if sensing his thoughts, the captured White Walker reacted violently. Magic surged, and its body exploded into a massive ice flower, engulfing Viserys in its icy shards. "Your Grace," Yora gasped, dodging the sudden blast instinctively. Before he could finish speaking, The realization struck him. Viserys was in danger. He rushed forward, followed by the rest of the soldiers, who hurried to check on their king. As the white mist from the explosion gradually dissipated, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd when they saw Viserys still standing. But as the last of the mist cleared, revealing his face, everyone saw it. His face and neck were covered in shards of ice crystals, as if dusted with a fine layer of snow. A chill spread through Viserys' body, and his mind began to slow, the cold seeping into his very bones. Above them, the yellow dragon, which had been circling, suddenly descended like a falling star, crashing into the ground and pushing the onlookers aside. Now fully grown, it was nearly the size of an adult buffalo. It landed heavily behind Viserys, wrapping him in its tail and lowering its head protectively over him. The heat emanating from the dragon's body counteracted the freezing shards embedded in Viserys' skin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Viserys' closed eyes slowly fluttered open. Even the fine cuts on his face and neck had mostly healed. "Your Grace, are you okay?" Yura asked anxiously. Viserys didn't respond to Yura. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mance, who still looked shocked by the scene. "Mance die, or move with the wildlings," Viserys demanded. With the White Walkers dead, the whites they had raised also fell. The Night's Watch cremated the bodies and held a funeral for the fallen. As for Craster, he was arrested and executed, and his women followed the free folk, moving southward. The migration of tens of thousands of wildlings was no small task. Mance estimated that the first wave would consist of 30,000 to 50,000 people, followed by another group of 10,000 to 20,000, and eventually another 30,000 or so after that. After the first group moved south, Mance personally went in search of other wildling clans still wandering beyond the wall. While the others were occupied with the migration, Viserys made his first attempt to ride the yellow dragon. Aemon and Jon watched closely, witnesses to the birth of the first dragon rider in centuries. Viserys noted the dragon had 2 rows of finger-sized spines running down its neck and upper back. By gripping 2 of these spines and pulling left or right, he could steer the dragon in that direction. If he pulled upward, the dragon looked up, and if he pressed down, it looked down. Once airborne, he could control its flight by leaning on the spines. After learning how to guide the dragon, a new challenge arose, finding a comfortable position. The dragon was still not fully grown, so Viserys had to lean his entire body forward to distribute his weight evenly. This, however, created a problem. His legs hit the dragon's wings. He wondered, should I tuck my feet under the wings or place them on top? After some experimentation, Viserys discovered that if he placed his feet under the dragon's wings, they would get pinched when the dragon flapped them. Putting his feet on top was less comfortable, but for the sake of riding, he chose the latter. "I'm going to take off," Viserys called out. "Fly, Viserys! Fly!" Aemon shouted, his purple eyes full of excitement. At first, Aemon felt a pang of regret that he was too old to ride a dragon himself. But he quickly pushed the thought aside. "I've lived for 100 years," he reminded himself. "I've not only witnessed the resurrection of the dragons, but also the revival of the Targaryens. And now, the first dragon rider in a century is about to be born." The thought filled him with exhilaration. Jon, standing beside Aemon, also watched with wide eyes as Viserys sat astride the yellow dragon. "Is your Grace Viserys really about to fly?" he asked in disbelief. Flying was something everyone dreamed of, and this was no exception. Hoo. The sound of the dragon's wings drew attention. People nearby turned to look, and the soldiers in the watchtowers couldn't resist peeking as Viserys mounted the dragon's back. Now they stared openly, transfixed. The dragon flapped its wings with tremendous force, and Viserys felt the lift beneath him grow stronger. The surrounding scenery and buildings began to shrink, and he knew then. He and his dragon had finally taken flight. The world below grew smaller as the dragon ascended, its wings beating rhythmically, creating powerful air currents with a deafening roar. As they climbed higher and higher, Viserys noticed the people below. Knights, watchmen, and soldiers alike had emerged from their posts, gazing up in awe at him as he soared into the sky. After 100 years, a true dragon lord had returned. The other two dragons circled the yellow dragon, but the eldest growled impatiently at its siblings, as if to tell them to leave, like a serpent hissing at rivals. Soon, Viserys was flying over the Great Wall. From his vantage point, he saw how the eastern half of the wall stood straight as a blade, while the western half wound in curves. Another way to control it, he realized, gently twisting the dragon's spine. The yellow dragon hovered in place. I should get Dany a parachute, just in case, Viserys mused. He estimated they were about 200 meters above the ground. The height, while exhilarating, didn't feel entirely safe. It'll be a few days before the fleet is ready. I might as well use the time to meet with the lords of the north. He smiled slightly at the thought. If Robert knew about this. With that, Viserys directed the yellow dragon southward, soaring through the sky. The northern army marched through the crossing, a force of over 30,000 men accompanied by endless supplies. The sky above was gray and heavy with clouds. As soon as they crossed into the north, snow and ice blanketed the landscape. The army, clad predominantly in black, stood out starkly against the frozen terrain. Some of the lords marched alongside their men, while others rode ahead, deep in conversation with their peers. Among those summoned by Robert to support the king, there were two forces that never even reached the walls of King's Landing. One was Dorne, which had little interest in joining the conflict from the outset and received orders to turn back almost as soon as they crossed Bitterbridge. The other was the Northern Army, led by the Great Jon, Lord of the Last Hearth, Jon Umber. Jon Umber, clearly displeased, rode alongside Rickard Karstark, Lord of Carhold. He grumbled, "Gods, I've done nothing for months but march back and forth between the north and the south. If we return any later, there won't even be any grain left to harvest." Though vast, the north was not rich in resources, and its lords were accustomed to meticulous planning. But this time, because the order came from Ned Stark himself, no one dare hold back. Unlike in the original war, when Robb Stark only mustered around 20,000 men, this time the North had brought all of its strength to war. Rickard Karstark smirked slightly at Jon Umber's complaint. "What, do you still want to taste Dragon fire?" he asked, somewhat relieved despite his worries. House Karstark, bound by blood and loyalty, had followed the Starks in both the War of the Five Kings in the original story and also participate in the rebellion against the usurper. Now, Rickard feared for his house's survival under the wrath of the Dragonlord. News had reached him from the Blackwater Rush. Viserys had burned almost all of Westeros's warships with his 3 dragons. The 7 kingdoms, or rather, the 5 northern ones, wouldn't be able to launch any kind of offensive against Viserys in the foreseeable future. Rickard had heard the dragons were growing quickly, and he couldn't help but wonder what they would become in a few years. And how will Robert defend against them? Returning to the north now felt like waiting for death. Isn't there something Torrhen didn't do that we should? Rickard mused, his thoughts drifting back 300 years to when Aegon the Conqueror invaded the north. At that time, the northern lords had been ready to follow their last king in the north, Torrhen Stark, into battle against the Dragonlord. But when Torrhen saw Balerion the Black Dread, he made a different choice. Instead of leading his people to certain doom, he took off his crown and bent the knee, preserving the north from the dragon's flames. Though Torrhen's decision spared his people, it left the northern lords uneasy, especially now, after their involvement with Robert. Some still questioned whether that path of submission had been the right one. Others, however, saw new opportunities in the chaos that came with Viserys' return. Among those who harbored different ambitions was Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort. Roose, ever calculating, had already begun formulating a plan. He had heard rumors that Viserys would attack Westeros within a year, and he knew that even if the Dragonlord purged most of the northern nobility, the north would still need to be ruled by someone. If Roose could offer his loyalty early, perhaps he could secure Viserys' mercy. He didn't need to aim as high as ruling the north outright. Simply preserving House Bolton would be enough. With this in mind, He had quietly started making plans to send emissaries to Tyrosh to establish contact with Viserys. The Boltons were biding their time, poised to become one of the leading houses in the north. Meanwhile, the burden of leadership had fallen heavily on Robb Stark, Ned's eldest son and heir. For the first time, Robb experienced the immense difficulty of commanding such a large army, while his father was still alive, no less. The unruly northern lords did not yet respect Robb as they did his father, and without Ned's authority, Robb couldn't impose punishments or assert himself fully. His task was made all the more difficult by this lack of deference. At least he had his parents by his side. In the privacy of a carriage, Robb discussed with his mother, Catelyn, the recent developments at King's Landing. Robb had been present when Viserys extended an olive branch to the Starks. The terms were undeniably generous. Viserys had promised not only that House Stark would continue to rule the North, but also that he would see Bran healed. Though Viserys hadn't mentioned the punishment for rebellion, the mere offer to let the Starks retain control of the North was tempting. It seemed easy enough to accept, yet the problem lay in the family's divided loyalties. Ned's relationship with King Robert complicated everything, and Robb knew that choosing to side with Viserys meant betraying Robert. On top of that, his two younger sisters were still in King's Landing, making the situation even more delicate. Both father and son were under immense pressure. Torrhen Stark had once been able to weigh the options between war and surrender, but now Robb and Ned faced a far more complex dilemma, one where loyalty to one king meant treason against another. "Mother, is father really going to go to war with the Targaryens?" Robb asked, his voice heavy with concern. Catelyn sighed, her expression filled with helplessness. "I don't know, Robb, but I do know he doesn't want to betray Robert." She still remembered vividly the moment before she left King's Landing. She had suggested to Ned that they bring their two daughters back north, but it was the first time since their marriage that Ned had sharply rebuked her. Catelyn understood, though. Ned was caught between his loyalty to King Robert and his duty as Warden of the North, an impossible conflict with no easy choice. Now, Ned was in King's Landing, trying to stabilize a crumbling situation. As mother and son pondered their next move, a sudden commotion erupted outside the carriage, followed by Theon's familiar voice. "Robb, Lady Catelyn, come quickly." Theon Greyjoy, captain of Robb's guards, had been taken as a hostage after Balon Greyjoy's failed rebellion. But Ned had never treated him like a hostage. Instead, he had raised him alongside his own children, and over the years, Theon and Robb had grown as close as brothers. "Robb, Lady Catelyn." Theon's voice was full of urgency. "We saw a dragon. It appeared 3 dragons." The words hit Catelyn and Robb like thunderbolts. Robb instinctively glanced out the carriage window, processing the reality of what Theon had just said. A moment later, he bolted from the carriage, looking toward the sky where Torrhen Karstark pointed. Under the gloomy clouds, 3 dragons of different colors circled in the distance. Robb's breath caught in his throat as his eyes fixed on the largest, a massive yellow dragon. And on its back, he could clearly see a figure. A man. Though Robb didn't know who the rider was, he didn't need to guess. The person riding the largest yellow dragon could only be one man, Viserys Targaryen. "Robb, should we shoot him down?" Torrhen Karstark, acting as deputy leader, asked urgently, his voice taut with the tension of the moment. Torrhen understood all too well what the return of the Targaryens could mean for the North. His instinct was to attack while they had the chance. But before Robb could respond, Catelyn's voice cut through the air, urgent and pleading. "No, don't," she shouted, almost frantic. Though she didn't know what Viserys might ultimately do to the Starks, she knew one thing. Her son Bran's life depended on the mercy of the man flying overhead. Turning to Robb, her eyes fierce, she said, "Robb, I need to see him." Catelyn felt cornered. Ordering an arrow to be fired at Viserys would undoubtedly invite retaliation. If he remained unharmed, there might still be a chance for negotiation. But if Viserys were injured, or worse, killed, there would be no escape from Tyrosh's remaining dragons. In 3, 5, or even 10 years, Daenerys would surely lead her dragons north, raining fire over every inch of the land, just as the Targaryens once did to Dorne. Attempting to greet Viserys with a smile and pleasantries seemed equally reckless. Her husband and daughters were still hostages in King's Landing. The only logical path was to meet with Viserys and relay their conversation back to the capital. The sight of dragons circling in the sky had already drawn the attention of the northern lords. Carhold, Castle Serwyn, Deepwood Motte, the Dreadfort, White Harbor, Bear Island. All the powerful houses of the north hurried toward the commotion. Viserys descended from the sky, landing atop a high hill. Coincidentally, there was a large green stone pedestal at the summit, a perfect seat for him. The yellow dragon settled behind the stone, looming like a massive backdrop. In time, Northerners would name this place Golden Dragon's Hill. Viserys dismounted and took his place on the stone, which the people later call the Emperor's Stone Bench. The nobleman closest to Viserys was Roose Bolton. For days, Roose had been wondering how to make contact with the Dragon Lord, and now the opportunity had literally fallen from the sky. But he couldn't approach Viserys directly and address him as Your Grace. That would reveal too much. After a brief moment of calculation, Roose had his guards position themselves at the base of the hill. From this vantage, he could claim he was either surrounding Viserys or protecting him, depending on how things unfolded. The key was to remain ambiguous, never showing his true intentions. In this way, Roose knew he would never be in the wrong. Even though the yellow dragon had landed, the other two continued to circle ominously overhead. Roose chuckled darkly to himself. Even if Viserys were to die here, Daenerys would undoubtedly seek vengeance. But who in their right mind wants to die needlessly? Viserys had chosen this location deliberately, testing the loyalty and intentions of the northern lords. If they dared get too close, he would simply leave. When Viserys spotted the red flayed man banner of House Bolton, he knew immediately who had come to greet him. "Is that Ser Bolton?" Viserys spoke first, his voice calm, but commanding. Roose Bolton noticed that the other northern lords were still a few minutes away, slowly making their way up the hill. When he laid eyes on Viserys, he couldn't help but be struck by the prince's regal bearing. The silver hair, tied back with a ruby-studded brow band, shimmered in the light. Viserys wore fitted leather armor under a black cloak emblazoned with the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. "Lord Bolton of the Dreadfort greets Your Grace, Viserys," Bolton said, bowing slightly. His gesture was subtle, less formal than usual, as he knew Catelyn and the others were nearing. Internally, Bolton was wrestling with himself. After a brief pause, he asked carefully, "May I ask what brings Your Grace to the north?" Viserys surveyed him, taking in the infamous man who had once betrayed Robb Stark. Bolton's pale skin, a result of his leeching habit, made him look almost ghostly. Despite being in his 40s, his face was unervingly smooth, free of the wrinkles that often marked men his age. Not one to waste words, Viserys replied bluntly, "I've come to see if the lords of the north still intend to renew their allegiance to House Targaryen." Of course he wanted to, Bolton thought. He could hardly contain his eagerness. If he could secure Viserys' favor now, House Bolton might avoid the worst of the conflict and survive whatever chaos followed. He almost wanted to kneel on the spot, ready to pledge his loyalty and protect his house from the storm that was brewing. But then he hesitated, glancing back at the approaching lords. Now isn't the right time, he thought. Declaring his loyalty here, in front of the other northern lords, could put him at risk. He wondered if Viserys' protection would be enough to shield him from Stark retaliation. After all, Ned Stark was still in King's Landing. Viserys, ever perceptive, could see the hesitation in Bolton's eyes. He understood the man's cautious nature and decided not to push too hard. "Ser Bolton, there is no need to declare your loyalty now. When my army arrives in Westeros, you can make your choice then." Bolton's eyes lit up with relief. He quickly bowed again, his voice more earnest this time. "Yes, Your Grace." As Catelyn and the others reached the hilltop, Bolton moved swiftly to greet them, masking his earlier exchange with Viserys. "Lady Catelyn," he said, bowing slightly once more. Catelyn gave a soft nod in response, her gaze fixed on Viserys, who remained seated on the stone pedestal with his dragon looming behind him. Robb and Theon followed her, along with the other northern lords, who barely glanced at the ground as they ascended, their eyes drawn to the prince and the massive dragon above him. "My, what a dragon!" Great John Umber exclaimed, though it was clear he'd never seen one before. Ricard and the other northern lords remained silent, their expressions grim. None of them knew what fate awaited them. Rumors had circulated about this bold Targaryen. According to Catelyn, Viserys had marched straight into Robert's feast and provoked him openly. His words had shamed even Ser Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, to the point where the old knight tried to take his own life. Soon, the lords of the north gathered before Viserys. A distance of about 10 meters separated the two sides. Theon and Robb both observed Viserys carefully, though Theon was especially captivated. The prince's silver hair and dark robes gave him an almost divine aura, especially with a massive yellow dragon looming behind him. For a moment, Theon felt an urge to kneel. Catelyn, too, was momentarily taken aback by Viserys' appearance. But her mind quickly turned to more pressing matters. How should she address him? Call him, Your Grace. That would signal a rebellion against House Baratheon. Call him, Sire. Would Viserys accept that, or take offense? Even Catelyn, who was well-versed in the finest etiquette, found herself at a loss for words. Sensing the tension, Robb glanced back at the northern lords, then stepped forward with a measured calm. Your Imperial Majesty, he began, I am Robb, son of Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. And this is my mother. Catelyn suddenly remembered. Robert was king, but Viserys called himself emperor. Perhaps using that title could work? It seemed like a safer choice. Catelyn followed her son's lead and offered a bow to Viserys, though not as deferential as one might bow to a king. The other northern lords did the same. They had been awed by the dragon when they first saw it, but now, up close, it wasn't quite as overwhelming as they had imagined. Still, they couldn't forget that Viserys had recently burned Robert's fleet to ashes. Viserys regarded them all with a calm, confident gaze. His eyes settled on Catelyn. Lady Catelyn, he said smoothly, I remember you from the banquet. You are much younger than I had expected. The compliment caught Catelyn off guard, and the others seemed equally perplexed by his unexpected flattery. But Viserys' next words made her heart sink. We could have gone to Winterfell together to heal Bran, he continued, his tone shifting, but unfortunately, Ned refused my offer of kindness. Now, I cannot say what the future holds between House Targaryen and House Stark. Your Imperial Majesty. Catelyn started, wanted to speak, but hesitated. She couldn't possibly say I agree on Ned's behalf, could she? Viserys, sensing her conflict, interrupted. That's not why I came to see you today, he said, turning to address the northern lords gathered behind her. Everyone, I have some bad news. His words sent a ripple of tension through the crowd. Bad news? The lords exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if the North was about to be punished. When someone as powerful as Viserys Targaryen spoke of bad news, it usually meant disaster. But the news he shared was nothing they could have anticipated. I've spent some time at the Wall, fighting alongside the Night's Watch. We've encountered the White Walkers, creatures thought to be mere legends. I killed one myself. What? White Walkers? Great John Umber was the first to react, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. His family lived closest to the Wall, and the implications of Viserys' words hit him hardest. The other lords were equally stunned. Even if the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch had made such a claim, few would have believed him. But coming from Viserys Targaryen, the words demanded consideration. After all, Viserys had no reason to lie. Viserys continued, explaining his plan to bring tens of thousands of wildlings south of the Wall to fortify its defenses. They will become a force to guard the Wall, helping to fight this ancient enemy. Your Grove, your Imperial Majesty, you cannot just give away northern lands. Greyjohn protested, clearly alarmed. The wildlings would settle near his own territory, and the thought of them so close unnerved him. If you cooperate fully, Viserys said, his voice calm but resolute, I swear by the Targaryen name that I will not pursue House Umber for its role in the War of the Usurper. Your lands and titles will remain intact." His words were both an offer and a veiled threat, backed by the unwavering conviction of a man who held dragons at his command. As if to punctuate his statement, the yellow dragon let out a deep, rumbling roar. Great John, visibly shaken, found himself at a crossroads. To agree would seem like betrayal, but to refuse meant defying a Targaryen and potentially facing a dragon's wrath. Viserys' message was clear. Those who cooperated would have a chance to keep their lands and titles. Those who didn't would face the consequences. "There is one more thing," Viserys added, before anyone could respond. He turned to the assembled lords. "I know it is your custom to keep the bodies of your ancestors in crypts, but the White Walkers can raise the dead, turning them into mindless wights that kill without mercy. I ask that when you return, you burn any intact bodies you find." The northern lords were stunned. The dead resurrected? It sounded like a myth, something out of ancient stories. Yet Viserys' calm authority left no room for doubt. Whether they believed it or not, they had been warned. Viserys had achieved his goals. He had delivered his message, one that would soon spread throughout the north and beyond, to King's Landing, where would surely deepen the divide between Robert and Ned. I hope the fat stag still trusts his sworn brother as much as he once did, Viserys thought with a hint of amusement. With that, he mounted the yellow dragon. Under the watchful eyes of the northern lords, soldiers, and nobles, he took to the sky, disappearing into the clouds. As the lords watched him vanish, their minds were filled with mixed emotions. Viserys hadn't come to conquer them, at least, not yet. But what if Ned decided to defy the Targaryens? The Starks had ruled the North for 8,000 years. Could they turn their backs on their lord for an emperor who claimed dragons? At that moment, Catelyn spoke up, her voice steady but firm. "My lords, I wish to return to King's Landing." Some of the more astute northern lords immediately grasped the significance of her words. Catelyn intended to intervene, perhaps to mend the growing rift between Ned and Robert. "My lady, allow me to escort you," Ricard offered, stepping forward. He wasn't sure where Ned's mind stood in all of this, but he knew it was worth trying to smooth the path between the North and the capital. Before Catelyn could respond, Robb spoke up. "Theon, escort my mother to King's Landing with half of my personal guard." Theon nodded, understanding the gravity of the task. Catelyn offered a brief, appreciative glance to her son, but her mind was already on what awaited her in King's Landing. Not long after Viserys returned to the Wall, preparations for the fleet were nearly complete. With his departure for Slaver's Bay approaching, Viserys knew he needed to make an impression. To that end, 50 giants, handpicked by Mag the Mighty, would accompany him as part of the spectacle. At Eastwatch by the Sea, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, along with Chief Ranger Benjen Stark, Lord Commander Dennis Mallister of the Shadow Tower, and other key members of the Night's Watch, gathered to bid him farewell. "Your Grace, the Night's Watch will never forget your support," Old Bear said with a rare smile. For years, Mormont had felt like he was fighting a losing battle, with little more than a handful of men and scant resources to defend the realm. But Viserys' arrival had changed everything. For the first time in years, he felt like there was someone powerful watching over the Wall. Viserys had achieved what no one else had in thousands of years. He had resolved the wildling threat to the north. Though the Night's Watch knew the White Walkers remained a more formidable danger, they now had something they had long lacked, a king who understood the stakes and stood behind them. "If you need anything, just send someone to Winterfell." Now that they know about the White Walkers, they should increase their support for the Night's Watch. "Yes, Your Grace." Viserys knew that Jorah and his father still had something to say, so he first helped Aemon into the boat. Once Aemon had left, Old Bear called Jorah aside. "His Grace Viserys is a good king, and you must remain loyal." "Yes, father," said Jorah. But the Old Bear continued in a low voice, "I'm not finished yet." He then unsheathed the family sword, Longclaw, from his belt. It was a steel sword with a wavy blade. Since the Lannisters had lost their ancestral sword, Brightroar, Tywin tried to buy another from other lords. One of them was Bear Island. Of course, they rejected him. The old bear looked at the sword with reluctance before saying, "Take this sword, protect Viserys, fight for him, and when you die, return it to Bear Island." "I know, father." As he watched the sails of the fleet gradually rise, the old bear turned and said, "I'll be fine. You can go." Yora sheathed the ancestral sword and was about to leave. However, just as he turned, Old Bear stepped closer and added, "If it's a boy, call him Ned. If it's a girl, call her Lyanna." "I understand, father." The conversation between father and son was brief, but weighty. As the old bear watched the fleet recede into the distance, his eyes moistened, but the biting snowstorm from the north soon dried them. Now, although the Night's Watch is more adequately staffed than ever before, the enemy they face is stronger than ever. All the Night's Watch members hope that Viserys will defeat Robert soon and set things right. Only by uniting everyone can they survive the long night. Tyrosh's harbor now boasts a new bronze statue, towering at about 4 meters high. The statue depicts a knight in armor, unmistakably dressed in Westerosi clothing, with even the armor styled in a distinctly Westerosi fashion. The knight's expression is resolute, his gaze fixed forward. In his right hand, he holds a sword upright, while cradled in the crook of his left arm is a newborn swathed in cloth Daenerys. Behind the swordsman stand a young boy, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. This is Viserys as a child, and the baby in his arms is, of course, Daenerys. The swordsman's identity is clear: Ser Willem Darry, the man who led Viserys and Daenerys away from Dragonstone. The statue was commissioned by a group of Tyroshi merchants. The merchants believed Viserys had solved their problems with pirates and the Dothraki, allowing their trade routes to flourish without interference. Tolls on the stepstones had also significantly decreased. Furthermore, after Viserys' victory over Drogo and his conquest of the Dothraki, a new trade route, known as the Spice Silk Road, emerged across Essos. This land route offered a safer alternative to sea travel, with the once plundering Dothraki now serving as wardens, protecting merchants from bandits. In return, the merchants paid only a modest toll. Along this route, Viserys established numerous rest stops, marked by the 3-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen. These stops not only symbolized the power of the Targaryens, but also stimulated local economies. Healers were stationed along the route, as disease and plagues had once posed as much of a threat as bandits or the Dothraki. Several merchants from Ass-High, grateful for the aid they received along the route, sought to honor Viserys. Though many had already erected statues and landmarks in his honor, such as Viserys Avenue, Viserys Mound, and Viserys Wall in Tyrosh and the surrounding hopeful lands, this group chose something more meaningful: a statue commemorating Ser Willem Darry, Viserys, and Daenerys' early struggles. The statue was warmly received by Daenerys and Jon Connington. Daenerys felt deep gratitude towards Ser Willem. Before Viserys returned to normal, her time with Ser Willem at the house with the red door was the fondest memory of her youth. Connington believed that Ser Willem's deeds should be proclaimed throughout the 7 kingdoms and beyond. This, he thought, would greatly benefit the Targaryens, and in turn his own house Connington, known for their loyal service. As a token of her appreciation, Daenerys granted these merchants several special passes, allowing them free passage through the 9 great free cities. Today, Daenerys was clearly distracted as she dealt with government affairs. Even after taking her documents to the gazebo to work in peace, she couldn't seem to focus. 2 or 3 days ago, Viserys had appeared in her dreams, telling her he would soon return, bringing with him Aemon, the oldest member of House Targaryen. The idea of reuniting with an elder relative, someone of their own bloodline, filled her with anticipation. Although Aemon might not be able to provide any significant help, his presence would offer them much-needed spiritual comfort after their long years of exile. Daenerys picked up a heavy frying pan from the table and swung it down on the black dragon's head. With a loud bang, the dragon, who had been gnawing at the leg of her stool, darted away in a flash. Though small, it had a habit of wreaking havoc, its teeth marks littering the palace. She already knew that Viserys had successfully burned Robert's fleet. Daenerys had long been aware that Robert Baratheon was responsible for Rhaegar's death and their years of exile. Upon hearing the news of Robert's defeat, she had immediately announced that all drinks in Tyrosh would be free for the day. It was a small regret that she hadn't witnessed the burning of thousands of warships herself. However, Viserys had promised that when he went to Slaver's Bay to buy Unsullied, they would go together. Daenerys, daydreaming, was abruptly interrupted by the maid's announcement. "Princess, His Majesty is back." Daenerys dropped her pen without hesitation and rushed out of the gazebo. Rhaegaryn, the silver dragon coiled on the beam, followed her instantly. By now, the harbor had been cleared, and Viserys' fleet was preparing to dock. Before the ships even arrived, the sight of the 3 dragons in the harbor was enough to announce his return. The people of Tyrosh recognized Viserys by the colors of his dragons, as they hadn't been seen in the Colosseum for some time. "Look, the yellow dragon, His Majesty the Emperor, has returned, and the green and red dragons. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live His Majesty the Emperor." Though royal power was not as strong outside the hopeful lands and the stepstones, the people spontaneously bowed before the fleet. This was especially true of the freed slaves, who owed their freedom to Targaryen policies. They were among Viserys' most loyal supporters. After over 2 years of efforts, the ratio of free people to slaves in Tyrosh had nearly reached 1-to-1. Even in Lys and Myr, the number of free people had outgrown the number of slaves. In this regard, Targaryen rule was remarkably stable. "I heard His Grace burned the usurper's fleet. Spared us from war," said a merchant dressed in black and red silk. Due to Viserys' influence, the people of Tyrosh had grown fond of the Targaryen colors, black and scarlet. "Oomph, that cowardly usurper. Even if he dared to come, I'd gladly offer my ship to His Majesty," exclaimed an old shipowner who only had a small sampan. 2 years ago, he had been rescued by Daenerys' relief station, later earning his freedom by hauling cargo for merchants. In his mind, everything he had was thanks to Viserys. "Stop fighting, the Queen is here." Though Viserys had been crowned emperor, he had yet to officially take the crown himself. However, Daenerys was no longer referred to as princess, but as queen. The people of the 9 free cities, well versed in the customs of the dragon lords and their brother-sister marriages, understood that in their eyes, only Daenerys could rightfully claim the throne as queen. Daenerys stood on the shore, her gaze fixed expectantly on Viserys' flagship. "That must be Dany." "Yes." The 2 pairs of violet eyes met across the distance, exchanging unspoken stories of longing and reunion. Officials and military officers from Tyrosh had gathered to greet Viserys, along with his entourage of foster sons. Though they had only been in Tyrosh for 3 months, the once wild snarks had already become civil and disciplined. Ordinary citizens also crowded the harbor in growing numbers, and if not for young Connington and the Unsullied guards struggling to maintain order, chaos might have erupted. Soon, Viserys' flagship docked, and he personally helped Aemon down the gangplank. My, who is that old man His Majesty is helping down the gangplank?" "I don't know. Is there anyone else in House Targaryen?" For a moment, whispers spread through the crowd as everyone speculated about Aemon's identity. Daenerys, however, was unsurprised. Viserys had already described Aemon to her in her dreams, so when she saw him, she felt an immediate sense of kinship. "Aemon, I'm Daenerys." "Daenerys, I know you. Viserys has spoken of you many times." Connington looked astonished. The old man standing before them was Maester Aemon. Many people, even within the 7 kingdoms and the Night's Watch, often forgot that he was a Targaryen by blood. After the family reunion, it was time to receive the advisors. Connington and the others bowed to Viserys, then turned to Aemon. "Maester Aemon," Connington greeted. "You must be Ser Connington," Aemon replied with a warm smile. He was in good spirits, having spent 80 years at the Wall, and now meeting more people in one day than he had in decades. Viserys, pleased with the day's events, immediately declared that all alcohol consumed in Tyrosh that day would be paid for by the royal family. The harbor echoed with a wave of cheers once again. After the celebrations, Cunnington approached Viserys with a report. Your Grace, while you were away, envoys from Karth and Astapor arrived. They're both eager to meet with you. Did they come together? Viserys asked, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Yes. Viserys felt a sudden unease. Karth and Astapor were his enemies, ones he planned to deal with soon. The fact that these two adversaries were now mingling together clearly signaled trouble. Slaver's Bay, Astapor, the Colosseum. A group of boys, sticky with foodstuffs, stood trembling in front of a massive brown bear. The bear, with its long snout twitching, seemed to be sniffing them out. I really don't see what you three get out of this bet. You're all called Grasden, and no matter who wins or loses, this arena will still be called the Grasden Gladiatorial Arena next month, said Krasnys, a wise master dressed in a green toga, his voice dripping with mockery. He looked at the three men bickering beside him, each one eager for the outcome of their twisted game. The Colosseum was a playground for the slave owners. They would stage brutal spectacles, pitting girls against bulls, or children coated in honey and syrup against wild animals. The owner of the slave child devoured first would win the right to name the arena for the next month. The more grotesque the match, the more the crowd of slave masters cheered. Today, the children had been smeared with sweet, sticky mixtures, meticulously prepared to tantalize the bear, which was already ravenous. The creature's jaws dripped with saliva, the foul stench of fish on its breath. It didn't doubt that all the children were tempting, but it couldn't decide which one to eat first. Its eyes narrowed as it noticed one child drenched in syrup, a flavor it liked. Just as it was about to lunge, another boy caught its attention, his head smeared with honey and jam. The bear's nose flared in delight. This one suited its taste even more. With a roar, the bear made its decision and charged. How could a child of only 6 or 7 possibly outrun a beast nearly 2 meters tall? In an instant, the bear's massive paw slammed into the boy, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain shot through his small frame, his bones aching from the impact. The bear sniffed all over the boy's body, searching for the perfect spot to sink its teeth into. With a savage growl, it bit into the soft flesh of the boy's thigh, its rough tongue scraping away skin. "Ah, it hurts, brother. I'm in pain," the child cried, too weak to struggle as the bear pressed him to the ground, its enormous weight easily overpowering the frail boy. "Eat the candy leaf. Candy will make the pain go away," shouted another boy nearby, his voice trembling as he watched his brother suffer. "Huh, I win," laughed a bearded wise master. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as the bear tore into his slave child, the first to be eaten. Next month, the arena would bear his name, the Grasden Fighting Arena. The man with a pointed beard glanced at the other two men with a smug expression. Despite sharing the same name, each of them had distinct characteristics. In addition to his sharp beard, one of the men was somewhat plump, while the other stood half a head taller than the rest. They had arrived late, so the trio can be known as Pointed Beard, Tall, and Fat. In the original tale, Mother of Dragon's unsullied army had largely come from dealings with men like these. After the gruesome spectacle with the brown bear, the group turned their attention to more pressing matters. Are we really going to do something about Viserys? Even Drogo couldn't defeat him, the tall one asked, his caution showing as he voiced his fear of Viserys' growing power. The warlocks will assist us. Once we control him and his sister, his dragons will become a wild dragons, replied Krasnys, dressed in green robes, his voice dripping with confidence. As long as the unsullied we control remain tempting to him, and while his dragon is still young, this is Slaver's Bay's last chance. Krasnys insisted, his eyes narrowing. The four of them, among the most powerful men in Astapor, saw no other option. They intended to use Viserys' upcoming purchase of Unsullied as an opportunity to eliminate him. It wasn't just the wise masters of Astapor who felt this way. The great masters of Meereen and the good masters of Yunkai were equally displeased with Viserys' policies in the Free Cities. For years, the Free Cities have been the largest market for the exports of Slaver's Bay. Though Viserys had not outright abolished slavery, His intent to do so was becoming increasingly clear. His policies aimed to chip away at the foundation of the slave trade. First, Viserys raised the cost of slave ownership. He imposed higher tariffs on slaves and required slave owners to improve the living conditions of those in chains. As a result, wealthy citizens in the Kingdom of Four Daughters began to prefer hiring free people, leading to a sharp decline in the slave market. Under his influence, even the slave traders who once captured and sold slaves sought new careers. The Dothraki, once frequent suppliers of fresh slaves, had ceased their raids, and even the Golden Company, known for its mercenary work, no longer engaged in the trade. The supply of new slaves dwindled, and the export of slave labor from Slavers' Bay plummeted. If things continued in this direction, the economy of Slavers' Bay would soon collapse. Viserys had banned slave fighting in all the free cities except Volantis, leaving Meereen, once teeming with gladiators and swordsmen, without a market. The great masters and wise masters watched helplessly as they fed their slaves, knowing those same slaves no longer brought in profits. The leaders of Slavers' Bay cried out in frustration. In their eyes, Viserys was destroying their way of life. Thus, the great masters, wise masters, and good masters of Slavers' Bay conspired to lay a trap for him, hoping to rid themselves of the Targaryen threat once and for all. The first step was to measure the resources of Slavers' Bay and win over the Dragonlord. They not only had to focus on Viserys, but also ensure that his subordinates and guards were softened with bribes, sugar-coated bullets, as they called them. Their goal was simple: completely disarm Viserys and his army, weakening his defenses little by little. After all, despite his impressive leadership, he had only about 1,000 or 2 men. Slavers' Bay could easily afford to treat these people well. The second step was to lure Viserys to Qarth. By then, his forces would be dulled by luxury and indulgence, their combat readiness sapped. The warlocks of Qarth were tasked with eliminating both Viserys and Daenerys. Once the siblings were dead, the plan was to divide their dragons among themselves. With that, the restoration of the old Empire of Guys would be within reach. In the past, I had maybe 2,000 trained Unsullied and about 1,200 in training. Do you know how much stock I have now? Krasny's, irritated, straightened his green robe as he posed the question. The pointed beard man didn't know the exact answer, but based on his own situation, he could guess. About 4,000 trained Unsullied right now, and another 2,500 in training. Do you have any idea how much food these soldiers consume daily? Krasny's fumed, casting a glance at the child being mauled by the bear. Viserys must die, the fat Grasden declared, his voice filled with certainty. It would be even better if we could capture his dragon and use it for ourselves, the pointed beard man added wistfully. Long ago, the entirety of Slavers' Bay had been under the rule of the old Empire of Guys. Whether they were called the Wise Masters, the Great Masters, or the Good Masters, they all descended from the Guys. However, due to their lack of dragons, the old empire lost every war against the Valyrian freehold, ultimately being reduced to ashes under the fire of Valyria's dragons. Now, every slaver in Slavers' Bay dreamed of having a dragon of their own. It was this very longing that had made Daenerys' acquisition of a dragon so effortless in the original storyline. These masters would have given anything for one. How many Unsullied do we have in total? The tall Grasden asked. 18,000 trained, and another 7,000 still in training, replied the pointed beard Grasden, the number far exceeding what had once been the norm. In the original story, Daenerys had acquired 8,000 trained Unsullied and 5,000 more in training. But now, they had amassed much more. The problem is, we don't know when Viserys is coming, Krasny said with irritation. He said 6 months, but the time's up, and still no word. The entire group shared in their dissatisfaction over Viserys' failure to show up on time. Send someone to hurry up the envoy, Regis. If that doesn't work, we'll send a ship ourselves. Inside the Grand Mansion, 2 imposing Sphinx statues stood guard as the tinkling sound of piano strings echoed through the halls, reminiscent of a babbling brook. Regis glanced at himself in the mirror, barely recognizing the man staring back. He was no longer the robust figure he once took pride in. Dark circles framed his eyes, and his sunken eye sockets only added to the hollow look. Even his once proud bald head seemed to have lost its shine. Cigarettes, wine, and women have made me so haggard. From today on, I'll quit smoking, Regis declared with determination, viciously stubbing out the cigarette in the ashtray. His gaze shifted to the woman lying next to him. Her full curves and dark hair spread across the bed like storm clouds. Regis had spent some time in Slaver's Bay, sent there by Viserys, and could be described as having had a blast. Still, the trauma lingered, he thought. Parties filled his days, and the fawning of the slave owners fed his vanity. His mission was clear, to pacify them on behalf of Viserys, but the real work was done by the unsullied commander who accompanied him, Kenwyra. Returning to Astapor from the world of the Unsullied made Regis feel uneasy. His task was to approach the slave owners under the guise of inspecting goods and extol Viserys' supposed benevolence. Viserys aimed to remind the Unsullied of who their future master would be, planting in them a sense of duty, and perhaps even hope, through the example of living warriors like Kenwyra. When Viserys eventually capitalized on the opportunity, the Unsullied would be more inclined to fight for him. Lord Kenwyra, you're here again? The slaver paused in his training of the Unsullied upon seeing the commander approach. There were 400 Unsullied under his command. Though he called Kenwyra a lord, his disdain was thinly veiled, the smile on his lips tinged with contempt. In Viserys' court, Kenwyra was seen as a noble in the military, once a slave but now free, with an adopted son and family of his own. Yet in Slaver's Bay, many still viewed him as little more than a fortunate slave. A flicker of disgust crossed Kenwyra's eyes, but he kept his emotions carefully in check. "I've come to see how their training is progressing," Kenwyra said. "Don't worry, we'll weed out the unqualified ones," the slave owner replied casually. But Kenwyra knew all too well that weeding out meant killing. To manipulate these slave owners, Viserys could not rely solely on him and Regis. He had sent them with hundreds of thousands of gold dragons as a partial down payment. This generous bribe allowed Kenwyra unrestricted access to the Unsullied whenever he pleased. He approached two Unsullied officers, noting the stark contrast in their eyes, one brown, the other black. "What are your names today?" he asked. "My lord, my name today is Chariot." "My lord, my name is Dagger today." "Very well, Chariot and Dagger. His Grace Viserys will soon lead you in the retaking of the Iron Throne. You must train hard in the meantime. If you fulfill your duty, His Grace will restore your freedom and even reward you with land." Before Kenwyra could finish, the slave owner interjected, his tone dismissive. "My lord, there's no need for all that. Sooner or later, they will belong to His Grace, and their fate will be decided by him." Kenwyra's voice remained resolute. "Their fate will indeed be decided by His Grace." Even the other Unsullied, standing nearby, could sense the firmness in his words. Qarth, the Hall of 1,000 Thrones. This grand chamber was the very heart of Qarth's power. Here, descendants of the ancient royal family sat upon towering, magnificent thrones, passed down through the generations. From these high, arched seats, they ruled over the vast and prosperous free city, surrounded by untold wealth. Pounds of precious stones adorning the hall. The thrones, carved from marble, ascended in a curved formation along polished steps, each level rising higher than the last. Above, the dome-shaped ceiling shimmered, adorned with elaborate paintings made from the finest gems and metals. Filigree, gold leaf, jade, and agate covered every surface, testaments to Qarth's wealth and opulence. But today, the Hall of 1,000 Thrones was not just for royalty. The three great guilds of Qarth, which rivaled even the royal family in influence, had also gathered here. The 13, the Guild of Spicers, and the Tourmaline Brotherhood, each held sway over the city in their own way. Although their attire varied, they shared one distinct trait, a red dragon scale embedded in their noses, a mark of status. Zero, the most powerful among the 13, had paid a small fortune to the warlocks to obtain one of these rare scales. Proudly displayed in his nose, it sparked envy throughout Karth, and for a time, dragon scales became the city's most sought-after commodity. Yet today's gathering was not about Xaro flaunting his prized dragon scale. The noble families and the guilds had come together with only one matter on the agenda: whether to eliminate Viserys. Viserys, after conquering the Dothraki, had opened a land route between east and west. With the backing of the Golden Company in Cago, he had established a secure trade network across Essos, dubbing it the Spice and Silk Road. At the time, this land route had unparalleled advantages: safer passages, fewer risks, and merchants from all corners of the world flocked to it. This new development was a direct threat to Karth's dominance. The city's 3 merchant guilds owned no fewer than 4,000 ships, and combined with the noble family's fleet, Karth boasted over 7,000 vessels, both merchant and warships. Their maritime supremacy had long secured their position as the gatekeepers of trade between east and west. But the rise of Viserys had disrupted their influence, violating the interests of too many powerful factions. Now, they debated how to handle this unforeseen threat to their wealth and power. Have you considered the impact on Karth of assassinating an emperor who not only wields great power, but also commands a dragon? Asked a member of the Pureborn, his voice cold and measured. A blue dragon scale gleamed from his nose, matching the rich blue silk and gemstones that adorned him. His name was Matt Hose, and his appearance alone marked him as a cautious man. But this powerful emperor is far from us, interjected Xaro, leader of the 13, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. And he has no heirs, no family to carry on his will. Xaro was known for his keen eye for opportunity. In the past, he had seen the potential of Daenerys, the mother of dragons, recognizing that her young dragon would eventually grow into a force of nature. An adult dragon, he knew, could secure dominance over trade, providing unparalleled protection to his caravans and fleets. In the original story, despite his lack of romantic interest, he had proposed to her repeatedly, hoping to harness her dragon's power and use it to control Karth. Now, he saw a similar opportunity and threat in Viserys. The Emperor's slave policies and dominance over the Spice and Silk Road had already disrupted the interests of Slavers Bay and Karth. Xaro was convinced they had a narrow window, 3 to 5 years at most, before Viserys solidified his rule. In that time, it would be their last chance to stop him. Viserys may have risen rapidly, but his greatest flaw is glaring. He has no heirs. Without children to inherit his power, everything he has built will crumble the moment he dies. There will be no one left to seek vengeance, no lasting dynasty to fear. Seeing that the room was still filled with hesitation, Xaro spoke again, his tone firm. Everyone, there can be no more doubt. I personally own 84 ships. By this time of year, at least 70 should be out at sea, earning gold. But this year, fewer than 60 have set sail. I suspect the rest of you are facing a similar situation. He swept his gaze across the 12 other powerful figures in the hall, letting his words sink in. And mark my words, the situation will only worsen from here. It's not just us. The Spicers Guild has suffered great losses as well. Viserys controls the trade routes now, and with that, he dictates the pricing of many goods. The lucrative spice trade that once filled our coffers is starting to collapse. Xaro paused for effect, then added, Viserys' ambitions likely extend far beyond reclaiming his ancestors' Iron Throne. Another pure-born member, dressed in a deep scarlet robe with a red tourmaline embedded in his nose, spoke up. His name was Aegon, and Xaro had bribed him well before this meeting. Consider this, Aegon began. House Targaryen once had more than 10 dragons, even as they weakened themselves during the struggle between the Blacks and the Greens. If their line of succession had remained stable, they would have already begun expanding into the free cities. Their dragons, combined with their power, would have been unstoppable, like a boulder rolling down a mountain. The others shifted uncomfortably at the thought. The gods have granted them a rare chance, but they have also granted Viserys a chance. Will he repeat the mistakes of his ancestors, or learn from them? His words resonated deeply. Viserys was only 18 or 19 years old. Even if he lived to see 50, that gave him over 30 years, plenty of time for his 7 existing dragons to reach adulthood, breed, and lay eggs that could hatch even more. Westeros can barely handle the threat of 10 dragons, Aegon said, his voice rising with urgency. But what happens when there are 30, 40, or 50? Don't forget what Viserys calls himself now. Emperor of Valyria. Xero's voice echoed through the Hall of 1,000 Thrones, his tone carrying a note of alarm that lingered in the Grand Chamber. The Pureborn members began to picture the skies darkening with dragons, their once blue expanse turned gray by smoke and ash. Dragons of all colors would soar above them, fire pouring from their mouths as their homeland was reduced to ruins once again. Karth's people, descendants of Lysene refugees, were no strangers to such devastation. Their original home had been the Red Waste, long ago conquered by the Dragon Lords of Valyria, only to later fall prey to the marauding Dothraki. After centuries of wandering, they had finally settled in Qarth. But if Viserys Targaryen, under his so-called imperial banner, restored his house to its former glory, the skies that had been empty for centuries would once again be ruled by dragons. Sensing the crowd's growing unease, Xero pressed further. He held up a letter, the edges creased from handling. I have received word that Viserys will come to Qarth with his sister and their 7 dragons. The gods will not grant us another opportunity like this. He gestured to Pri, the sorcerer standing nearby. And we have the priest-sorcerer to thank. Pri stepped forward, his presence unsettling despite his calm demeanor. Yes, Viserys is no ordinary emperor. He is a powerful sorcerer himself and deeply interested in the Undying One's secrets of longevity. I assure you, he will come to Qarth. The warlocks of Qarth were not well-liked, but their alliance with the Spicers Guild granted them influence. With the appearance of the Red Comet and the hatching of the dragons, the warlock's strength had only grown. Those who dared to disrespect them, whether noble or merchant, often suffered mysterious misfortunes. There was no direct evidence that the warlocks were responsible, but their reputation and their power had risen steadily. I support the plan to ambush Viserys and Daenerys. Aegon, the Pureborn member bribed by Xero, raised his hand without hesitation. I agree as well, said several other nobles, raising their hands in quick succession. They, too, had been bought by Xero's gold. One by one, more hands rose. The number of supporters quietly passed the halfway mark. Xero allowed himself a small smile, though a flicker of contempt passed through his eyes as he looked over the Pureborns. Finally, he turned his gaze to Madhose, the Pureborn who had initially raised concerns. Madhose hesitated, his fingers adorned with gem-studded rings twitching as he considered. Then, after a moment's deliberation, he slowly raised his right hand. The vote was cast. Tyrosh, your grace, during your absence, there have been hundreds of slave escapes from Volantis, and over 20 have made it to the hopeful lands. This is only the number we've been able to confirm. Cunnington reported, holding a document as he briefed Viserys on the situation in the hopeful lands and the Stepstones. Viserys' deliberate promotion of these regions had worked. Many, including slaves, now knew that those in the Stepstones and the hopeful lands enjoyed a far better life. Slave owners there were required to give their slaves 2 days off each month, ensure their health, and most importantly, offer them a path to freedom by enlisting in the army. This had drawn the attention of slaves from places like Volantis, the free city with the largest slave population among the 9 major free cities. Occasionally, slaves escaped from Volantis to these lands of promise, and the noble families of Volantis were none too pleased with Viserys' policies. They had expected him to restore slavery in full when he began rebuilding Valyria, yet instead, he had improved the living conditions of the enslaved. Is that good? No, it's not good. This doesn't feel like Valyria at all. If it weren't for Viserys' growing dragons, the lords of Volantis might have already declared their independence from him. His ambiguous stance on slavery had preserved a fragile peace for now, but Viserys had a longer game in mind. He still needed the Unsullied to solidify his power. Once they were under his command, he could sever all ties with the institution of slavery. Viserys had also uncovered why the slave owners in Slaver's Bay had allied with the warlocks of Qarth. One faction craved his dragons, while the other sought his life. A perfect match, Viserys thought bitterly. Fine. Since everyone's motives are impure, we'll proceed on our terms. In truth, Viserys envied the immense wealth amassed in Slaver's Bay over centuries. And then there was Qarth, the so-called center of the world, whose riches were so vast that even Wrath of Bravos had confirmed their scale to him. If Viserys could plunder Slaver's Bay and Qarth, he could fill his own dragon vault, a treasury far surpassing the Iron Bank of Bravos. The Iron Bank will have its due, they said. But Viserys imagined a new saying, a dragon always guards its wealth. Beyond wealth, Viserys also had his eye on Qarth's massive fleet. In the future, he would need those ships to reclaim the Iron Throne, but they would also serve a more pressing purpose, mobilizing supplies to defend against the White Walkers. Westeros had lost most of its fleet, and while the hopeful lands and the Stepstones had several hundred ships, it wasn't enough. Of course, Viserys' ambitions and plans had been fully relayed to Cunnington months ago, including the plot involving the warlocks of Qarth. Both men knew that soon, Viserys would need to act decisively, on his own terms. At first, Cunnington was opposed to the idea. It's one thing to take risks when you have no army or territory, he thought. But when you have both, and you're still calling yourself an emperor, what's that all about? Yet, Viserys' persistence wore him down, and together, they crafted a plan to capture Slaver's Bay. The strategy was ambitious. Cago, now a Khal, would lead the Golden Company, currently stationed in V's Dothrak, in an attack from the north. Once Viserys had secured the Unsullied, Astapor would be effectively his. Meanwhile, Cago and the Golden Company would push farther north to take Meereen. With Astapor and Meereen in their hands, they would lay siege to Yunkai, the city between them, and crush it. While these sieges unfolded, Viserys himself would lead a lightning assault on Qarth. The plan was to eliminate the ruling classes of both Slaver's Bay and Qarth, seize their wealth, and then return along the Valyrian King's Road, taking the spoils of war, riches, ships, and people with them. For this operation, Cunnington personally selected a guard of 1,500 men, each fiercely loyal and highly skilled. Among them was Viserys' personal guard, clad in Valyrian steel armor, rumored to resist even magic. A medium-sized fleet of 50 warships would accompany them, not just to display the Emperor's majesty, but also to facilitate future transportation of the Unsullied. When the invitation from Qarth arrived, asking Viserys and Daenerys to visit, Viserys gathered a small, trusted council to discuss it. Only he, Dany, Aemon, and Cunnington were present. Though many talented officers had been cultivated recently, only these four knew the full extent of the plan. As Viserys studied the letter, Aemon spoke. Viserys, do you understand why the slavers of Slaver's Bay and the people of Qarth have such audacity to plot against you? Of course I do, Viserys replied, smiling. Cambron had the same intentions once. Dany, sitting beside him, still looked confused, though Aemon had been told nearly everything about Viserys' rise, from his days in Bravos to the moment he crowned himself emperor. It must be acknowledged, Aemon is, after all, a man who has lived for over a century. His wisdom allowed him to carefully break down the benefits and risks for Viserys, point by point, making the young emperor feel both guided and valued. Aemon, who had once sharply criticized Viserys for meeting with the Northern Lords in secret, had earned his respect through such honest counsel, which Viserys humbly accepted. Turning to Dany, Aemon spoke gently but firmly. Daenerys, you're only 13, but the hope of House Targaryen rests with you and Viserys. Until you have an heir, the Targaryens cannot be considered fully restored. Cunnington, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Viserys, at 18, was no longer considered young by the standards of noble families. He had no children and was constantly taking dangerous risks. Is that a good thing? Cunnington thought. No, it isn't. Dany, understanding the weight of Eamon's words, blushed. Girls were often quick to mature, and with Maris, a seasoned, worldly woman, frequently offering her blunt advice, Dany had become increasingly aware of the importance of producing an heir. As the topic of succession came up, she stole a shy glance at Viserys, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. He lived two lives at once, and for the first time, he felt rushed. An awkward moment filled the room, but fortunately, Viserys quickly broke the tension. In the future, the Targaryen succession law will follow the order established by the Great Council in the 101st year of the Aegon calendar. In addition, regardless of age, only our eldest son will be the first successor. And I've already chosen a name. Viserys looked at Dany and said, "It's settled. Let's call him Willemrys." The name had come to Viserys when he returned to Tyrosh and saw the statue. Even before that, he had planned to give House Tully's river run to House Darry, the family that had protected them, in the person of Ser Willem. Willemrys, Willemrys, Dany murmured, repeating the name several times. She liked it very much. Both Willem and Rhys were syllables that made her heart sing when she heard them, and she was pleased with the name for her eldest son. Aemon, too, favored the name, which combined elements of both Westeros and Valyria. Jaehaerys, Viserys, and Aerys. Rhys was a suffix that the Targaryen royal family had a particular fondness for when naming their children. The name Willem also meant warden in the common tongue. The combination of the two felt perfect. But Dany is still too young. Let's wait until she comes of age at least, Viserys remarked. It was generally believed in those days that both men and women came of age at 16. Dany thought for a moment. There's still 3 years. No, 2.5 years, she calculated silently. Viserys had originally planned to wait until all 7 dragons were able to carry people before going to Slaver's Bay. However, the growth rate of the other 6 dragons lagged far behind the yellow dragon. It would take at least half a year for them to be ready. With the countdown to the collapse of the Great Wall already underway, he considered letting Dany learn to ride a dragon. Once she had a degree of safety, they could set off for Slaver's Bay. Since the news that the yellow dragon could already fly with a passenger hadn't spread, Viserys deliberately controlled the information. It would paralyze the slave owners when the time came. So, the two of them went to an uninhabited island for her dragon riding lessons. Viserys instructed her to ride on the yellow dragon's back with a parachute strapped on. If you push hard to the left, Wealthbringer will fly left. Push hard to the right, and it will fly right. Brother, why do you still call it Wealthbringer? Give it a proper name. What's wrong with Wealthbringer? If that doesn't suit you, we could go with Fullbarn. Don't interrupt. Dragon riding isn't as easy as you think. Finally, under Viserys' detailed guidance, Dany began her first test flight. She was much lighter than him and controlled the dragon's spine with a gentler touch. Dragon and rider moved in perfect harmony. Excitement swelled in Dany as she watched the landscape below widen, and Viserys grew smaller beneath her. Her long silver hair streamed behind her, shimmering like a strand of silver silk, glowing with a pearlescent luster in the sunlight. The dragon hovered above Viserys' head for more than half an hour, yet still, it was not satisfied. After some time resting in Tyrosh, the day finally came to set off for Slaver's Bay. Fields, who had received advance notice, sent his younger sister, Chanelli, along as well. Now that both Viserys and Fields had escaped the precarious life of commoners, Viserys found himself open to accepting Chanelli. He promised to make her his concubine in the future. The main reason was simple. He could now take a concubine, which he saw as a kind of reward. After all, she carried the bloodline of the Dragon Lords. In the future, our descendants will be able to ride a dragon, Viserys mused to himself. Fields wouldn't be disappointed when he saw his nephew soar through the sky on Dragonback. It would ensure the prosperity of House Rogaire for generations to come. Though their outward purpose was presented as a shopping trip, in truth, they were heading to war. Naturally, Viserys didn't bring just women with him. Alongside trusted elders of the Windblown group like Yora, Dick, and Geralt, he brought newcomers such as Daemon and Millen, who had both been born slaves. Viserys informed them that there might be fighting in Slaver's Bay, but did not disclose the full extent of their mission. Despite this, none of them were afraid. 7 dragons would be traveling with them. After all, the largest of the dragons, the yellow one, was already bigger than an adult buffalo, while the smallest, the blue dragon named Virgin, had grown to the size of a warhorse. Viserys, you must be careful. I have already experienced the destruction of my house once, and I do not wish to endure that again, Aemon said solemnly as he bade them farewell. His voice was heavy with concern. Aemon hadn't slept the night before. Even when he managed to doze off briefly, he was haunted by troubling dreams. He had seen visions of a dragon being shot down and the heads of Viserys and Dany hanging from the battlements of Astapor. The Valyrian Empire, which had just begun to rise again, was falling apart in his nightmares. I promise you, when I return this time, I'll never take such risks again, and I'll try to have children. Viserys teased with a playful grin. Dany and Shenelly exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed, though it was Shenelly who blushed the deepest. When she had first heard from Fields that Viserys had agreed to the marriage, she was so overjoyed that she couldn't sleep for 2 days. At 17, she no longer felt she had the luxury of time. You must protect his grace, Cunnington told his son, though he'd lost count of how many times he'd repeated it over the past few days. Don't worry, father. If anyone dares to harm his grace or the princess, they'll have to get through me first, the younger Cunnington said confidently, patting his Valyrian steel armor. You must be ever watchful. His grace is strong, but he only has 2 eyes. Do you understand? Understood. Cunnington nodded firmly, though there was something he hadn't mentioned to his father. Being young and having more free time during the day, he had been improving quickly in fire magic. He had now reached the point where he could manipulate fireballs to ignite targets up to 20 meters away. Recently, he had been experimenting with enchanting weapons with flame, and although he hadn't succeeded yet, he felt the breakthrough was close. As the group prepared to board, Viserys, surrounded by guards, escorted Dany and Shenelly onto the flagship Prophet. Despite the vast wealth flowing into the treasury from the free cities, nearly 1 million golden dragons a year in taxes, plus profit from soap, tobacco, and other ventures, totaling around 1.7 million gold dragons annually, Viserys had spent most of it on the people. The remaining several 100,000 gold dragons had been used by Regis as a deposit for Slaver's Bay. Viserys' usually healthy finances were now a bit strained. However, if this campaign succeeded, his wealth and military power would grow beyond his wildest expectations. The Dothraki cavalry, after their labor and ideological transformation, would be ready for deployment. And then there were the more than 20,000 Unsullied, along with a vast fleet ready to sail. Slaver's Bay, I'm coming on horseback, Viserys thought, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Just as Viserys was preparing to depart, 3 warships with blue sails appeared in the port of Tyrosh. The ships were unmistakable. Standing proudly at the bow of the lead ship was none other than Hoyt, the old captain who had since become the Prince of Pentos. After seeking permission, Hoyt boarded Viserys' flagship. "Captain, why have you come?" Viserys asked, curious. "Your Grace, of course. I've come to help you," Hoyt replied with a knowing smile. "Help?" Viserys began to feign innocence, but he quickly caught the glint in Hoyt's eyes. The old captain knew him too well. Whenever Viserys went on an expedition, it was never for a simple or innocent purpose. Although Hoyt didn't know Viserys' true reason for heading to Slaver's Bay, he was certain it wasn't just to purchase Unsullied. "Your Grace, I brought 300 good men at your disposal," Hoyt declared proudly. The old captain, who had just welcomed a son and daughter last year, was now ensured of an heir to his house. While he didn't dare hope his son would marry Viserys' daughter, he certainly envisioned his daughter one day marrying Viserys' son. But Hoyt was in his 60s now, his body bearing the scars of over 30 years of mercenary life. Since completing his long-sought revenge, he'd felt aimless, as though his life had lost its purpose. In another story, Hoyt might have fought in the wars for the Mother of Dragon, but now his body couldn't bear it. To ensure his children would be cared for after his death, Hoyt chose to serve Viserys. When he heard about the upcoming voyage to Slaver's Bay, he was filled with excitement. This, he felt, would be his final expedition. Viserys understood his intentions and agreed to let him join the fleet. Soon, they arrived in Lys. Viserys hadn't intended to stop, so he sent word to Fields not to make any preparations. But as they sailed, Hoyt approached Viserys once more. "Your Grace, if you're truly only going to Slaver's Bay to buy Unsullied, then you can skip Lys. But if you have other plans, you should not only stop here, but also make port in Volantis." Taking Hoyt's advice to heart, Viserys immediately decided to dock in Lys. The journey from Tyrosh to Slaver's Bay would take 2 to 3 months, possibly longer. His movements would inevitably attract the attention of the slave owners of Slaver's Bay and the warlocks of Karth. The more leisurely and relaxed his approach, the less suspicious his enemies would be. And so, after nearly 3 years, Viserys returned to Lys. The last time he had come, he was a mere mercenary. This time, he arrived as an emperor. In a word, Lys was the Maldives of this world. The sky was crystal clear, the sun shone brightly, and the land was fertile. From his vantage point, he could see vast expanses of palm and coconut trees as his dragons flew overhead. During the Valyrian period, Lys had been the favored vacation spot of the Dragon Lords. For a moment, Viserys could almost picture the Dragon Lords in loose, casual garb, wearing sunglasses, lounging on the beach, sipping coconut milk. Fields had once planned to build a palace here for Viserys, but that project had been put on hold. After learning about the Long Night and the White Walkers, Lys actively began stockpiling food in preparation. The world didn't lack resources, especially with advanced methods for purifying sea salt. Vast quantities of salted fish were stored, ready to serve as rations during the dark days of the Long Night. As Viserys' fleet approached, a crowd gathered at the port, where the three-headed dragon banner flew proudly. Only a few Lycian merchants and sailors had ever seen Viserys dragons before, but today even ordinary citizens and slaves had the rare chance to witness them. The air buzzed with excitement. "I know that blue dragon. It's called Virgin," a slave on one of the ships exclaimed to his companion. Viserys' slave policies were well known in both Lys and Myr, and everyone had heard tales of the dragons, especially Virgin. "That one's not Virgin. It's real Orion. The Silver Dragon," a group of noble ladies corrected as they pointed to the dragons flying overhead. "The green is Balorus, the red one is Loros, and black is Nymerian." They recited the names of the dragons with ease. "Wait, what's the name of the biggest yellow one?" someone asked as the 7 dragons landed in a clearing that Fields had prepared. The nobles, led by Fields, stood nearest to greet Viserys. Fields, who had transformed his house from obscurity to prominence, was now one of Lys's most powerful figures. Once considered inconsequential, he was now Prince Fields, a magister of Lys, sharing power with Yora, the military leader. 2 years earlier, he had married a noblewoman of Valyrian descent, and their children were now over a year old. As Viserys and Dany disembarked, the Lycian nobles bowed deeply. "Welcome, Your Grace, Princess," they said in unison. Although the nobles were dressed lightly for the tropical climate, they maintained a level of decorum, unlike the Dothraki, who bared large amounts of skin. Yet, the sea breeze still accentuated their figures. The young monarch and his advisors exchanged no words. The occasion did not require it. That afternoon, Viserys attended a grand banquet that had been long prepared in his honor. The red and white wines were of the finest quality, and those served to the royal family were the best of the best. Later that evening, Viserys met with Sharira and visited the ancient library she had carefully preserved, the Sharira's library. This vast, hidden collection left Viserys awestruck. Sharira had concealed the library underground, in a cavern at least 4 meters high. The bookshelves were directly carved from the walls, a testament to the ancient knowledge stored within. "There are 216,718 books here," collected by our house over more than 3,000 years, Sherera explained. Over 200,000 books. Dany gasped in surprise, astonished by the vastness of the collection. Despite her status as a princess, the number of books she could access was still limited. Viserys, on the other hand, was less visibly shocked, though he was impressed. Having knowledge from his past life, he had seen libraries containing millions of books organized like palatial archives. Yet, when he considered that this library had been amassed by dozens of people, one book at a time over millennia, he realized the significance of the achievement. Viserys had tasked Sherera with gathering information about the warlocks and had originally planned to include her in his fleet. But after Hoyt's suggestion, he decided to come to her directly. All the information on the warlocks is here, Sherera said. They're actually a branch of the Valyrian alchemists. With Shira's help, what Viserys privately referred to as his own Sherera GPT, gathering secrets had become far easier. According to her, the warlock's power was closely tied to their mysterious House of the Undying. The house, she explained, was more than a structure. It was a living entity of sorts. The warlocks functioned as its spirits, or perhaps more accurately, its ghosts. The house not only grants them power, but is also the key to their so-called immortality. However, it requires life force to keep running, Sherera added. And the most potent life force came from those with Dragonlord blood, the Valyrians being the next best source. So, if I destroy the house, will the warlocks lose their power? Viserys asked. He recalled how, in the original timeline, the Mother of Dragons had defeated the warlocks by destroying the House of the Undying. Still, Viserys, ever cautious, wanted confirmation from Sherera before acting on it. Yes and no, Sherera replied cryptically. Savor it. When you destroy the House of the Undying, the warlocks will lose their source of power, but for a brief period, their strength will surge. That is when you need to be most cautious. How long will this surge last? Viserys asked, his mind flashing back to the White Walker he had killed. The creature had played with its power before finally dying, almost toying with him. This has given me a headache, he thought. Viserys hadn't initially considered the warlocks to be a major threat. If it weren't for the Kraken War, Euron would still be alive. Once Euron had obtained Valyrian steel armor and the Dragonbinder horn, he would have likely sought out the warlocks to enhance his own black magic. Viserys suspected that the Valyrian steel armor was the key to controlling the warlocks, making them vulnerable. This was why he had formed the Valyrian Steel Armor Guard. In his view, as long as his soldiers wore Valyrian steel, the warlocks should be powerless against them. Valyrian steel armor can resist most magic, Sherera acknowledged. But if it were that simple, the Valyrians wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to master blood and fire magic in the first place. Are you saying Valyrian steel armor is useless? Viserys questioned, recalling his battle with Euron. Euron's magic couldn't break through his defenses. Even after hatching a dragon and reaching the level of a paragon, Viserys had found that Valyrian steel protected against nearly all magical attacks. He believed his own magical prowess was unmatched, and if he couldn't pierce Valyrian steel armor with his magic, no one else could either. I haven't found any concrete information on that, Sherera admitted. All I can advise is that you don't place blind faith in Valyrian steel armor. Viserys wasn't satisfied with her answer. Could the increased number of dragons have made magic stronger than in the original timeline? He wondered. After all, Euron had dealt with the warlocks as if they were nothing more than pests. This was part of why Viserys felt confident enough to confront them. If these warlocks do have some incredible powers, he thought, I might as well strike first. The nobles of Lys accompanied Viserys to 2 plays and 2 tournaments. As he watched the tournaments with Dany, both were reminded of their time in Bravos. Viserys had once competed in the Bravos tournament as the Beggar King. Now, just 4 or 5 years later, he had risen to the level of Sea Lord. After 3 days in Lys, Viserys' fleet set sail once again, with Sherera accompanying them as Dany's escort. Viserys knew they would receive a similar reception in Volantis, their next stop. This would be his 3rd visit to the city. On his first venture, He had rid Volantis of pirates and was rewarded with bounties and a supply of weapons. On his second, he ambushed Euron and came away with both a dragon egg and the dragonbinder horn. Now on this third visit, although Volantis remained the heart of slavery among the 9 free cities, it was still the most prosperous and influential of them all. There was no doubt about their loyalty to him. During the first tax distribution, Volantis had contributed 20% of the total and had been the first city to pay in full. They even paid the royal tribute in advance and increased the amount without hesitation. Along the long bridge and above the Black Wall, the royal banner bearing the 3-headed dragon flew prominently, symbolizing their unwavering allegiance. Given their loyalty, Viserys planned to tread lightly when it came to reforming slavery in Volantis. He would avoid unnecessary bloodshed, compensating for any issues with the wealth taken from Slavers' Bay if needed. After all, they hadn't been disloyal. As the 7 dragons approached, they caused an immediate sensation throughout the city. Slaves, commoners, artisans, merchants, and nobles alike were captivated. Even before Viserys' fleet had reached the port, the sight of the dragons soaring through the skies signaled the emperor's arrival. At that moment, Aelios, one of Volantis' most prominent leaders, was preparing a letter of complaint. He hoped to ask Viserys to help return escaped slaves. The situation in Volantis had grown dire. Slaves no longer worked diligently, as their minds were consumed with thoughts of escape, which had severely impacted production. Just as he was drying the ink on his letter, a servant rushed into his room. "Lord, his grace has arrived in Volantis and is at the port." Aelios was the first to proclaim, "Your grace," upon Viserys' ascent to power, an honor that had elevated his house to the leading position in Volantis. "Get me dressed. Quickly," Aelios ordered, eager to make a swift appearance. When Viserys' fleet finally docked, Benerro, accompanied by the Red Priests, was the first to greet him. They had even prepared fresh beef and lamb in advance for the dragons. As the dragons unleashed their fiery breath, the smell of burning meat filled the air, and the bleating of sheep mingled with the spilling of blood. It was a spectacle, though not a pleasant one to witness. Benerro, ever devout, knelt before Viserys and Dany in reverence, offering his deep and sincere respect. "Long live your grace, the emperor and the princess," the crowd chanted. "Rise," Viserys commanded, waving them up. He had already discussed matters with Benerro in advance. In the future, both the faith of Lawler and the faith of the 7 would be recognized as the state religions of the empire, but only if Benerro and his followers supported Viserys' reforms to slavery. Benerro leaned in, speaking quietly to Viserys. "Your Grace, you're going to Slavers' Bay to buy Unsullied, aren't you?" "That's right," Viserys replied. He had made this plan public, so Benerro's question didn't catch him off guard. What did surprise him was the urgency in Benerro's voice. "Your Grace, I've seen a vision, a blood-stained pyramid. If you go to Slavers' Bay, you could face great danger." Viserys raised an eyebrow. "Did you see the danger clearly with your own eyes? Or is this like last time?" He was referring to the time when his dragons hatched. Benerro had insisted that only Dany emerged from the flames, something Viserys hadn't forgotten. "No, Your Grace," Benerro replied, lowering his voice even more. "This time, I saw a group of people lying on top of you, draining your life." Viserys frowned. "Draining how?" "The kind that hold me by the throat." He half joked, trying to make light of the cryptic warning. "It was unclear," Benerro admitted. "This kind of divination, where there's only one image, is the worst. While the image is certain to happen, it reveals nothing about the outcome." Viserys had once used the moon's revelation to see himself battling Euron Greyjoy, the Kraken, and even Benerro had seen only Dany's emerging from the flames. Similar to that previous vision, this one was frustratingly incomplete. Over time, Viserys had reset the moon's revelation, so it could now only offer vague guidance based on the phases of the moon, whether a journey would be fortunate or not. And this time, the outcome had been good. With that in mind, Viserys didn't put too much stock in Benerro's warning. "Where's Dany in all of this?" he asked. "Is she in danger?" "No, Your Grace. I didn't see any vision involving Princess Daenerys. Viserys sighed in relief. At least Dany wasn't in harm's way. Still, the thought of being drained by those bald, blue-lipped warlocks, with their foul stench, made his skin crawl. He brushed it off, though, focusing on the journey ahead. Meanwhile, Aelios and Nyessos, two prominent triarchs of Atlantis, came to greet Viserys. Although it was customary for the triarchs to arrive in litters to avoid dirtying their feet, they had chosen to walk this time, a gesture of respect and loyalty to their emperor. Viserys noted this carefully. A little dirt on their feet to meet the king? They must really want to show their devotion, he thought with some amusement. Playing his role as a gracious leader, Viserys stayed in Volantis for a few more days, enjoying the hospitality and festivities. Soon, though, it was time to set sail once again for the next place of his journey. In a small training hall in King's Landing, the purple wildflowers in the corner bloomed as usual. In the center of the hall, a little dark-haired girl held a thin sword, her concentration entirely focused on her swordsmanship. Fine sweat trickled down her forehead and tickled her cheeks, but it did nothing to distract her. Standing next to her was Syrio Farrell, once the first sword of Bravos. His eyes followed the girl's movements, correcting them when necessary. "Pay attention to your footing, Lady Arya," he instructed. "Hey, huh?" Arya exhaled as she practiced the water dance with undivided attention. Despite the turmoil engulfing King's Landing and Westeros as a whole, none of it seemed to affect the small training hall. Arya was lost in her movements, unaware of the tall, dark-haired man standing by the wall, watching her intently. Ned Stark allowed himself a brief smile. This is a peace Sansa could never bring, he thought. Not anymore. Sansa had been spending more time with Cersei and Joffrey, something Ned had initially encouraged. He had once been glad to see the union between the Starks and the Baratheons. But now, Joffrey's unknown parentage and vile temperament. Ned shook his head slightly. The only recent news Ned found solace in was that Robert had taken up practicing martial arts more frequently since the fleet had been written off. Still, his body wastes away at an alarming rate, Ned considered grimly. Along with his weight, the population of King's Landing dwindles too. Rumors had begun spreading, claiming the Targaryens would burn the city upon their return. The poor in Flea Bottom still clung to their lives, but those with means had long since fled. Ned turned and made his way back to the Red Keep. Passing through the garden, he was en route to the Tower of the Hand when he encountered Varys. "My Lord Hand," Varys greeted with a polite bow. "My Lord Varys," Ned responded curtly. The two exchanged brief formalities before Varys handed him a letter. "The Targaryen prince has left Tyrosh," Varys revealed, announcing his intention to travel to Slaver's Bay to buy Unsullied for his army. Varys didn't elaborate on Viserys' intentions. They were already clear. Robert's head, Tywin's head, and the Iron Throne. "What do you think of the Unsullied?" Ned asked, his voice quiet. Varys lowered his head slightly, raising a barely visible eyebrow. "My lord, although I am an eunuch like the Unsullied, I must admit they are warriors bred solely for battle. Have you heard the tale of the 3,000 Unsullied who defended Qohor?" Ned nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The treasury of Viserys seems full," Varys continued. "Their equipment may be simple, but I believe he has the means to supply them adequately." "How many can he buy?" Ned inquired. "If the gold is there, my lord, I don't think 20,000 Unsullied would be a problem." 20,000? Ned's frown deepened as he processed the number. During this time, Ned had also uncovered some critical information. Although Viserys was now the emperor, backed by the 9 major city-states, his true control only extended to the Stepstones and the disputed lands. Yet even with just the so-called hopeful lands, he had more than enough resources to muster an army of 50,000 men, conservatively estimated at 60,000 to 70,000. With the full support of the other city-states, an army of 100,000 was within easy reach. And now, with the conquest of the Dothraki, those numbers could swell by another 20,000 or 30,000. Add the Unsullied to this force, and Ned knew that no single one of the 7 kingdoms could stand against an army approaching 200,000. not to mention the 7 growing dragons under Viserys' command. Dorne and the Reach had long awaited Viserys' return to Westeros. For the lords who still harbored thoughts of resisting, 2 words best described their fate: waiting to die. The sense of hopelessness felt like watching oneself slowly sink into a swamp, unable to escape. Robert, stubborn as ever, wanted to lead the fleet and put up a fight. But like a man sinking deeper into the mire, his efforts seemed futile. I feel the same, Ned thought grimly. But as long as Robert believed in resistance, Ned wouldn't abandon him. This information must not be leaked, he warned Varys. Rest assured, my lord, Varys replied, his eyes glinting with some unreadable intent. Before I came, his grace said he would summon you. Where is the king now? The throne hall. Ned raised an eyebrow, puzzled. It was unusual for Robert to summon him to the throne hall. The act felt oddly formal, as though 2 childhood friends who had once played together now addressed each other by full names. What madness is Robert up to now? Ned wondered, but he resolved to go. Without delay, he made his way to the throne hall. Several gold-cloaked guards stood at the entrance, but Ned paid them little mind, nodding in passing as he stepped inside. As he entered, he caught a faint scent of blood in the air. Am I imagining it? He thought, his senses alert. At that moment, Ned noticed 6 royal guards in white cloaks standing on either side of the Iron Throne. In addition to these 6, there were 2 others, one familiar face and one not so well known. The familiar one was Littlefinger, Catelyn's good friend, whom Ned had come to see as one of the few people he could trust in King's Landing. Yet today, there was something unsettling in Littlefinger's eyes, pity and disappointment, emotions that made Ned uneasy. The other person, who Ned didn't know well, was a dwarf, waist-high compared to the others, Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion stood beside Jaime, who glared at Ned with obvious resentment. Jaime held a square box in his hands, and when Ned saw it, his heart gave a nervous jolt. Robert, he thought. The scent of blood seemed to be coming from that very box. Ned quickly glanced at the Iron Throne, the twisted, rust-red monstrosity on which the king now sat. Robert looked terrible, his once proud figure now sagging with loose skin from rapid weight loss. Yet, despite his haggard appearance, sitting on the Iron Throne almost made him resemble the strong, heroic leader of the rebellion once more. Ned knelt on one knee to greet him. Ned, my good brother. Robert's voice was hoarse, and, as the light from the skylight above fell on his face, his gaunt features were all the more ghastly. Do you want to go back to Winterfell? To the north. Ned was taken aback. Return to Winterfell? He couldn't and wouldn't leave Robert now. No, your grace, Ned replied. I will always stand with you. Then why? Robert's voice erupted into a thunderous roar. Did you let your woman meet with that dragon spawn in private? His shout reverberated through the throne room, the tapestries of the Baratheon and Lannister sigils trembling slightly in the wake of his fury. But it wasn't just anger in Robert's voice. It was sadness, like the mournful wail of a beast wounded beyond repair. Ned, my good brother, tell me why. Are you going to betray me too? Ned opened his mouth, but before he could respond, Littlefinger stepped forward, presenting a letter. As soon as Ned saw the handwriting, his heart sank. It was Catelyn's. Before she had left for King's Landing, Catelyn had written to Ned about her conversation with Viserys, assuring him that the meeting was necessary and that she was returning soon. Her plan had been flawless. Delivering the letter would explain her intentions, and her swift arrival would prove the Starks' loyalty beyond question. But there was one flaw she hadn't foreseen. She had entrusted the letter to Littlefinger, hoping he would deliver it to Ned. Littlefinger, however, had already realized that the Baratheons were a sinking ship, and his eyes were set on Viserys' rising power. The letter had handed him the perfect opportunity. Rather than pass it on to Ned, he had sent men to intercept Catelyn while he delivered the letter straight to Robert, embellishing the contents to stir suspicion. And now, a terrible misunderstanding had taken root. Looking at the letter handed to him by Littlefinger, Ned felt a storm of confusion brewing within. What is going on? Why is Viserys in the north? And at the wall? The White Walkers? Wildlings? The long night. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of the chaos. Just then, Jaime Lannister stepped forward, carrying the blood-stained wooden box. He approached Ned and slowly opened it. Inside was a face Ned knew all too well. Jory, his captain of the guard, the man who had led the wedding revels on the night he married Catelyn. "Lannister, you killed him," Ned roared, eyes bloodshot as he grabbed Jaime by the collar. But before he could strike, a voice from the Iron Throne stopped him cold. "I told him to kill him." Robert's voice trembled, weak and filled with sorrow. "Do you remember the chains in the river, Ned? If it weren't for him, we might have saved half the fleet. Do you think I should have spared him?" Ned felt as though he had been struck in the chest. When they found the iron chains, he had feared Jory's fate was sealed, but he had never imagined it would come to this, by Robert's hand. The realization hit him hard. Robert was breaking with him completely. "I heard your wife is here. You might as well take some time off," Robert added, his voice signaling that Ned's title as Hand of the King was about to be stripped. Before Ned could respond, Tyrion Lannister, half as tall as the others in the room, approached him and whispered, "Lord Stark, Viserys wants his Grace's head and my father's. As a Lannister, I doubt I'll escape either. For now, let me play the role of his Grace's rear end." There was a vulgar saying in Westeros: "The king dines, and the hand takes the shit." Tyrion's twisted grin carried no mirth. He extended his hand for the badge of the Hand of the King. Expressionless, Ned removed the badge and handed it to Tyrion without a word. "Oh, by the way," Tyrion added, "Sansa's handmaiden mentioned she reached. What was it called?" "Flowering, Your Grace," Tyrion prompted, turning to Robert. "Ah, yes, that. I think it's best to marry Sansa to Joffrey as soon as possible," Robert declared. Ned felt an icy wave crash over him. This was not the same Robert who had come to Winterfell months ago, seeking an alliance between their houses. Back then, the match between Sansa and Joffrey had been an honor, but now, after seeing Joffrey's vile nature, Ned knew he wasn't a fit match for his daughter. And now Viserys has probably told Robert that Catelyn approached him on Sansa's behalf, Ned realized. This isn't just about marriage anymore. It's about binding the two houses together in chains. Ned's heart wavered, the scales tipping as he made his decision. "Your Grace, let Sansa return to the north. I will stay by your side and fight to the last." "Ha ha!" Robert's laughter erupted like a madman's cackle, echoing through the throne hall. It was a wild, unhinged sound, filling the air like an invisible monster ready to tear everything apart. "Ned, do you think Joffrey isn't worthy of your Sansa? Or do you think Joffrey isn't my son?" Ned stood frozen, unable to answer. "How did it come to this? If you think Joffrey isn't worthy, then what about me? What about your king?" Robert's eyes blazed with fury. "Your Grace." Ned barely recognized the man before him. It was as if the Robert he had known, the man he had loved like a brother, was gone. "I heard Viserys asked for Sansa as his concubine," Robert continued, his voice turning cold. "Well, I have Targaryen blood too, Ned. I'm a Valyrian. I could take a concubine too, can't I? Wasn't that why you put me on this throne in the first place? To be your king? To be just like them?" Ned's breath caught in his throat. He stared at Robert, suddenly noticing streaks of white hair on his head, signs of age and stress he hadn't noticed before. The image of Robert before him began to blur, overlapping with a figure from the past. The Mad King. Ares, Ned realized, horror creeping into his heart. On the huge arena stage, a general dressed in a golden toga commanded a group of soldiers, arranged in a dense formation, to attack a fortress. It was a theatrical performance, a classically staged play. Offstage, the great masters of Meereen, the good masters of Yunkai, and the wise masters of Astapor had gathered. They had all heard the news. Viserys was about to arrive in Slaver's Bay. His stay in Lys and Volantis had also been reported to the slave owners, who believed that Viserys could have no other intention than to buy unsullied. To them, this was their last chance to save Slaver's Bay. Astapor, in response, had prepared a long series of events to welcome him, including singing, dancing, gladiatorial combat, and theater performances. Among the slave owners, Regis sat, embracing two bed slaves, watching the nearly real drama unfold before him. The actors on stage were not simply pretending. Real blood was being shed. Regis's eyes widened as a glistening spike pierced the belly of one of the actors, and red blood trickled down the black shaft. It didn't look like acting anymore. At first, he thought it might be some clever prop, but as the metallic scent of blood reached his nose, he realized something was wrong. "Pause," he shouted. The actor playing the general was known as the Great Grasden. In the past, he had invented the dense military formation that helped conquer the surrounding states of the ancient Guise Empire, ultimately establishing the powerful Old Empire of Guise. Many slave owners liked to name themselves after him. That's how the fat man, the man with the pointed beard, and the tall man got their names. The news of Viserys' imminent arrival had excited the slave owners greatly. Since Regis and the others were in Astapor, the slave owners, led by the three Grasdens, threw yet another banquet to celebrate. "Don't worry, Lord Regis," said the tall man dismissively, raising a cup of sweet wine and a toast. "These actors are all slaves. Except for the one playing General Grasden with the pointed beard, the lives of the others are expendable if they can make you smile. But this is—" Regis trailed off. Though he was from Bravos, where human life held more value, he understood the nature of gladiatorial contests. The swordsmen of Bravos often spilled blood in the name of a courtesan. So, to some extent, he could accept the bloody entertainment in Slaver's Bay. However, seeing several lives sacrificed for a single performance still made his heart ache. When His Grace, the King of the Undulls and the First Men, arrives, we will prepare an even grander show. We have heard that His Grace is the most valiant among the 9 great cities, and I think he will like it, one of the slave owners remarked. Regis muttered under his breath, "It'll be a miracle if His Grace doesn't burn you all to death with dragon fire," though he kept his true thoughts hidden. Viserys had once mentioned during a dragon party gathering that he intended to free the free cities from their reliance on the slave economy, arguing that it would liberate productive forces and expand the tax base. Regis had no idea what those terms actually meant, productive forces, tax base, but he trusted Viserys implicitly. "His Grace is, of course, the bravest in the world," Regis said aloud, trying to remain diplomatic. "But he may not appreciate this kind of performance. He believes a slave's life is still a life, and he might prefer music over bloodshed. His Grace has a fine ear for melody." The slave owners exchanged uneasy glances. Regis had let slip a dangerous truth, confirming their growing suspicion that Viserys truly intended to abolish slavery. But on the surface, they continued their flattery. Yes, all of His Grace's songs are indeed extraordinary," one of them chimed in. It was true, though there hadn't been any new compositions since Viserys left Bravos. The 3 songs he had written were enough to cement his reputation as the world's #1 poet of ice and fire. As they conversed, a curly-haired servant approached. "Wise masters, the Emperor's fleet has entered Slaver's Bay," he announced. Regis snapped out of his reverie at the news. Viserys had rarely left his side, and after hearing that Robert's fleet had been burned by 3 dragons, Regis had regretted not being there to witness it firsthand. The slave owner's eyes lit up with excitement. "Quick, prepare the ceremonial equipment for His Grace's arrival," shouted the man with the pointed beard. He was still dressed in the golden toga he had worn during the play, but at the mention of Viserys' arrival, he couldn't contain his eagerness. To Regis, he looked no different from a nobles of the free cities, just another sycophant trying to curry favor with Viserys. Next came the show of loyalty. Not only had hundreds of thousands of golden dragons been handed over in deposits, but now they had to put on a grand display to prove their devotion. However, the servant girl who had delivered the message said, "Wise masters, His Grace the Emperor says he wants to go to Meereen first." "Go to Meereen?" Several slave owners exchanged confused glances before turning to Regis, who looked just as puzzled. Viserys had clearly agreed to come and buy Unsullied, the prized soldiers of Astapor. Yet, Meereen's specialty was gladiators. Why would he go there instead? The news that Viserys planned to visit Meereen first left the nobles of Astapor and many of the rich, idle men deeply disappointed. They had been eager to witness a dragon with their own eyes. Among those present was Dario, a mercenary from the Stormcrows who had once courted Daenerys in Braavos. In another timeline, he would have been the lover of the Mother of Dragons, but things had taken a rough turn for him in recent years. First, almost all the former mercenaries from the disputed lands had gone out of business, forcing them to migrate north to the free cities. To make matters worse, they now had to compete with the powerful Golden Company, driving down their rates. With less lucrative work, Dario's once proud appearance had faded, his complexion nowhere near as vibrant as it had been during his time in Braavos. For over a year, there was no work to be found in the free cities. The Stormcrows, once 500 strong, had shrunk to barely 300. When news spread that the Horse Lord were planning an attack on Viserys, all the mercenary groups rejoiced. In their eyes, Viserys was the obstacle standing between them and wealth. Even if the conflict between the Horse Lords and Viserys wasn't resolved quickly, the demand for mercenaries in the free cities would skyrocket. But no one could have predicted what happened next. Viserys crossed the Sorrows and, in a stunning move, ambushed the Horse Lords. He struck with lightning speed, defeating the Dothraki and unifying the Dothraki Sea under his control. When Dario heard rumors about Viserys hatching a dragon and claiming the throne, he didn't quite believe it. Fearing retaliation, he trekked all the way to Slaver's Bay. Yet, Slaver's Bay offered little in the way of war. Forced to scrape by, Dario had to take mercenary work for merchants just to survive, until a few slave owners took notice of his martial prowess. With Viserys and Daenerys targeted by the warlocks, and Viserys guards needing someone to handle potential threats, Dario found himself headed to Astapor. Pop-Pop, the broad-shouldered slave owner, his face glistening with sweat, raised the whip in his hand and lashed it mercilessly across the backs of the slave oarsmen. The crack of the whip echoed over the water as the oarsmen, pulling the heavy cargo boat, chanted a low, mournful song. "Faster! Don't slack off!" the slave driver barked. With another sharp crack, a bright red welt appeared on the slave's scrawny back, quickly attracting flies under the scorching sun. The slave owner, irritated by the heat, cursed the sun silently, wiping the oily sheen from his forehead. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. He thought it was just a passing cloud, but when he looked up, his breath caught in his throat. Above him, several massive creatures circled in the sky, creatures he had never seen before. "Dragon! It's a dragon!" he screamed. Although he had never seen a dragon in person, the tales and descriptions left no doubt. With its sharp talons, fiery breath, and an air of dominance, it was unmistakable. Panic surged through him. He tossed aside his whip and bolted toward the shore. The slaves, upon seeing the monstrous creatures, scattered in all directions like ants before their natural predator, abandoning their cargo and fleeing for their lives. The reaction of the common folk and merchants of Slaver's Bay was starkly different from that in the free cities. The moment they saw the dragons, chaos ensued. Soon, the Myronese guards on the north bank of the estuary spotted the winged beasts and sounded the alarm, their horns echoing across the city. The garrison of Meereen scrambled to the city walls, though anxiety filled the air. The city was high and strong, built of bricks and pounded earth, with defenses for pouring hot oil on attackers. But against dragons, the very creatures of legend, those fortifications seemed insignificant. Tales from Slaver's Bay had always spoken of dragons as invincible. As the horn wailed, the nobles of Meereen retreated to their towering pyramids, sending their servants to investigate the commotion. The tallest of these pyramids, over 800 feet high, was the seat of Meereen's ruling class, where decisions about the city's fate were made. Surrounding it were 20 smaller, golden pyramids, private estates of the nobles. Atop one of the smaller pyramids, a slender man with black-red hair gazed up at the dragons. This was Hisdar Zolorak, the second husband of the Mother of Dragons in the original timeline. Though he had not gone to Astapor to await Viserys' arrival, he was well aware of Viserys' plans for Slaver's Bay. Seeing the dragons, however, surprised him. Though they were smaller than the legend suggested, they were larger than the rumors had claimed. Hisdar remembered hearing from the warlocks of Karth that the dragons would be no bigger than turkeys, but now, looking at them with his own eyes, each one was easily the size of a buffalo. With their wide wingspans and thick tails, they appeared even more terrifying. Hisdar found himself puzzled. He doubted Viserys intended to attack Meereen, so why were the dragons here? With a furrowed brow, he ordered his servants to prepare a litter to carry him to the port. Meereen had its own fleet, and it was their presence that had so far prevented Viserys from entering the port. The warlocks know our strength, and these slave owners won't dare attack us on their own land. What they want is to lull us into a false sense of security, so we might as well play along. Viserys declared confidently, addressing Dany, Hoyt, Sharira, Yura, and young Connington in the cabin. It was a strange strategy, and Dany looked at her brother in confusion. So, Dany, Viserys continued, if necessary, we might even have to stage a fight. Fight. The word felt foreign to her, especially when used between her and Viserys. Viserys planned to play the part of the king too content in the capital, while Dany would try to reason with him, only for him to lose his temper dramatically. The performance would carry them through Meereen, then Yunkai, and finally Astapor, where the Unsullied would be converted to their cause. It was a crucial step in his larger plan to sack Slavers Bay and even Karth, leaving no room for error. Ser Yura, Viserys commanded, tell all the officers that when we reach Slavers Bay, they may act as they wish. But anyone who loses their nerve and can't hold a spear when the time comes will not return with me. Yes, your grace, Yura responded, his face set with determination. Young Connington, barely older than Dany, was visibly excited. His father's warnings about Viserys had proven true. His emperor was clearly up to something ambitious. As Viserys finished giving his orders, an ornately decorated ship approached their fleet, and the sound of a horn echoed across the water. It was Hisdar Zolorak. The man had shown courage after all. In the original timeline, he had married a woman who rode a dragon. Upon meeting Viserys, Hisdar recognized him immediately, his posture respectful but full of curiosity. Hisdar Zolorak presents his sincerest greetings to Emperor Viserys Targaryen. Hisdar Zolorak, Viserys said, eyeing the young man in his late 20s. He recalled the information he had gathered on him. Lord Hisdar, my journey was originally to purchase as many Unsullied as possible to strengthen my army and prepare for the recapture of my ancestors' Iron Throne. But I've heard Meereen's gladiators are formidable as well, so I came to see for myself. Is that so? Hisdar thought to himself, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But outwardly, he smiled and responded with enthusiasm. Your grace's wisdom is unmatched. The gladiators trained in Meereen are exceptional warriors, fearless and relentless. They would undoubtedly be an asset to your grace's restoration of the kingdom. Hisdar himself owned more than 200 gladiators and several arenae. His polished manners and deference did not go unnoticed by Viserys and his companions. To them, Hisdar appeared to be a young man of considerable power and wealth, tied by blood to Meereen's most influential houses. Regardless of Viserys' true reasons for coming, Hisdar knew he had to remain as accommodating as possible. With Hisdar's guidance, Viserys' fleet was granted entry to the harbor, and the city guards lifted the alarm. Above them, the dragon that had been circling Meereen descended, landing on the towering statue of the Harpy, where the city's defenders used to pour hot oil. Its scales shimmered like jewels in the sunlight, attracting the awed gazes of those brave enough to peek at it. Harumph, harumph. Some of the soldiers who dared to look were quickly driven back, terror evident on their faces. In that moment, they understood why Valyria had ruled the world for 5,000 years. The dragons were truly awesome, beyond legend. As they disembarked, Hisdar suggested resting after their long journey. But Viserys waved him off. After nearly 2 months at sea, bring me your best swordsman. I need to stretch my legs. The dragon's arrival sent shockwaves through Meereen, waking the entire city's establishment. Even the Green Grace at the Temple of the Graces learned of its presence. In Slaver's Bay, where rumors of the dragon's revival spread quickly, anxious citizens flocked to the temple seeking answers. Their question was always the same. Would the dragons bring disaster to Slaver's Bay? This fear was heightened by a recent event. Shortly before the dragon's reappearance, the head of the harpy statue at the Temple of the Graces had suddenly broken off. Many saw this as an ill omen, a sign that something terrible was coming. Publicly, the Green Grace, Galazza, reassured the people, but in private, she warned Meereen's ruling elite. The destruction of the harpy statue had already played a part in their decision to ally with Karth against Viserys. His sudden arrival in the city only deepened their sense of panic. Hizdar zo Lorak, however, remained calm. He worked to ease the unrest within Meereen while trying to stabilize his dealings with Viserys. At the same time, he sent someone to consult with the Green Grace. "What's the plan?" he asked urgently. "My lord asks if now is the time to strike, Green Grace." The messenger inquired as the Green Grace, Galazza, gazed up at the headless harpy statue above her. She spoke as if to herself, "No, only the warlocks of Karth can defeat him. For now, all we can do is keep a close watch on him." Hizdar, having received the Green Grace's counsel, abandoned any immediate plans to take action against Viserys. In truth, he shared her doubts about Meereen's chances. Expecting the city's soldiers to find the courage to stand against Viserys and his 7 dragons seemed hopeless. Instead, they placed their hopes on the warlocks of Karth. Thanks to Hizdar's efforts, the Meereenese nobles began to emerge from their pyramids, heading toward the grandest and most luxurious arena in the city, the Great Pit of Daznak. As emperor, Viserys could not be insulted by facing a mere slave swordsman. The warriors summoned to challenge him were all Meereenese nobles. Among them, one man was particularly favored, Osnak of House Paul. Osnak, a proud man who styled his hair into a goatee, was well known among Meereen's elite. His father commanded the city's defense forces, and his uncle was one of the wealthiest men in Meereen. Osnak held his aristocratic honor in high regard, so much so that he had once killed a foreign commoner simply for staring too long at a noblewoman, claiming the man had raped her with his eyes. Surrounded by his friends, Osnak made his way to the arena. Daznak's Colosseum, the most luxurious in Meereen, was a place where only the city's nobility could hope to gain entrance. Commoners had no chance of finding a seat. At the entrance stood 2 imposing statues of bronze warriors, facing each other with such intensity that it seemed they could come to life at any moment and engage in a bloody battle. Inside the Colosseum, rows of benches circled the arena, each level rising higher than the last. The benches were color-coded: black, purple, blue, green, white, yellow, orange, and red. Typically, the poor were confined to the black and purple seats, but today was different. With the legendary Dragon Lord in the arena and 7 dragons of different colors circling above, there were no seats for the poor at all. By the gods, those dragons won't suddenly swoop down and eat us, will they? One noble murmured anxiously. No, came the reply. The emperor wouldn't risk making enemies of the mighty Meereen. This was shaping up to be the most thrilling fight the nobles of Meereen had ever witnessed. Not only were the 2 combatants of immense importance, but the fight was also taking place under the watchful eyes of 7 dragons. It was destined to be an unforgettable spectacle. On Osnak's side, though he had entered the arena countless times, even he felt a flicker of nervousness in the face of such a grand spectacle. The pressure of fighting in front of dragons was unlike anything he had ever experienced. "Paul, focus," one of his friends called out, half encouraging, half teasing. "Don't embarrass yourself. You're the strongest among us." "Umph." Osnak scoffed, his greasy hair styled into 2 horns, shaking as he spoke. "You should be more worried about that so-called emperor. If it weren't for his dragons, I'd tear him to shreds." Despite his bravado, doubts nagged at Osnak's mind. His information had been clear. Viserys was supposed to be heading to Astapor to buy Unsullied. So why had he made a detour to Meereen? Meanwhile, Hisdar Zolorak spared no effort in ensuring Viserys and his entourage were treated like royalty. A steady stream of fruits, fine wines, and beautiful women were delivered to the emperor. Even those in Viserys' company, such as Yora and young Connington, received generous gifts. As for Dany, Hisdar went even further. He presented her with an entire ship filled with treasures, lavish new guys and old guy-style jewelry, gorgeous robes, and even 8 meticulously trained slave girls. Your Grace, the men from Cago and Brendel have reached the Laser Mountains in the northeast, reported young John Mudd. John, along with Brendel, had once been a mercenary in the Golden Company. Their involvement in the slave trade had made them highly familiar with the region. Upon Connington's recommendation, Viserys had brought John into his inner circle to serve as a liaison between him and the other mercenary leaders, such as Cago. Viserys handed him a map, his expression serious. This is the fortification map of Meereen. You'll stay behind and coordinate with Cago and the others. Yes, my lord, young John Mudd replied. Taking the map, he bowed and left without another word. Since joining Viserys, the Golden Company had experienced nothing but prosperity. They were not only well-fed and well-cared for, but their status had risen significantly. The most important factor, however, was that Viserys could take them home, something they had long yearned for. From a moment they swore allegiance to him, they became the most loyal force under the banner of the Three Dragons. The decisive moment came when they heard Viserys had burned Robert's fleet. That victory signaled to them that the day of their return was close. As for Harry Strickland, one of the former leaders and the responsible for the so-called Beggar King title, his fate was of little concern to anyone now. Your Grace, let me fight for you in this first battle, Yora said, stepping forward, his Valyrian steel sword gleaming in his hand, an inheritance from his father. Viserys shook his head. No, it's not necessary. He had his reasons. Demonstrating his own strength to intimidate the Meereenese was part of the larger plan. The reason Viserys had bypassed Astapor and come straight to Meereen was simple. He didn't want the slave owners of Slavers Bay to control the narrative. By arriving unexpectedly, he ensured that whatever happened next, they would be forced to react, always one step behind. Tell the Meereenese I've changed my mind, he instructed. Have them choose 5 nobles and 5 slaves. I'll fight 10 of them.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.